They're space tugs, Tyler said slowly and carefully. They're basically space bulldozers. If you're going to move rocks in space and time is money, note, you need something that can move rocks. The flip side is they're expensive and kind of clumsy. If you really want to go, though, we can do this. Who's coming along?
I think we're going about this all wrong, Dr. Bell said as the Gulf Stream took off.
I don't care, Dr. Foster said. We're going.
No, I mean the mining, Dr. Bell said. Look, yes, putting the VLA in towards Venus makes sense. We can get twice the insulation as putting it in Earth orbit. We'd get more farther in, but anything past Venus starts to get tricky with heat management.
So what are we doing wrong? Tyler asked.
Most of the attends are stony, chondritic, carbonaceous, Dr. Bell said, then shrugged. I can keep going in the C's and S's if you want. They have metal, but they're not primarily metals. And Icarus is a case in point for how screwed up that can make things.
What's screwed up? Tyler asked.
You'll see when we get there, Nathan said balefully. But what we need is an M-class.
Which I've noted in my extensive research, Tyler said sourly. Problem is, we've got all our mirrors down in Venus orbit.
Which is not much of a problem now that we have a ship, Dr. Bell said. Sure, we'll keep the VLA down in Venus orbit. It's easy enough to kick the mirrors out of the freighter as it's headed out system and let them fly there on their own. Or hell, we can use the tugs to bring them up. But we've got enough mirrors in the VLA at this point that we can start doing some serious reflectance. Put one, well, probably 3 or 4, of the BDA mirrors up out of the ecliptic. Then get one down by our target asteroid, which should be 6178 1986 DA. Definitely metallic, unlike Amon.
Heard about that one, Tyler said. Except it's so freaking huge. Our system is designed around melting the thing in situ, and then extracting. Melting it is going to take a while. We're talking about a mile-wide ball of stainless steel. And we need a better name.
Point, Nathan said, scratching his head. What about adjusting the approach?
How?
Out of the Gletun mine asteroids.
With more tugs than we've got, Tyler said. They land diggers and dig them apart and use fusion-pumped lasers I'm not going to try to run. The problem is rotation. If you have a high rotation, and 6178 has a very high rotation, even if you cut bits off, they go flying away due to the low gravity. So they slow the rotation of big asteroids with really big and many tugs. What I want is a small M-class asteroid. There have to be some. One hit the Earth not too long ago in a place called Crater City, Arizona. That one was only 50 meters across. That's about right for starting out. And we still need a better name. 6178 should have about 0.0018% platinum groups, Dr. Foster pointed out. That's one hell of a lot of platinum group. I'm doing the math, Tyler said, his eyes closed. We can currently pump, what, about 1 million watts? 10 to the 6th. 78 requires 4.1 times 10 to the 19th joules to melt it. We're going to need more mirrors.
What about a big mylar mirror? Nathan said. It's not that easy, Dr. Bell said. Trust me on this. While you were going to conferences where you minor planets guys were getting all excited about big pieces of mylar, I was at NASA conferences with guys who were trying to get small pieces of mylar to properly deploy. It's not as easy as it seems.
And I've got reason for wanting a bunch of small mirrors and one freaking huge one, Tyler said. "I am hereby designating 6178, which, seems to be the best choice, as Connie. We'll stay on Icarus for now, but as soon as we're done with Icarus, we'll get started on Connie." "Why Connie?" Dr. Taylor said. "Old girlfriend?" "Because everything we're about to do with it is going to cause conniptions." "I know I don't have a freaking pilot's license, Bob," Tyler said into the phone. "I'm not driving an airplane. I'm driving an anti-gravity-driven tug, which I can do just fine. And as to airspace deconfliction, I now know why the Glutton and Horvath can hack our systems more or less at will. The only problem with avoiding aircrafts is the FAA system is so antiquated you can barely read it. Well, I've got to pick up a half a dozen mirrors in Huntsville and then get them into space. What do they want me to do, truck it down? The tug is the size of a freaking warehouse. And if the FAA wants to talk about deconfliction, can we please start with orbitals? The freaking space around Earth is so full of junk, you won't believe it. No, I can't truck them up to Manchester. They're too freaking big. The Glutton have been picking these up with no issues. What's the difference with an Earth pilot?" "Oh? Really? Then maybe they'd like me to take a course that doesn't exist. Maybe I should teach it. I'm the only guy on Earth qualified to fly one of these things." "Marginally," Dr. Foster said, grinning. Tyler stared at Dr. Foster and continued on the phone. "Bob, I pay you one hell of a lot of money to fix things," Tyler said. "By the time I'm in Manchester, I expect clearance from the FAA to fly from Manchester to Huntsville. I don't care what altitudes they assign me. I'm perfectly comfortable with low orbital. Pick up some mirrors and some sort of blanket clearance in the works so I don't have to go through this red tape bullcrap every time I need to pick something up on Earth. Oh, and speaking of things I need to pick up, by the time we're lifting off, I need a ship's cook. He doesn't have to have a Ph.D. He just needs to be able to cook and be willing to do so in space. Bring his own pots and pans. There's a stove. And I need a ride from the airport to the spaceport. Because I pay you a lot of money, Bob. Anytime you don't want me to keep paying you a lot of money, say so. Nice talking to you, too. Bye-bye." Tyler slammed the phone down and shook his head. "What do I pay these people for?" "Apparently so that you can shout at them," Dr. Bell said. "Robert Lyle is one of those attorneys under the impression I work for him," Tyler said. "If the Horvath couldn't push me around, he's not gonna." "And if you don't have clearance?" Dr. Foster asked. "Then I'll fly down to Huntsville, pick up the mirrors, and get a new lawyer," Tyler said. "It's not like even the F-22 can shoot me down. We'll be gone at least 2 months setting this up. By that time, the Fuhrer will have died down and my new lawyers will have paid off the right people to keep me out of jail." "That hasn't worked out for all CEOs," Nathan pointed out. "All CEOs don't own megawatt orbital lasers," Tyler said, grinning. "Warren Zevon got the order wrong. Bring lawyers, money, then guns." "What's up?" Dr. Foster said. Tyler was craning his neck out the window as the Gulf Stream rolled to a stop. "Welcoming party," Tyler said. "Your people?" "Nearly as bad. Bureaucrats." 4. "Mr. Tyler?" There were 4 people waiting for Tyler as he debarked. 2 were obvious bureaucrat types, J.C. Penney suits and acrylic ties. 1 was TSA. That was in case he got nasty. The 4th was a big guy with a sort of goofy expression, wearing a NASA golf shirt. "Tyler Vernon," Tyler said. "And you are?" "Howard Hageman. I'm with the FAA. This is Mr. Stanley Burnell with the National Aeronautics and Space Administration." "Hello," said Bureaucrat 2. "And this is Mr. Stephen Asaro," Mr. Howard continued, gesturing to the guy in the NASA shirt.
Also with NASA. "Hey," the guy said, shaking Tyler's hand. "Great to meet you, Mr. Vernon." "Nice to meet you, Mr. Asaro," Tyler said, recovering his hand from the deathlock. The guy had a grip like a steel vise. "In consultation with your legal representation and noting the importance to Earth of your missions," Mr. Howard said, "and in consultation with policymakers in the FAA and NASA, we have agreed to come to a compromise on the subject of your overflight of American territory by an experimental craft. It's," Tyler almost said, "older than the United States Constitution. How can it be experimental?" And then had a sudden case of intelligence. "Hardly experimental. We do not have flight characteristics data on it," Bureaucrat 2 said pointedly. "Well," Tyler said, scratching his head, "that's because it doesn't really fly, per se. Flying is aerodynamics-based. Its aerodynamic ability is pretty much that of a brick. If the grav drive goes out, which is pretty unlikely given the redundancy, it's going to have exactly the flight characteristics of a brick. A really, really big brick. A big steel brick, with screaming people in it." "You're not making your case here very well," Asaro pointed out. "I'm not trying to make a case," Tyler said. "Paw 4 has been moving rocks and going in and out of gravity wells since before any of us were born, and I had it fully serviced before I left Glaucod Station. So it's going to be able to get to Huntsville without incident. What we're talking about here is that I'm not playing your games. Fine. I don't play your games. I've got well-paid attorneys and lobbyists and MBAs to play your games. If you wanted to be petted, you came to the wrong guy. And the people I'm talking to are just messenger boys, so I don't even have to worry about burning bridges. But you can pass on to your policy people that they might as well get something regular going. Because I, and additional pilots as they become available, are about to start moving in and out of orbit on a regular basis. And if what you come up with is stupidly onerous, we're going to ignore it. I'd much rather have a good aerospace control system than try to pick my way through the crap that's in orbit on my own. But I don't figure either agency has a chance in hell of managing that. God knows NASA can't maneuver its way out of a wet paper bag without a 5-year study to study what they're going to have to do a 10-year study on. Which is why when Glaucod ships head into Terran orbit, they contact Space Command, not Houston. So, what's your compromise?" "Mr. Asaro is a qualified space shuttle pilot," Mr. Howard said after a moment of looking as if he was sucking on a lemon. "What the hell are you doing in Manchester?" Tyler asked. "Boston," Asaro said. "I was doing a lecture at MIT on near-Earth navigational obstacles. You're right about the orbitals. They're chock full of junk." "As I was saying," Mr. Howard said, "Mr. Asaro is a qualified pilot. If you will agree to let him accompany you on this mission and ensure the safety of your movement, NASA and the FAA will raise no further objections." "Sweet," Tyler said. "We get a real astronaut along. That'll be helpful. Did you bring your spacesuit?" "No," Asaro said. "When are we leaving?" "Takes about 20 minutes to ride to the Manchester spaceport," Tyler said. "So, about 30 minutes. "You're going to need to file a flight plan," the FAA representative snarled. "At the very least, you need to file a flight plan." "It's already filed," Tyler said. "You do allow electronic filing, thank God. I filed it while we were talking. I'm still waiting for them to figure out how to vector me. They want to put me in normal lanes, which is silly. I can get up to orbit, crank her up, and be in Huntsville about 30 minutes after takeoff. Taking the lower route not only means you've got my brick flying around 767s, it means going at 767 speeds. No thanks. It's like putting a Ferrari in the truck lane. I don't drive 55. "Take the Speedbird route up at 70 grand? Asaro said. "Makes more sense. I can beeline Huntsville that way, then pick my way down through the crunchies.
If I conflict a bird, it's going to do a crunchy on the paw, which might not even notice. I really don't want to do a crunchy. People will, and I'm not being melodramatic when I say this, die. Which is why we don't want an absolutely unqualified pilot, the FAA representative said. That is the whole point. But you're sort of missing my point, Tyler said. And again, a pointless audience, but I'll make the point anyway. The paw is a spacecraft, not an aircraft. Its maneuvering methods are entirely different. It can, and does, turn on a dime and accelerate in a way that makes it look like, well, a UFO. The paw has up to 1,000 gravities of acceleration. Admittedly, its inertials won't take that, so you can't actually maneuver at 1,000 grav, not if you don't want to be paced. But it can maneuver so fast it looks and acts unreal. I can and will maintain normal maneuver when I'm in areas that have traffic, but treating it like an aircraft makes exactly no sense. And saying that I'm not qualified to fly it makes no sense, because I'm the only person qualified to fly it who was born on the planet Earth. You can't find anyone else qualified to fly it. Among other things, it works off of implants, and for anyone with the proper codes and implants, flies itself. Asaro said, raising a hand. I get all that, but my spacesuit is in Houston. I'm not going to try to get them to let me go to Houston, Tyler said with a sigh. You got any clothes with you? In the car. Since we're not planning on going EVA, don't worry about it, Tyler said. We're going to be picking up the mirrors, then dropping them off and moving some other mirrors around. Then we're going to heat up an asteroid and start mining it. Along the way, we'll probably be sending tugs back to Earth to pick up more mirrors. And who will be piloting them? Mr. Howard asked. I will, Tyler said, from wherever the monkey business is. So, I guess you'd say they'll be UAVs. By the way that I pilot the paw, I have to work through the comp on the monkey business. The paw is a paw. It's an extension of the ship that is currently in geosynchronous orbit over Brazil, which I control from here through neurological implants. What fun. For that matter, one of the Glatun on the monkey business can fly the paw, but they're not. The pilot is going to be me to make a point, which is that a human can learn in a month enough to be able to work safely in space. Cool, Asaro said. Can I get some of those? They cost, at current exchange rates, Tyler closed his eyes for a second, $250 billion got the stones. Ouch, Dr. Foster said. You can understand why I just try to think in terms of Glatun credits, Tyler said. The whole conversion thing is just silly. Okay, Asaro can come along, it's all good. I'll even give him a mic and a screen so he can see I'm not going to plow an airplane. Very well, Mr. Howard said. You will fly directly from here to Huntsville, and... He paused and shook himself. Where are you going to land? Where the freighters usually land, Tyler said with a sigh. At the Amtrak facility. Very well, Mr. Howard said, shaking his head. I think I'm getting too old for this. You're only as old as you feel, Tyler said. Mr. Asaro, if you're coming along, you'd better grab your flight bag. When they were in the limo and temporarily out of the clutches of bureaucrats, Tyler heaved a relieved sigh. So, Mr. Asaro, Tyler said. I'm Tyler, not Mr. Vernon. The big one is Dr. Nathan Bell. Howdy, Nathan said, shaking hands. Also known as Nathan, our small planetary objects guy who is a small planetary object of his own. Buddha is Dr. Brian Foster. Mr. Asaro, Dr. Foster said, shaking hands. And you are? Steve, Asaro said. Or, hell, Astro. As in the Jetsons' dog? Nathan said. I was an astronomy geek,
Astro said, shrugging. "And my last name is Asaro? Go figure." "And a pilot," Tyler said, nodding. "Which is good. Can you keep a secret, Astro?" "Depends," Asaro said, shrugging. "I'm on NASA's payroll. They're going to want a full mission eval when I return." "Well, this part you can keep off the mission eval," Tyler said. "If you had plants, I'd have you take the whole mission. Because while I can do it, I'm not so arrogant or stupid as to think I'm properly trained or qualified. Oh, don't get me wrong, I can get us to Huntsville and pick up the stuff and get it into orbit. Among other things, our Glatoon comrades were told to watch me carefully. But as soon as I can get a properly trained and prepped pilot, I'm handing this off. Also, the monkey business can respond to verbal commands. As soon as you're familiar with the interface, you're the third shift pilot and backup, in case something very stupid happens to me and the Glatoon pilot." "No joystick?" Astro said. "No joystick," Tyler said, leaning back and closing his eyes. "Just brain power. It's a whole new world." When they got to the ship, they found an Asian gentleman in a jumpsuit waiting for them. He had a rather extensive collection of boxes. "Who's that?" Asaro asked. "He looks familiar." "The cook?" Tyler said, shrugging and getting out of the limo. "Hi, I'm Tyler Vernon, and you are?" "Dr. Conrad Chu," the man said, nodding his head. "Professor of astrophysics at MIT. I understand you are going mining. I have taken, over my dean's objections, a leave of absence to accompany you." Yeah," Tyler said. "But—" "I have my cookware," the professor said, gesturing to the boxes. "I paid my way through school working in a restaurant. I am, I must say most humbly, a very good cook. That depends, of course, upon ingredients." "We've got stuff in the holders on the ship," Tyler said, trying to catch up. "You're a professor of astrophysics, and you want to be the ship's cook? Is the job in space?" "Yes." "Then I wish to be the ship's cook," Dr. Chu said. "Do you have an objection?" Tyler thought about it and held out his hand. "I simply love Chinese food," Tyler said. "And you don't want to know what a Glatoon robo-chef does to beef with broccoli." "Then we should perhaps load," Dr. Chu said, smiling. "Where's the cargo door on this thing?" Steve asked, walking around the ship. It appeared, in fact, to be not much more than a 2-story steel brick, with some small openings on one side. "Right here," Tyler said, calming for the door to open. The door opened along an almost invisible seam and dropped a ramp down to the ground. There was a rather obvious airlock system with both doors open. Doors will only open if there's air on both sides and it's equalized. Otherwise, it takes a 2-person override. And people don't usually ride in these things anyway, so there is no cargo door, and not much room for cargo. "Docking?" Dr. Chu asked, hefting one of the cases. "All Glatoon airlocks are identical," Tyler said, grabbing his bags. "And we're going to have to figure out how this stuff will fit." Just beyond the airlock was the crew compartment. The interior of the ship was surprisingly cramped. "Wow," Steve said, looking at the low, tight quarters. "You don't fly the ship, you wear it." "You don't even wear it," Tyler said, stuffing his bag into a corner. "It's controlled from the monkey business. We're all effectively passengers. It only has crew quarters as a way to move people around from one base to another in a pinch." "So, the rest is—" Brian asked. He was carrying his bag and 2 cases of cookware. He clearly wasn't sure where to set it. "We're not going to be able to carry all this stuff." "Engines," Tyler said, pointing to one of the 5 chairs. "Power plants, grav plates, drives. How do you think it gets that much thrust? And we'll be able to carry it all. You, Steve, and Nathan are big. Grab a seat.
Dr. Chu? Conrad, please, Dr. Chu said. Conrad and I will pack all the stuff in on top of you since we're smaller. We'll go up to the ship to drop this off, then go to Huntsville. Don't worry, it's a short flight. FAA will defecate a brick, Nathan said, taking his seat. Glatun are sort of small, ain't they? FAA will get over it, Tyler said. And it's not that the Glatun are small, it's that this ship wasn't designed for Rangora. It took Tyler and Dr. Chu about 10 minutes to get everything stowed on top of the other passengers. And that way I don't have stuff piled on me, Tyler said, grinning. He calmed the door closed and checked the telltales. I think the little blinky lights are just so the passengers that are in the know don't get nervous, but we are locked tight. And liftoff. Manchester FAA, Monkey Paw 4. Request change of flight plan, direct descent to geosynchronous, return trip to Huntsville FAA control. Roger, FAA. Thank you. No problems? Nathan asked. Manchester FAA is getting used to spaceships, Tyler said. It's the bureaucrats in D.C. that see their phony baloney jobs on the line that don't like us. The FAA is a pretty important group, Asaro said. And I know you don't like NASA, but it really was the only game in town if you wanted to be in a manned program. And now it's not, Tyler said. Which means that NASA is looking at becoming very extremely redundant very extremely fast. Which nobody likes, but bureaucrats hate more than most. To most people in a bureaucracy, the main thing is that they've got a steady paycheck, because whoever lays off a bureaucrat? Well, NASA, if it had any sense at all. And the FAA is having to adjust fast to new conditions. One thing that they're realizing is that they're going to have to automate to a much greater degree to handle space traffic. And they've been lobbying Congress for forever for upgrades, I'll admit. But most of the stuff they're pitching looks exactly like what it in fact is. Pork payoffs to contractors so that FAA administrators can then get cushy jobs when they finish their 20 years. Not going to argue this one while I'm picking my way through the satellite belt. So, Steve, does a doctor go with that name? You were introduced as Mr. I didn't want to throw you any more than being with NASA would, Steve said. So, yes. It's Dr. Asaro, also, until recently, Major Asaro. Air Force? Nathan asked, trying to shift some of the packages. He was pretty hard to see under the boxes. Bite your tongue, Steve said. Marines. So, Dr. Major Steve Astro Asaro, Tyler said. We've got plenty of names to choose from. Doctor of Aeronautical Engineering, Astro said, and Astronomy, and Physics. Masters in Electrical and Mechanical. I thought I recognized Dr. Chu. I had his Astrophysics for Physics majors course many a year ago. You got an A, Dr. Chu said. I was being nice, though. I knew you wanted to be an astronaut. You really rated more of an A-. With your engineering background, maybe you should be the ship's engineer instead of pilot, Tyler said. Okay, since we have about 5 minutes alone, Nathan and Brian already know the dirty details. We'll be returning to Huntsville after dropping this stuff off, so if you want to abort, you can abort in Huntsville and no harm done. The monkey business is 500 years old. It's not quite ready for the scrap yard, but it's close. It was what I could afford. And I made sure it was serviced before we left Glatun. But it's not a nice new space shuttle or the ISS. It's a workhorse that has been running around the galaxy since before the Spanish landed in the New World. Our first mission is to launch some mirrors. We're going to just park them in near-Earth orbit because they're destined for out-system. Then we're going to go check Icarus and figure out what's happening with the smelting. The answer is something funky, according to Nathan. Best if we check it with the Glatun systems, Nathan said. I'm not sure, Dr. Housley's not sure, and we haven't been sure if we should contact someone like
Well, Dr. Chu, come to think of it.
I'm a specialist in oxygen production in mirror variables, Dr. Chu said. I'm just along for the ride, and to cook.
Anyway, Tyler said, if anybody wants to abort after you see the ship, you're welcome. I only want people who really want to be here.
I'm actually having a bit of trouble with the concept, Steve said. The last time I was in space, the ride up was like being repeatedly hit by a trip hammer.
Welcome to a new day, Tyler said. And we're almost docked. Hang on a bit.
Dio,
the lock won't seal.
Yeah, I know it's sealed when I left. I'm going to undock. Get one of the bots to check the seal rings.
This is the sort of thing I was talking about. It's not quite baling wire and chewing gum, but it's got about 2 billion little issues that crop up all the time. Try that pretty new shuttle that's older than I am and gets practically rebuilt after every mission, Steve said. You don't want to know for problems. Hang on, Tyler said.
Yeah, I'll try it.
There was a clang. That's got it. What was it? I hate intermittent failures, too, especially when they're of docking seals. And we're home. We sure it's good? Nathan asked in a muffled tone. Get used to answers like, we'll know when we open the door, Tyler said. Fortunately, we can close it really fast. Tyler opened the inner airlock door and listened. Any whistling? You're joking, right? Steve said. Nope, Tyler said. And inner door opening? And we didn't lose a gram of air, so we're good. Everybody out! As soon as I can move, Nathan said. Be careful. Tyler grabbed 2 boxes off of Nathan. There's a small patch of microgravity right at the join. You can step over it, but it feels sort of funny, and if you're not careful, you trip. 5. It does look sort of worn, Dr. Foster said as he followed Tyler down a passageway. It was also big. The interior corridors weren't wide or tall, but there were a lot of them. They hadn't gotten a look at the exterior, but he could tell it was a pretty sizable ship. And the galley, Tyler said as a hatch withdrew. Most of the hatches are memory metal, one of about 1,000 things we don't understand, at least not well. The galley was the size of a good-sized restaurant's kitchen. This is more than I expected, Dr. Chu said, looking around. Are the big doors the freezers? One is a standard pantry, Tyler said, walking over and calming the door open. The interior was packed with cases. This is the pantry. You'll notice it doesn't have the little yellow and blue lights over it. Blue is good, yellow is bad. The ones with the yellow and blue lights are stabilizers. They somehow prevent degradation. They're cool rooms, but not freezers, about 20 C normally. But even if they get hotter, the stuff doesn't degrade, and besides meat and such like, I've got them filled with tasty vegetables and fruits. Good, Dr. Chu said, walking over to one of the stabilizer rooms. And how do I know the stabilizer isn't on? Because I don't want to be stabilized. The blue light? The field turns off if you open the door, Tyler said, calming for the door to open. The room was filled mostly with piled packages of pre-cut meat. It was vaguely disturbing that they weren't frozen. And it really will turn off. The door latch has the power circuit built in. The problem isn't getting them to turn off, it's keeping them on. I see, Dr. Chu said. And how do I open the doors? Monkey business, please give Dr. Chu access privileges to all food areas, bunking, and common areas by verbal command. Doctors Foster, Bell, and Nassaro are authorized access to common areas and bunking. Yes, sir, the ship replied. AI? Dr. Foster asked as he set his cases down. No, Tyler said, just a very smart computer.
It works similar to an AI, but it can't figure things out. If it's not in its programmed responses, it has to consult the SOFONT. Access time through the hypernet with one of the Gorku AIs came with the lease, so we shouldn't have to help it figure out much. Gorku also will tow us home, to Glaucod, mind you, if the ship breaks down and it's something we can't fix. Or send a repair ship if it's more feasible. That's one of the reasons I didn't buy it. Anyway, can you work with this? All electric ranges, Dr. Chu said, looking around. I really doubt I'll need the microwave. Isn't that a GE? I had it retrofitted, Tyler said. This will do very well, Dr. Chu said. Far more than I'd expected, frankly. I was expecting a tiny little galley the size of the inside of the paw. The monkey business can control up to 40 tugs, Tyler said, shrugging, and a maintenance, mining, and repair crew of up to 100. There are also cook bots, but they're not programmed very well for humans. This will do very well, Dr. Chu said. Perhaps we should get the rest of the materials out of the paw, and I can set up. Works, Tyler said. And Nathan would probably appreciate that, or you can come fly down to Huntsville. I do not wish to quit if that is what you mean, Dr. Chu said. Not at all, Tyler said. But since I was working through my plants, which have an ocular portion, so I was watching what was going on, I forgot to turn on the vision plates in the paw. I appreciate your dedication, but how would you like to see Earth and the ship from space? I can set up later, Dr. Chu said. Let's get the paw unloaded, shall we? So it's got vision screens? Nathan said. He'd never even gotten out of his seat. That's nice to know. Where? Everywhere, Tyler said. Monkey, paw 4, undocking. Roger. Yes, I'll bring maple syrup. And we have the vision blocks on. Holy Hannah, Dr. Foster said. The vision blocks of the paw were installed prior to the development of standard ocular implants and designed so that a crewman on the paw could maneuver it in the often complex environment of asteroid mining. He, she, or it might have to back up, spin, or otherwise maneuver with a clear view. So, they were everywhere. It was as if the seats were sitting in space. Now that's a view, Asara said. I think I peed myself, Nathan said in a muffled tone, and I don't want to breathe. The Earth was laid out above the ship, with the monkey business blocking most of the rest of the view, but to either side was a glorious star field. We're not in vacuum, Tyler said. You'd know if we were in vacuum. I'm given to understand its smarts. I was having a hard time with scale, Brian said. That's the airlock we were docked to. Roger, Tyler said. Big, ain't she? Immense, Steve said. Huge doesn't cover it. The ship stretched seemingly forever. With the airlock they had used, a tiny door that became smaller and smaller as Tyler backed away from the ship. She's not really all that big, Tyler said. 420 feet long. That's about 39 stories. It's easier to think in terms of skyscrapers for things like this. Good point, Steve said, nodding. It does work. Most of the aft third is engines and power plants, Tyler said, scooting the paw around so that the crew could get a look at their new home. The forward 2/5 is a smelter and bulk storage. The middle bit is crew quarters, life support, and command centers. So it's a big ship, but with a full crew complement, it's still rather cramped. And compared to some, it's not all that big. But it's more than big enough for us. Dr. Chu? Comments? I'm absorbing myself in rapturous glory, Dr. Chu replied. Space, in all its infinite wonder. Is there anywhere in the ship with a similar view? Not quite, Tyler said. There are some ports, and your bunk has a screen which you can set to various views, but you can ride in the pause from time to time if you really want, as long as I can get my me fun." "No problem," Dr. Chu said. "I'm a master of the noodle in all its forms. They rather remind me of space-time theory." "So, where are we going to store the mirrors?" Astro asked as Tyler hovered the paw over the parking lot of Amtrak. The mirrors had been trundled out with forklifts, and were now scattered around the parking lot, looking just a bit forlorn. "We're not," Tyler said, looking over his shoulder. "I'm going to pick them up with a tractor bubble. The bubble will act as a shield against any damage. I'm just having to be sure to get the mirrors and not the ground under them. There. Got it. I just needed to find a good structural point to pick them up off the ground so I could bubble them." Steve watched as first one mirror, then two, then the whole group of 23 were picked up. There were 20 VLA mirrors, simple circles of nickel with a sat pack on the back, and 3 BDA mirrors. Those were larger and more complex glass and nickel hexagons with cooling systems. But they were all hovering, spread out in formation, in a couple of minutes. "This is so very cool," Nathan said. "This would be a 6-month evolution with NASA." 6 year, Steve said. "Working for NASA just means I know their problems better. But at the level we're working on, just to be able to get people to space safely has huge issues. With this system, completely different story." "So we're meeting specifications?" Tyler asked as they started to ascend. "So far, I got no issues," Astro said. "Quite the opposite. I think with the pause around, we should ground every rocket on Earth for our own good. Rockets are very big explosions waiting to happen. If the pod just breaks, it's going to be nothing but a big chunk of metal falling. And there is a lot of the world for it to fall on that's empty. Meteors do it all the time. And there hasn't been anyone seriously injured since Tunguska. Of course, if it breaks just a bit in orbit and comes down at orbital speeds, then you've got a KEW on your hands." "And it will take a while to come down," Tyler said. "Even if the other paws are out system, there's probably enough time for them to come in and grapple it." "A point which had escaped me," Steve admitted. "I'm still trying to catch up to the technology, but since I can't see what you're doing, I need to get some more detailed information on the control and management systems. How exactly are you controlling the paw?" Tyler said. "Some of it is intuitive, but that takes a lot of explanation. First, you need to understand the plants." "Okay," Steve said. "Go." "The neurological implants integrate with the brain," Tyler said. "So, when you go looking for a piece of information, it searches not just for what you've explicated, but also your back thoughts of what you really want. Sort of like a very detailed and intuitive query system. I went looking for information on meteors when I was setting all this stuff up. I didn't spend a lot of time on it, but I looked through all the major online databases, and I couldn't find one damned meteor that I liked. You with me?" "Yes," Steve said. "Well, when I did the same thing, using the HyperNet from Glaucod, which can interact with our internet, by the way, I got a hit on Connie right away." "Connie?" Steve asked. 6178-1986 DA, Nathan replied. They were at about 40,000 feet, and he was reveling in the view. 2.1-kilometer nickel-iron asteroid, Apollo. The last, meaning that its orbit was mostly outside of Earth's but crossed it. They also generally stayed inside the asteroid belt, ranging from outside the orbit of Mars to inside the orbit of Earth. The 10 asteroids were mostly inside Earth's, but entered Earth's orbit or crossed it. Apahale were those that stayed mostly in Earth's orbit. None of the classifications were precise. There were 10 asteroids that crossed the orbits of Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars. "Okay," Steve said. "Which Dr. Bell knew off the top of his head," Tyler said. "But with the plants, I've got pretty much everything his memory would draw upon and a pretty good sorting system. They use their internal memory, organic memory, and a combination of intuitive processing and software to arrive at the answer you're looking for. But they aren't, per se, creative. They just give you access to a host of information. You have to be able to use it." "I'm with you so far," the astronaut said. "How does that relate to flying the paw?" "I don't really fly it," Tyler said. "What I do is look for flight paths. Then a combination of my plants and the processors on the monkey business sort through all the possible combinations using all available data to find a clear spot. You know what the orbital belt is like, so does the monkey. Then I'm given a bunch of potential flight paths. I generally pick the one at the top, but it's not exactly the safest or the fastest or whatever. It's an intuitive pick." "I'd prefer you use the safest," Steve pointed out. "I'd really prefer you don't conflict a billion-dollar satellite." "I won't," Tyler said. "I'm not a hot rod in this thing, and the monkey knows it. That's part of the algorithm. But I don't want to take all day coming down, and I really like watching North America and South America over Eurasia and Africa. Since we're going straight up from Huntsville to a ship over Brazil, that seems like the straight route. But it might be really crowded up there at the moment, so the ship has to maneuver." "Which we've been doing while you were talking," Nathan said. "It was making me nervous since you didn't seem to be paying attention." "I'm paying more than you think," Tyler said. "When you guys get plants, you'll understand, but mostly I'm letting the monkey fly the paw. Getting back to the point, the absolute safest might be a polar insertion, then down over Russia, which would have some security issues," Dr. Foster pointed out. "Which it takes into account, but you see my point," Tyler said. "Maybe Antarctica, then over the South Atlantic. But that's not my favorite view, and I don't want to take another 30 minutes out of my day flying halfway around the world to get more or less straight up. So it finds the safest route within my preferences by using a very advanced and partially intuitive query I don't even really set up. I just following all local directives get me up to the ship. It gives me a set of routes. I pick the top one and then keep an eye out for visual aspects. Like, there was a Cessna you guys probably didn't see at about 7 miles out when we took off that wasn't on the FAA screens for some reason. The system also highlighted that and both informed me and took it into account. That's what the system is for." "You're right," Steve said, shaking his head. 4 years of academy training. A monkey could fly this ship." "A monkey is flying this ship," Tyler said with a grin. "When I figured out how easy it was, I knew the name for the ship right away. But I can't figure everything out." "Example?" Steve asked. "Picking up the mirrors," Tyler said, gesturing under the ship. The ship had rotated, so there was now a view of the star field beyond the mirrors. They were also pretty much clear of the atmosphere. It didn't have a programmed way to do that. I figured that we could either adjust the width of the grav beam to prevent damage to them or find a hard point. We sort of did both, maximizing lift at a hard point while adding support to the lighter parts of the structure. Then we wrapped them in a grav bubble when we got them off the ground. They've been in 0G since we took off, and off we went. But the computer didn't have that method programmed. Now it does, and the next time it'll be easier." "And if a failure happens?" Steve asked. "If the main engines give out, the mirrors or anything else we're lifting gets dropped," Tyler said, "which could be potentially ouchy for somebody. There are 2 redundant backups that can get this thing down safely in up to a 3-gravity environment from within the well. Stored capacitor power and a mass of grav plates, which can be used for drives in a pinch. If I lose contact with the monkey, I'm qualified to do a personal drop, but I'm not going to promise I won't conflict a satellite on my way down. But I probably won't. The plants and the comp on the paw are good enough to manage that much traffic control. And you can be sure I'll declare an emergency. FAA can route planes around my inbound track, which will be to the nearest flat spot I can find. I can drop this thing in an emergency right into Times Square easier than you can land a trainer. The world has a lot of flat spots if you don't need 5,000 feet of runway. If everything gives out, which is pretty damned unlikely given that this thing has been tinkered with and refined over 500 years, then we're either stuck in orbit until another ship comes along and pulls us off, or we're a dropping brick. Can't help you with that one. If you had some serious pilot's training, I don't think there'd be a single issue, Steve said, shrugging. It all sounds almost too good to be true. That's because it is very advanced, Tyler said. We won't be able to replicate this system in the next 50 years. The programming is just too complex. But we'll be able to make something nearly as good in short order. And as to the pilot, you can be sure that I'll get someone more qualified as soon as I can pick a good candidate and get him or her planted. You can run things without plants, but it's not easy. I've had all I can take of NASA, Steve said with a grin. You don't want this job, Tyler said. Seriously, the guys on this ship are going to be doing grunt work. Nobody here wants this job. You need to be working on our ships. I've got a joint project going with Boeing and Lockheed Martin to produce the first class of ground space shuttles. I turned over all the plans for power plants and drive systems to them as soon as I got back, along with a functioning power plant from a scrapped freighter and a grav plate fabber. And they're scratching their heads and talking about $100 billion in 10 years development, which I've already calmed them is just out of the question. If they can't get off the stick, I'm going to form my own company and do it. They're still talking about lightweight composites and noodle programming. With a power plant and a grav system, you can fly one of these things made out of raw steel with a stick. They can't get their head around the better is the enemy of the good. Serious problem with NASA as well, Steve admitted. The problem being, a startup is based around new and customized systems, Tyler said, shrugging. I need Boeing and Lockmart's expertise at mass production. I need shuttles, a lot of shuttles, so the paws aren't constantly carrying stuff into and out of orbit. I'm going to be sending back materials, but a lot of it's going to stay in space and build orbital systems. And I can do the big stuff, hulls and such, in space, but I still need all the fiddly bits built by ground-based companies. So I need shuttles. Several, and some of them pretty damn big, so they can carry big fiddly bits up. And I don't need them in 10 years, I need them yesterday. What about the Horvath? Nathan asked. I'm hoping like hell the Horvath consider this part of the human tribes they're not allowed to touch, Tyler admitted. And once we leave, I'm going to be keeping the monkey business well away from Earth and the region between the gate and Earth. Last, they were another reason to lease it. Its galactic transponder shows it and the paws as belonging to one of the biggest Glatun corporations there is. I'm pretty sure that the Horvath don't want to explain to Gorku why they destroyed one of their ships, even an old one. But human ships, it's a different story, Astro said. Absolutely, Tyler replied. Probably. Which is, again, why I'm not going to be doing a lot of stuff around Earth or the gate, if I can avoid it. Just parts and food up and materials down. If I'm far enough away, the Horvath will have to go out of their way to destroy whatever I've got built, and they're not going to be able to easily sort out the human stuff from the Glatun. It's the best defense I can come up with so far. What about the beam? Dr. Foster asked. I'm thinking that could probably do some serious damage. Not powerful enough, Tyler said. It's a 1 terawatt laser so far. It's not a laser, Dr. Foster said tiredly. My orbital death ray, my name, Tyler replied with a chuckle. This sounds like an old argument, Steve said. The name laser is an acronym, Dr. Foster said. Light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation, Astro said. Don't have a degree in optics, but anybody knows that. What's the problem? The light beam is not a laser, Dr. Foster repeated. A laser is a beam of polarized light of a single frequency generated, well, in various ways at this point. This is nothing more than, in effect, a concentrated view of the sun. A very concentrated view of a lot of the sun, which just happens to burn and melt stuff, Tyler said. I know, it's nothing more than Archimedes' mirror writ large. But we don't have a good name for it other than laser. I'm not going to call it the solar beam. It's a 1 terawatt laser, which is great, but not enough. We need a lot more power than that to defeat the shields on the Horvath ship. At least 100 terawatts. We can collect that much power. That is one seriously powerful laser, Steve said. Sorry, Doctor. I'll get over wincing sooner or later, Foster said ruefully. Thus, the acronym, Tyler replied, grinning. Technically, it's the Solar Array Pumped Laser. SAPL, Steve said. Serious-ass powerful laser? Got it, Tyler said, still grinning. Problem being, we can't concentrate it. Most we can concentrate so far is about 4 terawatts. Let's just focus on mining and lead the defense of the system to Earth's governments. So, we've been heating Icarus for nearly a year, Dr. Bell said, gesturing at the screen. And it's heating up, no question there. It's even melting. But it's not doing what we expected. The volatiles are all burned off. But what we've got is now a shiny ball of what appears from spectroscopy to be mostly nickel iron with some small admixture of noble metals. But it's not melting per se. And given that we've determined the iron composition to be barely 10%, we're sort of stymied. The monkey business was decelerating at 50 gravities towards the smelting region. Due to orbital eccentricities, the VLA was currently about halfway around the sun from Earth, and so was Icarus. They just finished a really excellent dinner. Dr. Chu turned out to be as good a cook as he was an astrophysicist, and the bots were clearing the dishes, which was just about the best time to contemplate a problem, in Tyler's opinion. How did it turn into a ball of iron? Tyler asked. Computer? This method of orbital smelting is outside my experiential parameters, the ship replied. I have no idea what is going on. And you guys have already kicked this around, Tyler said. So you don't have any clue? No, Dr. Foster admitted. Steve? Conrad? Not a clue, Astro said. Dr. Chu, on the other hand, had a distant look on his face. Conrad? Could you run your estimates of composition for me again, please? Dr. Chu said, looking at the screen. The view of the spinning asteroid was replaced by a mass of numbers that Tyler could barely follow. His plants were giving him translations, but it wasn't the same as knowing what he was looking at. That came from training and experience. Ah, I thought so, Dr. Chu said, nodding. Very interesting problem. Which is? Tyler asked. The body is rotating around 3 axes at a very low rate, Dr. Chu said. The majority of the minor planetary body is silica, relatively low melting point compared to iron or nickel, but also very viscous and low volatility even in vacuum. The remaining material can be assumed to be similar elements such as the high level of aluminum. He paused and looked around at the group as if at a set of favored students. Comments? It's a glass eye, Steve said after a moment. The silica melted, and the heavier elements migrated to the area of relatively higher acceleration, the outer layers. It's probably layered all the way down, with silica being at the center, then various metals arranged outwards like the skin of an onion. What was the mechanical composition of the nickel iron? Are we talking about big chunks of metal?
Probably not, Dr. Bell said. The material was probably formation pellets, small blobs of nickel iron that were left behind in the original system formation.
Getting that to melt will be tricky, Dr. Chu said. They have more surface area to dissipate heat.
Crap, Nathan said. Crap. What the hell do we do now?
We can pull the nickel iron off, Brian said. Very high viscosity you're looking at, Dr. Chu said. While it is feasible, I suppose, with the pause there will be a high energy penalty, which translates to fuel, which translates to cost. Finally, somebody in this lash-up who thinks in business terms, Tyler said musingly. If we increase the rotation, it's going to make the nickel iron easier to pull off. Also, harder to control when it separates, Dr. Chu said. High orbital velocities, and the tugs will have to increase the rotation, energy penalty again. I'm really thinking this one is a bust, Tyler said. But I'm not willing to give up. Among other things, my recently tinkered with brain is screaming at me about last year's Olympics. Olympics? Steve said. That brings up that Chinese sprinter who got all the medals to me. Tanzania? No, Tyler said, rubbing his forehead. Thanks, but no. Don't brainstorm for a second. I think... No, you were right. Chinese, specifically Chinese food. Which we just had, Dr. Foster said. Which uses lots of onions, Tyler said, which have layers which can be peeled. Peeled? Dr. Chu said. Ah, fascinating. Use the beam as a knife. Peel off the outer layer of nickel iron. Catching it will still be difficult. I'm not sure if the material will come off straight or like a snake, Tyler admitted. I'm not even sure how thin we can cut it, but either way the pause can be set up on its trajectory to catch it. Stop cutting, then snip the strand when they have a full load. Take it to the monkey for further processing. All the metal should be on the outside. When we spot a new one spectroscopically, we'll pre-separate that at the laser smelt. What we'll end up with is a ball of silica which we can toss into the sun. Highly refined silica, Dr. Foster said. This has been spinning in a melt condition for nearly 3 months. Most of the impurities are going to have been pulled out. Perfect for mirrors. Which we'd have to pay energy penalty to drop onto Earth, Tyler said. But we're going to have other metals available, Dr. Foster said. Backing materials. We can make one huge fricking mirror out of this thing. All we have to do is spin it harder and get a disc. Slow it down, put some melted aluminum on the back. It will stick due to microgravity interaction and vacuum welding, and we've got ourselves a mirror. Ah, Tyler said, nodding. So maybe it's not a bust. 6. Snake it is, Tyler said. The 3 BDA mirrors they had brought out had been picked up by Paw 2 and brought into alignment with the asteroid. By bringing in 4 more from the main BDA, they created a massive mirror array. 6 were arranged in a circle that concentrated the light on a small spot on the 7th. This became the cutting beam. The terawatts of power punched through the semi-molten nickel iron, and a thin stream of it pulled off of the asteroid in a wriggling formation. The small snake of nickel iron was about 3 meters across and 2 meters thick on average. Paw 3 was set up 2,000 kilometers away, practically point-blank in orbital terms, to catch the spalling nickel iron. All of it wasn't coming off in a solid stream. The power of the laser on such a small spot was causing some of it to flash into gas. That would have been a real problem on Earth, since nickel gas was highly toxic. It wasn't a problem for the paw, though. The gas followed more or less the same trajectory, and gravity gathers everything. "We're getting some trajectory change on Icarus," Dr. Bell said. "The change in mass is causing it to wobble is the best term that comes to mind. Also a slight increase in rotation speed." "Can we adjust the beam?" Tyler asked. "Now that the computer understands what we're doing," Dr. Foster said, "it's compensating so far. These things aren't super-precision instruments." "Quantity has a quality of its own," Tyler said. "Solutions?" "2 beams," Astro said. "As exactly opposite as we can manage. That way the mass removal is balanced." "Do we have enough mirrors?" Tyler said. "No," Dr. Foster said. "We don't." "We need more BDA mirrors," Tyler said, sending a note planetside. "If we can handle the wobble, we'll keep on like this." "And we can't," Dr. Foster said. "Crap," Dr. Bell cursed. "What?" Astro asked. "Oh." The material that had been snaking off of the asteroid was now wrapping onto it. "Readjust targeting," Tyler snapped. "Never mind. Taking control." The BDA beam retargeted on the material, cutting the snake off. What was left was a molten piece of iron that looked a good bit like a noodle writhing in vacuum, as various vectors crossed parts of it to go one way or another. "Let some of the orbital eccentricity work out of that," Tyler said. "It's going to miss the 2 by a gigamile. I'm going to send the Paw 4 to follow it. Right now, it's headed for the sun at 386 meters per second. We'll recover it. We'll also need to heat it from time to time to keep it molten." "Okay. What do we learn?" "We need 2 sets of mirrors," Dr. Bell said. "Or a thinner snake that will break instead of sticking," Dr. Foster said. "We're getting too much wobble," Dr. Bell insisted. "We're dealing with too many parameters," Dr. Chu said. "There is too much orbital eccentricity in the satellite, which makes it harder for the computer to adjust to the wobble." "We're too far out," Tyler said. "With the BDA?" Dr. Foster said. "We're at 60,000 meters. How close do you want to be?" "A couple thousand meters," Tyler said. "Maximum. No matter how fast light is, precision is a matter of distance. With off-the-shelf sat packs, we don't have enough precision in aiming to be way back. We can't keep up with the wobble even with FTL communications. So, we need better sat packs for the BDA and the other mirrors we're designing. And we're dealing with too many parameters. And we need a smaller snake for the time being until we get this right. And we need another set of mirrors. For now, though, we'll have lunch. Let it melt back into a nice quiescent ball and come back and try again. I'll readjust the mirrors while we're eating." "You were right," Dr. Foster said. "We needed to be closer." The BDA, from so close it was practically getting splashed, was accurate enough to maintain the snake of metal even with the minor wobble the satellite was developing. "And all the other ands," Tyler said, nodding. "But closer is more precise. Also, we can get the focus area of the laser tighter. Cut that snake, and let's try for a thicker one." "Seems to be working," Dr. Foster said a few minutes later. "Even with a 6-meter snake, and the paw is able to catch it." The relatively thin and molten nickel iron tended to contract and cool as it floated through space. What the paw was catching looked like a long worm or amoeba. The paw would activate its tractor field just enough to pull the nickel iron in. As the material arrived, it started to build up a large lump of nickel iron. Large being about the monthly output of the entire Sudbury complex in Canada every minute. "I am moving the next paw into place," the ship's comp said.
Paw 2 will be at its functional maximum for repetition of this process in 15 minutes. "Cut the snake again," Tyler said. "Let the 2 pick up all that and bring it back for further processing. As soon as the 3 makes it back, it can go into support. Stack them up and around to catch any bobbles, and we have a process." "But at this rate," Dr. Bell said. "It's going to take us a month to strip off the nickel iron," Tyler said. "I said this was grunt work. Hell, now that the computer knows what it's doing, it can handle most of it, can't you?" "I cannot handle major changes such as the loss of a metal snake," the computer said. "But the basic cutting and gathering with the paws is simple enough that it does not require human intervention. As soon as we have 2 sets of BDAs, we'll put 2 paws up catching and 2 back looking for leakers in a position to take over," Tyler said. "Then we can really start smelting some iron. In the meantime, it's going to be a long business." "Okay," Dr. Foster said, sitting back. "The view is great, the food is excellent, and the beds are small but comfy. Who's got first watch?" "Astro?" Tyler said, poking his head into the astronaut's room. "Got a second?" "What's up?" Steve said, rolling out of his bunk. He was off watch, so he'd been reading technical manuals on the ship's construction. It was a complex system, but despite its age and Tyler's worries about the same, it had been holding up remarkably well. The group had not done quite as well. It had been a very long 3 weeks. Steve was used to much more cramped quarters with far less privacy than the 400-foot monkey business allowed. He'd been doing fine. Some of the rest of the crew was another matter. Dr. Bell, especially, was showing definite signs of needing to get back dirtside. He appeared to have a touch of claustrophobia and a major case of missing home. And even Tyler was clearly tired of being in the ship. He also had various urgent issues building up back dirtside. Dr. Chu and Dr. Foster were still perfectly content to watch an asteroid being slowly peeled. Steve was torn. He felt underutilized, but the same could be said for the ISS missions he'd been on. Most of the experiments conducted on the ISS before the Horvath took it out were pretty silly in his opinion. But if that was the payment for being in space, he'd take it. Now he was in space, in a ship that was 10 times the size of the ISS, actually doing real space work, not make work to keep up the revenue stream, and feeling underutilized. It was odd, but not particularly bothersome, and he now agreed with Mr. Vernon. This was grunt work. With a bit of minor training, any ship captain would be better at this than Steve Asaro. "One of the separators dropped offline," Tyler said. "DU could use a hand with it. It's in pressurized areas, obviously." The 2 Glatun crewmen had kept entirely to themselves. Steve wasn't even sure where they slept. He'd seen the engineer working on a panel at one point, but just said hello and continued on. It was simple courtesy. If the Glatun needed help, he was free to ask, and offering could be taken as pestering or questioning the Glatun's competence. Other than that one encounter, he had seen neither hide nor hair of the 2 ETs. "Be glad to help," Astro said. "I've been looking at the specs on the fabbers, but I didn't want to ask if I could see them." "Computer," Tyler said, "could you direct Dr. Astro to primary separator 4? "Of course, Mr. Vernon," the computer said. "If you will please follow the blinking hologram, Dr. Asaro." The trip ran through so many corridors, Steve, despite having really amazing situational awareness, knew he was going to have a guide back. Several of the areas were marked in yellow on the bulkheads, but the script was Glatun, and he wasn't sure what it referred to. He also passed 3 airlocks, including a large one he assumed was a freight lock, before he entered the compartment with the separator.
He had expected it to be hot. He'd been to a steel plant one time and in forges several times, and they were always hot. But it was about 72 degrees Fahrenheit and perfectly comfortable, except for the smell of burning insulation and the glatun up under a large, vaguely ovoid piece of equipment. Steve didn't speak glatun, but he could tell cursing when he heard it. "Mr. Dio?" Steve called. "What?" the glatun said, sitting up and banging his head. "Ow!" "Sorry," Steve said. Great start. "Mr. Vernon suggested you could use some help?" "Yeah," the glatun said, sliding out from under the equipment on what looked like a metal plate. It didn't have rollers, though, so it was apparently a grav plate. "The standard repair bots have a hard time getting up in this spot, and they're working on the main switching gear since when this went it blew that out. There's a bolt that just will not come off." "What happened?" Steve asked, getting on his back and sliding under the equipment. He wasn't sure where the bolts were. There didn't even appear to be seams. "Not sure until we get it opened up," the glatun said. "I'm Dio, by the way. Dio Luff." "Steve," Steve said. "Steve Asaro." "You another one of the big brains?" Dio asked. "Here, give me some leverage on this." This looked like a torque wrench without the socket. Dio applied it to a spot on the metal that looked virtually identical to all the other spots, except for the newer scuff marks, and pushed. Steve grabbed the wrench, braced himself, and pulled. Despite being apparently just in contact with the metal, it wouldn't budge. It felt exactly like a wrench applied to a stuck bolt. "I won't even ask what we're doing," Steve said. "And I guess so. I've got a doctorate, but that was just so I had a shot at the space program. I'm much happier getting my hands dirty. And we need a longer lever, but there's no room." "Nope," Dio said. "Hate this design. Okay, one more time, with feeling." Steve repositioned himself to push on the wrench with his full body and applied steady pressure with a grunt of exhalation. "Ah!" The wrench slipped and nearly broke his hand. "That's got it," Dio said. "Right. One more and we'll have this baby open. Go over and grab the grav lift. I'd rather this thing not fall on my head." "Sorry," Steve said, looking at some racked articles on the wall. "I'm not sure." "Looks like a mop," Dio said. "Blue, with a yellow end. Grab the blue end, drag it over here." Steve picked up the mop and found it to be surprisingly heavy. He dragged it across the floor as carefully as he could. "Grab it," Dio said, from somewhere under the machine. "Oh, no plants. Gravity is on." The lower part of the mop suddenly became light as a feather. It still had the same mass, though. Steve was careful, moving it over to the separator. "Slide it under," Dio said, sliding out from under the machine. "And we increase power." The glatun continued as the grav lift lifted and touched the underside of the machine. "And release the brackets, and—" The plate on the bottom of the machine dropped out. "Do me a favor and pull that over against the bulkhead," Dio said. As soon as Steve had it out of the way, Dio was up underneath. Steve noticed that the plate was just about covered in bits of metal. "Oh, this is just great," the glatun engineer said. "The plates ate themselves." "Excuse me?" Steve said. He had the bottom plate against the bulkhead, but he wasn't sure what to do with it then. "I'm going to need the lift for this," Dio said, sliding out again. "I'll get the plate off. We're going to need to pull all the plates and their brackets, and hellfire, take a look, it's a mess." Steve pulled himself under the machine and just scanned for a bit. He also realized he'd really like some safety glasses about now. because the inside of the separator looked like a plane crash he'd been an investigator on one time. From the small areas that were not totally mangled, he could get a feel for what the machine should look like. The separator apparently consisted of overlapping plates of what looked like bronze. From the way that metal had flown, they apparently spun in counter-direction to each other, one plate spinning clockwise, the next down counterclockwise, and so on. It looked as if one of the plates to one side had lost integrity for some reason and then proceeded to, yes, eat the rest of the assembly. He wasn't sure how exactly you would fix it. It looked as if it needed an entire rebuild. "This is going to take a while," Steve said as Dio slid in next to him. "Tell me about it," Dio said. "I can see one of the plates went and caused a chain reaction," Steve said, pointing to the offending corner. "Any idea why?" "Probably the plate just separated," Dio said. "I checked the log. It's nearly 70 years old. Metal fatigue builds up. If the plate either threw a piece or bent against the stator bearings and made contact with the counter, well, once it got out of balance, that's pretty much all she wrote. At full power, these babies spin at 300,000 RPM. Get a back hair in there and they'll go plooey." "We'll need a clean room," Steve said, looking at all the spalled metal in the casing. "Nah," Dio said. "Machine shop and a grav vac will do. I've called for a couple of heavy lift bots to come over as soon as they're available. We'll flip this baby on its side, pull out the bits and refab it. Take a few days, but no sweat. Griff knows I've done it before." "How does this work?" Steve asked. "The plates create a gravitational gradient," Dio said. "A high one. That's why they have to spin at such a high RPM, and it's over a very small area. If they ever get some plates that are robust enough, we'll be able to make neutronium. It's not that high of a gravitational gradient, you understand." "Glad for that," Steve said. "Under that much gravity, and there's another set above, the material separates by densities," Dio said. "Makes sense," Steve said. "The lighter stuff comes off first," Dio said. "Gases and such. Those are then reprocessed in additional separators to refine them. Then the metals and such start coming off. They're not pure, you understand." "Got it," Steve said. "But do it again and again." "Right," Dio said. "Fortunately, this separator is concentrated on the low volatiles, and since you've already pre-smelted the material, it's not really important. We can keep it out of service while we fix it, rather than calling Gorku to come bring a rebuilt one." "How do the plates generate gravity?" Steve asked. "Dunno," Dio said. "I mean, I had the class in school, but it went right over my head. Something about quantum reactions of the materials. Get a plate of the right kind, counter-spin it with another plate, and you get gravity. Direction of spin is forward or against. Speed of spin determines the gradient, and you can flex the field to extend. Grav drive is a pressure beam, against what confused me too. That's about all I need to know. Oh, and the material has to be in a particular matrix. Just making the alloy isn't enough. So you sort of need grav controls to make grav plates." "I suspect if Dr. Chu thought about it long enough, he could probably figure it out," Steve said. "He the little guy?" Dio said. "I mean, the little guy who's not the boss? The cook?" "Yeah," Steve said. "The cook. He can think his way around all the rest of us combined. So he'll probably be able to figure out the theory. Me? I'll go with your position. As long as I can make it or fix it, good enough." "Good enough for space work, anyway." "You're looking chipper, Steve," Dr. Chu said, putting down a large bowl of white rice and sitting down to dinner. "How can you tell?" Nathan asked.
He always has that me astronaut look on his face.
I'm feeling rather better, Steve said. One of the separators ate itself, and I've been helping Dio rebuild it, which has given me a lot of practical knowledge of Glatoon gravity systems. When we're done, we're going to do a rebuild of one of the drive systems. That should be particularly interesting.
How long on rebuilding the drive system? Tyler asked.
About a week, according to Dio, Astro said. Why?
We're just about done stripping the silica, Tyler replied. Then we're going to have to figure out how to stabilize the orbit. Once that is done, we'll be making the VBFM for a couple of days, I guess. Or at least spinning up the silica. We'll have to leave it to cool. We're also about full of metal. I'm just going to vomit the iron into orbit for later use. We'll get it nice and stabilized. Then we'll need our full drives. We'll drop off the important metals on Earth before heading out to Connie. That is the point at which people should say if they want to stay in this tin can or go. I want to go on out to start the work on Connie. I'm just too interested not to, but nobody really needs to come along. I mean, Dr. Chu, no offense, but I'm pretty sure I could find a decent Indonesian to cook. And you're a frickin' professor at MIT. Brian and Nathan sort of need to get back to the work I actually pay them to do. Steve?
I'm handing in my resignation to NASA right after my report, Steve said. If I never have to take another ride in a space shuttle or a Mir, I'll be a very happy man. And I have done some very interesting work on particular interactions while I've been cooking, Dr. Chu said.
I get your point, Tyler said. You all love space, I get it. But this isn't the last trip. Dr. Chu, you're a brilliant theorist. I finally looked you up. We need people like you learning Glatoon theory so we can make our own spaceships.
Steve, you need to be testing and designing those ships. Nathan.
I'm ready to get off this tin can, Nathan said. I don't mind space, but I'm ready for some real air, if you know what I mean.
And you've got people you're supposed to be managing on Earth, Tyler said.
So do I.
This has been a nice little idyll, and Dr. Chu, I'm glad as hell we brought you along. You not only are one damn fine cook, but you figured out the glass eye problem. But sorry, there's going to come time to put down the rifle.
Agreed,
Dr. Chu said, spooning up some Chengdu chicken.
But not yet, if you don't mind, he added with a grin. I rather like the relative solitude. It is very good for thinking. Less so for doing experiments, but until I am caught up on Glatoon theory, I don't think they are particularly worthwhile.
I don't mind a bit, Tyler said, as long as you can put down the rifle at some point. I'll take the shuttle, Steve said. You're right, but I'm getting the feeling that I'm going to need a set of plants. Turn in your resignation, Tyler said. As soon as you've submitted and argued your report, at least the first phase, it will still be being argued when we've created the first real space station, but as soon as you're ready, call my people, or hell, me, and I'll have you on a ship to Glaucod so fast it will make your head swim. I know a good plant guy there. Terrible neighborhood, but he knows what he's doing. Then maybe you can get Boeing and Lockheed Martin off their butts. I need ships, damn it.
How about me? Nathan asked. You can do my job better than I can with your plants. One thing about this whole thing is I'm feeling sort of redundant. And you're right, I can do this from Earth. I've seen space, it's cool. It's big. The stars are great. I want to find better asteroids to melt, and I think I can do that better Earthside.
I'll put you and Brian off when we get back, Tyler said. Probably over Brian's screaming objections. We'll get you both plants. Well, I'm going to require a contract extension since they're expensive as hell, and I can't do your job better because my plants only know to pull up the information I know. You know about minor planetary bodies. With plants, you'll just be 10 times the functionality. And What do I have to do to pay for them? Dr. Chu asked. Do you one better, Tyler said. Pick one or two of your more open-minded grad students who are willing to rent their souls to an evil corporation for, say, 5 years. I'll send all of you to Galactic for plants and put you through school again. When you get back, I'll fund any research you wish to do as long as I can use you as the center of a think tank. But I don't think we're going to be able to replicate Glatun tech anytime soon. We're going to have to build based on not only Glatun theory, but human imagination and practice. This is, compared to Glatun methods, a relatively low-energy, low-cost method of orbital mining. I've looked up the relative reports and done the math. If we were using Glatun techniques, we'd have burned through 3 times as much fuel as we've used for this amount of metal, even if you include boosting the mirrors, which I take as a capital cost. They're not going to take much maintenance. Speaking of which, Steve said, what have we gotten? 7,500 metric tons of iron, Nathan said. 600 of nickel, 22 of aluminum, of which we plan on using 2 to make the big mirror, 7.5 of copper, and about 200 kilograms of various high-value metals, including gold, platinum group, lots of osmium, comparatively, and silver. Damn, Steve said, whistling. It didn't actually pay for this trip, Tyler said, but as an applied science project it was very successful, especially given the low metal content of the asteroid. Now we have to figure out how to pay for this ship on an ongoing basis and keep doing it. One reason to get, frankly, the grunts up here instead of you guys is that it's time to take that step. It's time to get people off the mud ball and up in space. And this is how we're going to pay for it. 7. This is going to be interesting, Dr. Foster said. All 4 tugs were positioned alongside the spinning ball of nearly pure silica. There was still some admixture, but it was pretty pure enough for a decent mirror. The problem was it was spinning very much like spinning a ball of yarn. As long as there were multiple vectors to the spin, the ball would never spin out into a plate to make the mirror. And it was going to be a big mirror. Even with the blown-off volatiles and extracted other, the ball was still 19 million cubic meters, a sphere 331 meters in diameter. The resulting mirror, depending on the thickness they eventually got, was going to be about 7,000 meters in diameter and able to pump nearly 100 billion watts of sunlight. That all assumed they could get it down to a single vector of spin. And even then, they were going to have to push it up to a higher speed on that vector to get the mirror to spin out. Last problem was that if they spun it too hard, it was liable to break up into 1,000 spinning pieces of glass. It was a tricky problem. Before we do this, Tyler said, is there any way we can use the array to help? I'd like to cut down on fuel costs. A Gorku tanker had dropped by earlier in the week and tanked up the monkey business. The price tag had caused Tyler to nearly have a screaming fit. Pure HE3 cost like crazy. And even with the efficiency of the conversion plants, they were using a lot of HE3. Somewhere down Tyler's space stuff to-do list was a refinery around Jupiter, and not far down the list. Well, not that I can think of, Dr. Foster said. We can use the BDA to put some photon pressure on the eyeball, but it's a zero-sum game, actually a losing game, because we're having to recharge the BDA capacitor as it is. So the net energy is a loss. It's even losing heat, Dr. Bell said. It's pretty pure silica in an amorphous state. The sapple tends to go right through it. Well, here we go, Dr. Foster said. Engaging tractor on pause 2 and 4. Huh, Steve said, rubbing his chin. Huh, at a time like this is not a helpful comment, Astro, Tyler said. Huh is right up there with oops. I was just thinking about the eyeball, Steve said. It sorta looks like a gemstone. And it did. The silica ball was an immense blob of glass with only the slightest trace of color, and most of that was from diffraction of the laser that was keeping it warmed. It is, Dr. Bell said. It's the biggest damned almost quartz crystal anybody has ever seen. If we just let it cool, it would be the biggest damned quartz crystal anybody has ever seen. Be fun to carve it into a skull, Tyler said with a chuckle. I was just thinking, Steve said. The separators pull stuff apart practically at the atomic level, then stick it back together using gravity and heat. If we just took the monatomic aluminum and a bunch of oxygen, add enough heat, and you've got the biggest sapphire in the universe, Dr. Bell said excitedly. Speaking of a really good material for mirrors, we'll take transparent aluminum under advisement, Tyler said. What's the status? I've attached 1 and 3, Dr. Foster said. This is something that the comp has done before. Based on the results we have so far, it says the secondary rotation should be out in about an hour. You don't want to know how much fuel it's going to use. An hour is better than I'd expected, Tyler said. I hate waiting. And all the secondary motion is out, Dr. Foster said. We now have a ball spinning in a flat plane. More like an expanding disk, Nathan said. It's already starting to expand. Hit it with the full sapple, Tyler said. You'll need to run the laser over it carefully, Dr. Bell said, or we'll get tumbling again. Full sapple on. And that's got it, Dr. Foster said. We're not even going to need more spin to it. That was apparent on the view screen. With the additional thermal energy, the already molten glass was becoming less viscous and quickly shifting from a blob to a very definite disk. And as the edges spread out and the rotational velocity increased, the pull on the glass got stronger and stronger. Do we have any clue if this is going to hold together? Tyler asked. I'm starting to worry that when the rotational momentum gets high enough, it'll just pull apart. I'll slow it with 2 and 4, Dr. Foster said. They're in the best position. Slowing the disk caused the center to start to flatten out, but the expansion was still increasing. We can shape this, Tyler said, like a potter shapes a pot. Use 2 and 4 to apply some pressures to the outside edge. See what happens. Carefully, mind you. Also, we'll want to be careful with the sapple, both deconfliction and to not heat it too high or too low. Over the course of the next 2 hours, they played with the glob of glass, forming various shapes on the basic concept of a disk, but never letting it get too large. Okay, Tyler said. This was a good exercise, but it is costing fuel like crazy. Let's just expand it. Carefully. Applying more sapple, Dr. Bell said. Expansion rate of 1 meter radius per minute, Dr. Foster said. Rotational momentum increasing. More sapple to the center, less to the edges. Aye, aye, Captain, Dr. Bell said. Inner 30% only. Need to bring it out some more, Steve said. You're getting a bulge along the middle section. Rotational velocity now 200 kilometers per hour. We're pulling some serious G at the edges. More sapple to the axis, Dr. Bell said. And the bulge is going, gone. Full sapple sweep. Radius now 220 meters, Dr. Foster said. Rotational velocity 230. Expansion of 3 meters per minute. I'm getting some wobble. Damping it out, the computer said. Pause adjusted to manage the wobble. Cut the sapple, Tyler said. "That's what's causing it to wobble."
"If we cut the sapple, it's going to cool," Dr. Bell said.
"Not fast," Tyler said. "It's in full sunshine. Hell, as big and thin as it's getting, solar wind may be causing some of the wobble. We need this thing straight, or this was an exercise in futility." "It's going to be straight," Dr. Foster said. "But I think we cut the sapple just in time. Look at it." The disk was now expanding at an enormous rate, getting thinner and thinner.
"Come on, baby," Dr. Bell said. "Hold together."
"Withdraw the paws," Tyler said. "We don't want them perturbing the material." "Damn," Dr. Foster said. The center of the disk had separated, and the spinning glass was rapidly turning into a shape like a spare tire.
"Damn it," Dr. Bell said. "Sorry, I probably applied too much laser."
"What now?" Dr. Foster said. "Leave it," Tyler said, disgusted. "If we can figure out how to get out the now enormous rotation, we can melt it again and try again when we've got a better feel for doing this." "Cut it," Steve said. "I mean, you might want to back up just in case and not be in the way if it comes apart totally. But if you cut it, it turns from a rapidly spinning disk into a less rapidly spinning cylinder. The longer it gets under those conditions, the slower it's going to spin. And it's going to be easier, less energy-intensive for the tugs to slow it." "Just cut it?" Tyler said.
"If we can," Dr. Bell said. "It's pretty transparent."
"Never know until you try," Steve said. "Scrape the outsides first, though." "Get off more of the impurities?" Dr. Foster said. "Good idea. Heavy metal contamination on the edges might have been the deciding factor in its failure. Modeling this is—" "Hell with modeling," Tyler said. "The right stuff's right. We'll cut it, damp the spin, melt the sucker, and start over. Next time, though, with lower rotation and more control of the expansion rate. Dr. Bell, I believe you are the sapple man." "We want to make sure there's complete deconfliction," Steve said. "It's going to snap open. It's possible it's cooled enough it's no longer completely amorphous, and even if it is, there's going to be enormous acceleration effects as it expands. That's where the potential energy of the spin is going to dump." "So we don't want to be in the way," Tyler said. "Got it. Comp, get the paws and the monkey at least 100,000 clicks away. Far enough, you think?" "Far enough," Steve said. "We need to keep it hot," Tyler said. "Keep the sapple on it at 30% power. What's its temp?" 1420 C, Dr. Foster said. "It peaked at 2,000. "Keep it at least 1,200, Tyler said. 14 is probably about right for now. Viscosity neither too high nor too low, just right. When we're all in position, we'll cut that sucker and see what happens." Moving the ships was a short matter. But then they figured out that they'd need the BDA array farther back as well. That was both for safety reasons and because it was going to need to follow the now rapidly spinning ring of glass, keeping the beam on one point on its surface. So the tugs were sent to pick up and reposition the mirrors. The mirrors could technically do that on their own if Tyler had wanted to wait. "Okay, Comp," Tyler said. "You've got this, right?" "To the limits of system accuracy," the computer said. "The satellite packs on the big distributed array mirrors are not terribly precise. I cannot guarantee continuous power on one spot." "And if it gets diffused, the whole thing is going to tumble," Dr. Foster said. "Like I said," Tyler said, "we'll see what happens. Computer, you have my permission to fire." "Firing," the computer said. The crystal ring had hardly been visible against the star background. It was optically extremely pure. When the sapple hit it, though, it flashed into light.
"That is really pretty," Dr. Bell said. "I hope we're recording this because it's really pretty."
The ring was a blaze of glory for a moment as the full power of the sapple attempted to follow its rapidly spinning path, and then— separation.
the monkey said.
Whoa, Steve said. And ouch.
The flashing ring had indeed separated, at 100 different places. Shards of crystal were now flying away in every direction. "Comp," Tyler said, "can you track all of that?" "Yes," the computer said. "The pieces that are large enough to be a major hazard, and there are some that we simply should pick up. But most of the rotational velocity was expanded by material which is now in retrograde solar orbit. No great danger. Others have been kicked into higher orbit and are headed for outer system worlds or towards the VLA. The material twisted as it broke. At least one piece, 100 meters long and 4 meters wide, is headed for your home world. It will arrive in 73 years and 10 days.
Right, Tyler said. Put the pause on garbage duty. Just put it back in one place as best you can. Okay, people, what have we learned here today?
We don't know enough about making mirrors in space, Dr. Bell said.
We don't know enough about making big glass mirrors in space, Tyler pointed out. We can probably make a small one. Next. If we're going to be doing complicated stuff, we need better tracking systems, Steve said. On the BDA mirrors especially. Comp, do you have cycles available?
I'm not that busy tracking, if that's what you mean.
Are there better systems for the BDA available on Glaucod?
Yes, the monkey said. Much better.
Add that to my next shopping list, Tyler said grumpily. Standard sat packs for the VLA, better ones for the BDA.
We need better mirrors, period, Dr. Foster said.
We'll have to talk to Amtac, Tyler said. It's about time for their next upgrade anyway. I'd say we need better modeling, Steve said. But the truth is, a lot of this is going to be trial and error.
I have already modeled the failure, Monkey said. The primary problem was an unnoticed concentration of low-density, low-viscosity impurities that remained at the center of the silica. It was those impurities, not the basic process, which caused an unexpectedly low surface tension for its temperature. In a similar situation, with some refinement of analysis of the composition of the material, I could probably control the samples such that there is not a failure. Again, this was a new situation for me. But having seen the failure and modeled it, and spent some cycles communicating with Parva, the Gorku AI, I now have sufficient information to do the same process successfully.
And we now have one more lesson learned, Tyler said.
What?
Dr. Foster asked. We have to spend more time looking in our crystal ball.
8.
Mr. Vernon Tyler? The guard at the gate said, surprised. He was looking at the ID, but clearly didn't believe it. Last time I checked, Tyler said. It for some reason floored people that he often drove himself. He didn't know why, but he still found it funny. He looked at the guard's face, though, and realized that this was one who had had his humor bone surgically removed. Yes, I am Tyler Vernon. You're going to have to be escorted, sir, the guard said. If you could park in the visitors' parking, please. It was called Phantom Works, in a more or less direct rip-off of Lockmart's Skunk Works. Being honest, though, Boeing had had an advanced projects group around for years. One of the first such groups had invented the B-17, at the time the cutting edge of heavy bomber technology. They just didn't get the really cool name until Lockheed revealed Skunk Works. Technically, it was distributed throughout all of Boeing's many, many facilities scattered around the U.S., and there were people who worked for Phantom Works at other locations. There were people who worked for Phantom Works in various university research centers. The joke was that there were people who worked for Phantom Works that didn't even know they worked for Phantom Works, because, it was that secret. But most of the advanced design work was done at the main Boeing facility in St. Louis, where, at this point, over 3,000 engineers, scientists, and various worker bees turned the future into reality. And today was the big day. They'd finished his shuttle. Well, they'd finished the prototype of the design structure of his shuttle. An actual shuttle was, 2 iterations away, at most, give or take. Tyler parked the car and sat on the trunk until a golf cart, driven by a familiar figure, came through the gate. "Astro!" Tyler said, shaking the former astronaut's hand. "Good to see you again." "Good to see you too, Ty," Steve said. "Welcome to Phantom Works." "Shh," Tyler said. "Somebody might hear." "There's a sign," Steve pointed out. "It's supposed to be secret," Tyler said, getting in the golf cart. "What goes on is secret," Steve pointed out, "so we'll have to wait until we get inside to discuss it." "Or we can just calm it," Tyler calmed. "Our security people hate these things," Astro calmed back. "Every time we go in a shield room, they freak out. They take away a guy's BlackBerry, but you can't exactly take away an implant. It's not so bad here anymore, but every time I have to do a brief somewhere else, their people have conniptions. Speaking of Connie, how's it going?" "Like clockwork," Tyler calmed. "The nice part is that we can just transfer the metal straight to Gorku ships off-planet. The Horvath are, I'm told, having a fit, especially since asteroid 6178-1986 DA turns out to be relatively high in palladium. We're getting about 0.2% by weight, which doesn't sound like much, but we're stripping 96 tons of base nickel iron per week. That's 380 kilos a week. And that's not counting the rest of the materials. I'd say it's a gold mine, but it's better than a gold mine. It's a palladium mine with a side of nickel, iron, copper, and every damned thing else you could imagine." "So are you making your nut, is the question?" Steve asked. "Not really," Tyler admitted. "But that's because of the cost of the mirrors. Getting them into space is easy. We just ship most of them up in the milk run from Glaucod, and they shove them out the door. We've gotten better lift and drives for the BDAs, by the way." "Heard about that," Steve said. "But the mirrors are still costing like crazy," Tyler calmed. "I'm going up next week to see if I could do something about that." "Going to try to spin a mirror again?" Steve calmed, grinning. "Going to try to spin small mirrors," Tyler said. "I want to get a system into place to manufacture the VLA mirrors, then center all the BDA mirrors inwards to concentrate the light, then pump it through a new mirror system we've developed called the DSA. DSA? Distributed Solar Array, Tyler calmed promptly. A DSA mirror will take up to 30 BDA pushes, which in turn will take up to 30 of the VLA. We're shooting for 20-to-1 to use the DSA mirrors for fine work." "What's it really stand for?" Steve asked. "Damned Scary Array. Each of the mirrors has to be able to handle 2 1/3 terawatts. 6 months ago, we were only pushing a terawatt," Steve pointed out. 6 months ago, I hadn't gotten Amtac and the subcontractors off the stick," Tyler said. "We're producing 15 VLAs and a BDA a week now, and we've got a new system in design called the Variable Scaled Array." "Very Scary Array?" Steve calmed. "Got it in one," Tyler calmed. "VSA mirrors are designed to handle 30 terawatts per second. When we've got enough VLA and VSA, we can start doing some serious stuff, assuming I have ships to do it with." "Which we sort of have," Steve said, pulling up at a guarded hangar. "Sort of." "What does sort of mean?" Tyler asked, getting out of the golf cart. Getting through the door to the offices attached to the hangar was harder than getting onto the base, but Tyler could tell the wheels had been greased. "There are issues," Steve said. "What issues?" Tyler said. "The issues that we're going to discuss in the briefing," Steve said, waving him into a secure room. "I take it you're not wearing a BlackBerry." "Don't hold with him," Tyler said, nodding at the three people in the room. "Steve?" "Mr. Vernon," one of the suits said, walking over rapidly to shake his hand. "I'm Brian Nadd, Vice President of Phantom Works, and I can't tell you how much we appreciate your assistance in developing Earth's first spaceship." Nadd was 40-something, with the look of former military, probably Navy fighters, given his intense nature. Fighters, anyway. He had that cocky, I-can-lick-the-world attitude. "You're welcome," Vernon said. "Introductions?" "This is Jory Eichholz, Director of Programming for Project 319, Nadd said, gesturing to the other male suit. Eichholz was pure vanilla IT geek executive type. Late 30s, early 40s, brown hair, eyes, and beard. Big-boned. He really wasn't fat, just robust. Nice taste in suits. Better than his boss. Nice tie. Nice Italian silk. Tyler knew because he had one just like it, and his clothing advisor had explained that it was Italian silk. "Mr. Eichholz?" Tyler said. "Mr. Tyler," Eichholz said. "It's Dr. Ty," Steve said. "If I can call you Astro, I can call him Mr. by mistake," Tyler said. "And sorry, Dr. Eichholz." "Doesn't bother me one bit," Eichholz said. "And this is Dr. Barbara Givens," the VP finished, "head of our Gravitics Research and Design team." Dr. Givens didn't have as good a taste in suits as Dr. Eichholz, but she didn't need it. She wasn't supermodel gorgeous, but she had the look of somebody who was going to hold their beauty. Mid-30s, brown hair and eyes, short hair in a simple style, and seriously stacked. She looked like she worried a lot. About the safety of the world, whether she had missed the boat on her biological clock, kittens. She was definitely a worrier, but a stacked one. And she also didn't look particularly thrilled to meet the famous Maple Syrup King. "Mr. Tyler?" "Doctor?" "And I think we can get started," Nadd said. "Mr. Vernon, again, let me personally thank you, and thank you on behalf of Boeing and Phantom Works for availing us of the technical data, not to mention the power system, obtained on Glaucod." "You're welcome," Tyler said. "And as soon as you can get me some usable ships, I'll be making Boeing even happier by buying them faster than you can make them." "We do have a prototype, a test bed, really," Nadd said, smiling as enthusiastically as he could, "which we'll be showing you in a few minutes. But we'd like to briefly discuss some of the issues which have arisen during the design phase. Dr. Asaro will start with a briefing on the power system. Dr. Asaro?" "I've got a PowerPoint," Asaro said. "You want it?" "Nope," Tyler said. "Not if I can avoid it. Is it good?" "Oh, it's great," Steve said. "Marketing did a great job. Doesn't matter. We can't make power systems." "I thought power systems were some sort of bottle that you just shot HE3 into and you got power," Tyler said. "Much more complicated," Steve said. "We can make the initial conversion and get the power from that, sort of. Problem is, we're having an impossible time replicating their secondary particle converters. We don't understand the theory, and we haven't been able to reverse engineer the system. Even when we tried to do it exactly like the one we've got in the ship, which is why there's a new crater in the Mojave." "I heard about the Furor over a surface test," Tyler said, "and it was referred to as an industrial accident." "The system puts out more power than we can control," Steve said, shrugging. "And even if we could divert it somehow, it would overheat the ship. Maybe when Dr. Chu gets back from Glaucod, he can help us figure out what's going wrong, but the technical stuff we're getting is making even our best theoretical people hit and bounce. On power conversion, gravitics, the whole works. And no joy with reverse engineering, not on power. Well, Tyler said, since I'm trading heavy metals with the Glatun, I can probably get power plants. How about gravitics? Dr. Givens? Nad said. I, too, have a very well-prepared PowerPoint, Dr. Givens said, which I may refer to later. I'm going to go over what we have found are issues and then cover what we have done successfully. But the issues are supreme. Go, Tyler said. The first issue is power, Dr. Givens said. There is no such thing as a free lunch. To get sufficient thrust to give a 100-ton spacecraft a delta V of 1 gravity, enough to get it out of the gravity well, requires that much power. Do you want the numbers? Something like a nuclear power plant, Tyler said, nodding. Which is why we need conversion power plants, which Steve says are a no-go for now. The power plant is only the start, Dr. Givens said. I am not in systemology, but I'll mention things like, power runs, transformers, relays, all packed into a ship and running more power than a supercarrier for a ship the size of a frigate. You have some knowledge of our current technology in this area, I assume? Electricity is French for don't mess with it to me, Tyler said. But I know you're talking about some serious problems. The Glatun have superconductors, Dr. Givens said, and transformers, relays, and so on, which is why they are able to pack so much power into such small packages. The PAWs each generate the equivalent power of all of Southern California. Build it bigger, Tyler said. You reach a point of diminishing returns, Dr. Givens said. Less space for crew, cargo, etc., and that is before we get to the gravitics issues. Which are? Tyler said, trying not to sigh. Do you know what a stator bearing is? Dr. Givens asked. Steve mentioned them, Tyler said, looking over at the former astronaut. They're the bearings in the grav plates, which the Glatun generate somehow from the gravitics generated by the grav plates, Dr. Givens said. Grav plates work by counter-rotating particle fields. We've gotten that far in the theory, and even practice. We've produced functional grav plates. That's good, Tyler said. Which are about 10% as efficient as Glatun plates, Dr. Givens said. Same materials, same dimensions, but we can't form stator bearings no matter how hard we try. Again, something fundamental is escaping us. So, we had to resort to other methods. Not steel, I hope, Tyler said. The plates are more powerful the faster they rotate, Dr. Givens said. They also apply power against each other. The best steel ball bearings will not handle the loads or the speed of even a very minor grav plate. We used magnetic bearings, which are great for high speeds, Astro interjected, and lousy for load. And there are very high loads, Dr. Givens said. It is not true that the full mass of the system is loaded on the grav plates. Worse than that, it is logarithmic. At low mass, there is relatively low loading. As the mass increases, the loading increases exponentially until you approach full loading. The drive plates for a ship, which are essentially a form of not particularly strong bronze, have to be able to withstand almost the full delta V of driving the mass. Ouch, Tyler said, wincing. Pushing a ship at, say, 10 gravities was exactly like lifting 10 ships against Earth's gravity. Putting that on some plates of bronze, supported by magnetic bearings, didn't seem like a good idea. With stator bearings, the loading is spread, Dr. Givens said. Without them, it is not. We have not found a way around this impasse. We are experimenting with multiple magnetic bearings. Can we lift any sort of ship? Tyler asked. Yes, Astro said. We can get the ship to lift and move around. But there's more. Yes, Dr. Gibbons said, tapping the balls of her fingers against each other, hard. More. And more. You see, the last issue is very nearly a deal-breaker. This is the issue of gravitic interaction. Tyler said noncommittally. It had all seemed so straightforward. I personally hate this analogy, but it works, Dr. Gibbons said. Think of a grav plate as a wind machine. It can pull you down, it can push you up. Okay, Tyler said. Now, think of multiple wind machines all keeping you from floating away, Dr. Gibbons said. Ah, Tyler said. You get turbulence. Yes, Dr. Gibbons said, smiling slightly. And then throw in systems to keep you from being crushed when the ship is maneuvering. More turbulence. Then throw in the drive. Huge turbulence. I used to have a head of very full hair, Mr. Vernon. Oh, Tyler said, wincing. Did you... I managed to tear it free, Dr. Gibbons said, at the scalp. It was, fortunately, only a small portion. It got pushed into a ball and not quite ignited, Astro said. More like compressed into pure carbon. I'm sorry for your pain, Tyler said, wincing again. I'd really rather not have that happen on a ship. So would we, Mr. Nadd said. The liabilities would be... Astronomical? Tyler said. Sorry. Shouldn't try to lighten the mood. So is there an answer to that? Yes, Dr. Gibbons said. Theoretically. Dr. Eichholz? The answer is very fine management of the grav plates, Dr. Eichholz said. Very fine, continuous, automated, continually feedback management, which has a full and complete understanding of gravitic interactions. That sounds, Tyler said. I won't say impossible, because both the Glutton and the Horvath manage it, but it does sound like a lot of code, and theory, and development. It had all seemed so simple. We managed to get a look at the code in the Faber you loaned us, Dr. Eichholz said. One thing that sprung out was that the Glutton are not, in fact, very good coders. There was a tremendous amount of junk code, running as high as 10%. Are you sure it's junk? Tyler said. I mean, Mr. Tyler, Dr. Eichholz said, shrugging. I won't try to convince you, but we know code, and much of it is junk. It appears to be copies of copies, with legacy and remnant code scattered throughout, much of it having nothing to do with Faber operations per se. There are repeated code sequences and multiple strings that have no function. It's junk. I frankly don't think the Glutton code, per se. I think they reuse legacy codes and chop, paste, and occasionally alter to fit. That wouldn't surprise me, Tyler said. But their code works. We don't have a ship code designed for this ship, Dr. Eichholz said. And then there is the question of how much code a Faber with relatively simple gravitic interaction issues has in it. How much? 627 billion strands, Dr. Eichholz said. Much of it having to do with gravitic interaction management. Ouch, Tyler said. The F-22 flight management computer has 16 million by comparison, Astro said. And it took 5 years to develop, and was buggy as hell even then. We're talking orders of magnitude, Tyler said. And you've managed to get a ship off the ground at all. I'm impressed. It does not fly well, Dr. Eichholz said, shrugging. But it flies. Sort of. Astro? Tyler said.
"I'm the test pilot," Astro said, "because I've got plants. With the plants and what we know about gravitics and some intuitive seat-of-the-pants driving, I can get it up and down without breaking it, and that is what I can get it to do. Go up, go down, without killing myself or anybody in the hangar." "Can you get it to fly 100 yards?" Tyler asked, grinning. "No," Astro said solemnly. "I tried. I got about 20 before it went into an out-of-control condition and crashed from about 10 feet up." 10 feet's not bad," Tyler said, shrugging. "Better than 10,000. "And then 2 of the plates gave way and shredded the Mark I, Nad said. "Which is why we're now on the Mark II. "Oh," Tyler said. "Okay, I promise not to make any more complaints about how long it's taking." "There's more," Nad said. "Dr. Asaro has shown an ability to manage the gravitics, due to his implants." "So get some people planted," Tyler said, shrugging. "It's more or less a requirement to drive anything in space." "While the price in credits does not appear high," Nad said, "given the exchange rate, getting an employee implants is extremely costly. Costly enough that it is considered out of the question by Boeing and the U.S. government." "I wasn't aware that the government was involved in this project," Tyler said. "So what you're saying is you want me to pay for some pilots to get plants?" "Yes," Nad said. "It appears to be the only way to get this project moving again, absent either a breakthrough in programming or a breakthrough in theory. We're grounded until we can get another pilot with implants." "You're grounded with a pilot with implants," Tyler said. "We think we might be able to get 2 guys to sync together," Astro said, shrugging. "If we can get some characteristics and data on the grav problem, we might be able to crack it, if by no other means than hacking some code from the Faber." "We already have done that to an extent," Dr. Eichholz said, shrugging. "I will admit we cleaned it up as much as we could." "How many?" Tyler said. "My own off-planet credits are not unlimited." 3, Nad said. 2 sets of 2 pilots. "In case we lose one set," Astro said. "Those grav plates coming loose really did turn the thing into hamburger. I very nearly was the wet organic part." "I'll have to consult some people," Tyler said. "It's a big expense, and I'm not sure how much the IRS will let me deduct. If I took it at exchange rate, I wouldn't pay taxes for the rest of my life. If the U.S. government has gotten his camel nose under the tent, point out to them that I'm footing a big part of the bill, and the bill just got huge. Let's not even talk about the fact that I supplied the power plant. So you'd better shake some trees and congressmen before I go paying for implants. Agreed?" "We'll do what we can," Nad said. "If we're dependent on plants for pilots, this is a problem the government is going to have to face," Tyler said. "Which means they'll probably start trying to tax the crap out of me, while I'm trying to pour all my money into infrastructure that they're not working on and won't, no matter how much money they get. There's a windfall profits bill in Congress aimed straight at me and the rest of the maple syrup holders. Tell your contacts that the minute it passes, I'm out of this project, and I'll just buy my ships from the Glutton, and we humans will stay grounded until the government figures out a way to spend the money on stuff like this and not crap. Clear?" "Clear," Nad said, nodding. "If it's any help, I agree with you." "So now that I'm all pissed off," Tyler said, smiling, "let's sweeten me up by taking a look at the ship." "Right this way," Steve said, leading Tyler out of the briefing room and down the hallway. "I'll warn you, it won't look quite like what you expected." "I'm not sure what I expect," Tyler said. "Flying saucer? Helo transport?" It didn't look like he expected. It looked like...
"It looks like an SR-71 with the wings and engines missing," Tyler said, looking at the ship. "Boeing figured that if it had to do re-entry, aerodynamic was good," Steve said neutrally. "This does not look like a test bed for a shuttle, Steve," Tyler said angrily. "This is a test bed for a space fighter." "All the basic design parameters are the same," Steve said. "We're still figuring out how to make everything. Fighter, shuttle, it's all the same basic problems." "Let me guess which department of the government paid in," Tyler said, walking to the front of the bird. "I thought so. This thing isn't even a ship. It's a ship wrapped around a gun, Steve. I suppose Dr. Gibbons figured out just enough about gravitic interactions to make a grav drive, didn't she?" "God damn it, Tyler," Steve said. "Yes, so it's a goddamn fighter. And yes, so we got money from the Air Force, and the Navy, and DARPA. What we're learning from it will not only make it possible for us to build you ships, it might just save our damn lives. The Horvath haven't forgotten that stunt you pulled, and you're still pissing them off." "Okay, point one," Tyler said. "I invested $3 billion in this project on the promise that Boeing would do its level best to build me a shuttle, something to carry cargo from ground to orbit. How much did the U.S. government invest? $1 billion? "I don't know," Steve said, shrugging. "From what I've heard, less. So Boeing goes and stiffs me on what I asked for to help out their pals that might buy more toys from them later," Tyler said. "Point two, all the stuff you said right back at you. If they'd gone and given me what I asked for, they could then upscale it to a space fighter. Instead, they went for what should arguably be harder. Building their friends in the Air Force a fighter instead of for their customer, you know, me, a simple damn shuttle. And then they left you to explain it? Did you even whisper that you had issues with that, Steve?" "I've been doing more than whispering," Steve said. "I said you'd hit the roof and probably pull out of the project. And now," Tyler said, red-faced, "now, after they stiff me, they want me to buy implants for pilots. For the Air Force's goddamn space fighter? Oh, hell no. No goddamn way. Screw Boeing and screw the Air Force and the Navy and every other branch of the U.S. government. This crap is just raw." "Is that your final answer, seriously?" Steve said. "Yeah, Steve," Tyler said, walking to the door. "That's my final answer. This thing is a hanger queen until the U.S. government is willing to pony up the money for implants, because I'm out of this project." "And what about the Horvath?" Steve asked, quietly. "You just gonna let them crater our cities whenever they feel like it?" "Steve," Tyler said, stopped by the door because, among other things, he didn't have a pass card. "I can put at least 20 terawatts on target. From the numbers I've run, I still can't take down the shield on that Horvath ship. So tell me how a pissy little grav gun that is going to accelerate, 90 kilo bricks of depleted uranium at maybe 100 G is going to take out those shields. No way, no how. Even in a closing approach, you're talking about less than a megajoule." "There are a few things we've learned," Steve said. "You can breach their shields?" Tyler asked, turning around. "This isn't a place to be talking about this," Steve said. "And you are definitely not cleared for that." "Even if you can," Tyler said, shrugging, "that gun's a pop gun. The Horvath ship is armored and fracking huge. You'd be fighting a bison with a BB gun." "Not cleared." "Then I'm not involved," Tyler said. "So could you please escort me back to my car so I can go scream at lawyers? Because, as I understand it, some of the last payments haven't been made, and they're not going to be." 9. "How did it go?" Nad said, nervously. "Exactly as I predicted," Steve said. Despite my absolute best efforts to spin it properly, he hit the roof. He's out of the partnership.
That would be hard to do, the vice president said.
No, it's not, Steve said. All he has to do is point to the design parameters and then to the ship, not to mention simply withhold all future support. As I stated when I came on board this operation and saw both the contract and what you were actually doing, that is not a test bed for a shuttle, and that was clear from the beginning. And he made the same point that I made, which is that a shuttle would have probably been easier to do and actually what the primary partner and primary potential customer asked for. Boeing screwed its commercial customer, which was a huge market, to keep its military customers, which will not be a huge market, happy. Furthermore, you screwed Tyler Vernon, the guy who stared down the Horvath over maple syrup. And you screwed him on a $3 billion deal. Even for Tyler, that's gotta hurt. You keep saying you, Dr. Gibbons said. Which is the other part, Steve said, handing Nad a piece of paper. My resignation. I didn't start this abortion. I tried to stop it, and I nearly got killed and just pissed off a guy I like and admire by failing to fix it. Maybe if I grovel, I can still get a job on one of the garbage scows he's going to buy from the Glutton, since he can't trust Boeing, or, by extension, any other aeronautics or military contractor, so I'm out of here. See ya.
You have a lot of outbrief to do, Nad said angrily.
Funny that, Steve said, pausing at the door. If you get laid off, security can have you on the street in 3 minutes. In case you hadn't noticed, I took all my personal effects home the first day I saw that piece of junk you call a space fighter. As I said, see ya.
And sell all my Boeing stock, Tyler snarled as he took a corner. I know you're not my broker. Tell my broker to call me. Every last bit. What do you mean the SEC won't like it? The hell with the... Fine. Do the press release, then sell the stock. I bought it high because the partnership had been announced, and I'll be selling it low because everybody is going to bail, but what the hell? Compared to the $3 billion I just pissed down the drain. I'll call you back. I've got another call coming in. Hello?
Tyler. Steve. Steve calmed. What's your 20?
Getting out of this burg as fast as humanly possible, Tyler said. And you're not high on my list of people I want to talk to right now, Steve. Maybe in a month or two. A year.
I quit.
Bully for you.
As such, I no longer consider myself bound by certain non-disclosure agreements, Steve said. Although I am still bound by USC 18, but I'd like to talk. Seriously.
Tyler consulted his plant, then just pulled over. Bar called O'Malley's on 15th Street, Tyler said. You got wheels?
I've got wheels.
Good, you may be driving. I need a drink. Tyler was at the bar, sipping on a highball, when Steve walked in. He was also smoking a cigarette, very much against city and state regulations.
I thought smoking was illegal in bars, Steve said, sitting down. Rum and coke. Sissy drink, Tyler said. I bought the bar. Then I told everybody the smoking lamp was lit and I'd pay the fines. That's all they do, fine you. Well, if you keep it up, they close you down. Just another pussy-ass regulation designed to prove who's the man. You're really exercised, Steve said. About which I totally agree. I know, pointed memos are not what you want to hear right now, but I knew when I signed on at Boeing what you wanted. When I saw what they'd created, I asked to see the contract. After much hemming and hawing, finally, I told them I'd call you and ask you what the contract said. And when I saw it, I started pumping out memos and emails more or less saying that what was going to happen was exactly what happened. Tyler said, stubbing out the Marlboro and lighting another. I didn't even know you smoked. Quit 10 years ago, Tyler said, coughing at the inhale. When my first child was born. A child I haven't seen in 3 months. You know what really pisses me off? What really honks my horn? What? Steve said, sipping his rum and coke. The bartender had been generous with the rum. The reason I haven't seen that child whom I most dearly love is that since this started, I have been focused like a BDA beam on one thing and one thing only. You know what that is? Money? Steve asked. Bite your tongue, Tyler said. Money is only ever a means to an end for anyone but a miser. Steve, I don't have a wife. I don't have a girlfriend. I never see my kids, and I've forgotten what the word vacation means. I'm going to a fundraiser at the Smithsonian in 2 days, and I'm having to hire an escort so I have a date. Because I've been focused like a laser on getting the goddamned Horvath out of our skies. Period. Dot. Earth owning our own orbitals. Totally hold the gate? Maybe, maybe not. But okay, humanity is going to own our skies. Not the damned Horvath. And those clowns go and skip right past steps 2, 3, 7, and make a damn space fighter? Might want to keep it down, Steve said. You're under USC 18 too, you know. Press releases going out stating exactly their contractual failure, Tyler said. Already talked with my lawyer about it. He didn't like it, but he doesn't like most of what I do. Crap, Steve said. They're going to crucify you, you know? Fat chance, Tyler said. If they crucify me, they also lose the power plant and the fabber. So you're letting them keep those? Steve said. Yeah, Tyler said. 2 reasons. 1, they might get the POS to work if the government horks up some of my tax dollars. 2, it's leverage. Decide to get stuffy about the rest of the stuff I'm going to throw at Boeing and the government, and there goes the lovely fabber and the power plant. I'm going to make it clear through back channels, though, that the minute they start defraying their costs by using the power plant to power the grid, I'm taking it back. I can make my own money that way, and then use it for something that has a purpose. Ty, Steve said. If you don't tell people your plans, they can't follow along. They don't follow along anyway, Tyler said. Most of them do their level best to piss in your well just to piss in your well. And they can never think big. Space fighter? Space fighter? That's what really pisses me off. A dinky little space fighter? They have no fracking clue how badly they just screwed up. Well, if you're going public, they'll probably put the Star Fury on display, Steve said, shrugging. War by public opinion. Star Fury? Tyler said, laughing. Oh, my God! What Nimrod came up with that name? It just reeks of bad SF. Why not call it an X-Wing or something? I guess they figured Lucas would have issues, Steve said. Yeah, Tyler said, because I already talked to him. One codicil of the contract was, if they had a working system, I got to name it. So they're in violation again. And I told him that maybe we were going to have a small shuttle soon, and if we did, I wanted to name it the Millennium Falcon. And he geeked for a ride for him and his kids on one of the paws. Don't care for his politics, but he really is an SF geek. So, what are your plans? Steve asked. Ain't telling, Tyler said drunkenly. Can't make me. Don't know if it's gonna work, and if it doesn't, that way I don't end up looking stupid. Makes sense, Steve said. I've got to catch a plane for D.C., Tyler said, standing up and then swaying. Or maybe I should catch a cab instead. You're flying commercial? Steve asked. If it's reasonably convenient, I fly commercial, Tyler said, shrugging. But right now, I don't think it's going to be convenient. I'll call my plane, fly out tomorrow. Let's go get some food and you, Steve said, dragging Tyler to his feet. I got stuff to do, Tyler said, trying to pull away. I've got to get some ships from the Glaton and some pilots. Hey, want a job?"
"Ask me when you're sober," Steve said, managing to get him to the door. "Hey, you said you're going to be in D.C. next week?"
"Last time I checked," Tyler said. "See you guys."
"Aren't the Horvath coming around for their tribute, like, next week?"
"Not that soon," Tyler said. "When the Horvath come around, I am in an undisclosed location. I call it the lair."
"The lair?" Steve said, laughing.
"Hey, every evil overlord has to have a lair," Tyler said. "I couldn't find a volcano next to a piranha pit, but it's close."
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook, so please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program. Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
And now, Part 2 of your audiobook.
10. And we have gate emergence. That was becoming common enough that it wasn't a big deal. This time, though, there was a bit higher alert level. Emissions for a Horvath cruiser. The colonel in charge of the Space Command CIC spun around in his chair and brought up the data. Space Command, at this point, had radar telescope data, ground-based and airborne imaging, and there was talk of a radar satellite in the works. And none of it beat a civilian system, which was kind of annoying when you got right down to it. "See if we can get VLA imaging."
"That's a pretty nice image," Steve said. "VLA?"
The lair was in a mine. It was located in New Hampshire, part of the mega land grab Tyler had gone on with his first maple syrup money. During the Maple Syrup War, it was one of the several mines Tyler had hidden in to escape the wrath of the Horvath. After the war, he had a road driven in, a small house built, and the lower parts of the old copper mine drained and refitted as an underground command post. With hypercom links and an engineering, administration, and maintenance staff, it was as easy to run his far-flung enterprises from the lair as from the main offices in Boston. It had a very military feel, though, because most of the gear in it was off-the-shelf command communications, computers, and intelligence gear. The facilities manager was a former colonel. The main command center, which was where Tyler and Steve were watching the arriving Horvath ship, had a 2-story wall of plasma screens, which were set to not only the view of the ship, but schematics of most of the space projects Tyler had ongoing, business channels, and news services.
"Yep," Tyler said. "The Horvath really don't like the VLA, but they're not sure what to do about it. It's so spread out that it's hard to hit. Now that we're working on Connie, we've got stuff that gets closer to the gate. Last time they potted one of the BDA mirrors. Fortunately, Connie is well away from the gate this time. I keep waiting for them to run down the monkey business and demand all the heavy metals it's carrying, which is why I trade them monthly to the Glaton. Oh, check this out. Colonel, taking over the upper left quad." "Your system, sir," the retired Air Force officer said. Tyler commed a command, and a 3-dimensional representation of the solar system came up on 4 of the plasma screens. On it were large red and yellow lines. "You can rotate and zoom," Tyler said. "The SAPL?" Steve asked. "The same. We retrans this to Space Command so that people know where not to navigate, and we move it around if it seems to be endangering one of NASA's probes, or anybody else's, obviously." Leading from the VLA, which was marked in orange, lines in red went upwards above the plane of the ecliptic and led out to more orange areas near the orbit of Mars,
then down into the plane to terminate where presumably the work was being done on Connie. However, there were smaller lines dotted around the inner system. "What are those?" Steve asked, zooming in. He found he could move all the way into icons of other asteroids, and even one comet receiving the tender attentions of the Sapple. "We can't get the full weight of the VLA onto one spot until we get a good, functioning VSA mirror," Tyler said, shrugging. "So, we're heating up other asteroids to work on later. This one," Tyler said, taking over control and changing targets. "This is the glass pile from Icarus. I'm going to take another shot at turning it into a mirror. Until I have a better use for silica, that's what we're using it all for." Steve paid some attention to the numbers and realized they were orbital and temperature data. "It's melted," Steve said. "We're working to get the impurities out using just the heat," Tyler said. "The silica is denser than the impurities, so they're slowly migrating to the outside since it has very little spin. Then we hit it with heavy power and burn some off, let it percolate, hit it again. It's really just an experiment to see what we can do without using any other systems. Like, spacecraft, of which I still only have 5. But I've got a bid out on some more tugs as pause for the monkey business, and it turns out that Rangora makes ships cheaper than the Glatun. So I may be getting one from them. Problem is, they're harder to run and convert to human use. Heavier internal gravity, higher atmosphere, and, well, the crew quarters are sorta oversized." "Nathan would approve," Steve said, grinning. "And I may just put him in as mission commander," Tyler said. "I need people. But the fact that Boeing, a major international conglomerate, has a hard time paying for implants shows just how hard it is. Even the Rangora ship needs people with plants. There's too much involved in control to use a regular computer interface. And we're so far behind the power curve on tech that it's not like we can make them. I was hoping that we could make something in the way of ships soon, ships that humans without plants could use, so we could make more money, so we could get more people with plants and all the other stuff we can't produce." "Frustrated much?" Steve asked. Tyler slewed the view around to the Horvath ship. 50 years ahead of us," Tyler said. "When the first Glatun exploration ships found them, they were using draft horses. The Glatun sent in a cultural advancement team and accelerated them to the point of being able to make their own ships, their own IT. Turnkey industries. Glatun University credits." "Really?" Steve said, surprised. "They're not offering anything like that to us." "The Glatun used to do it all the time," Tyler said, "because it makes for good trade partners. Over time, you make more money back than you spent. They stopped doing it for 2 reasons. 1, they're spending more and more of their government budget on internal support, read welfare. 2, not only the Horvath, but the Ogut and the Ochu, all of whom the Glatun advanced, have all become strategic competitors. They don't want to also have the humans bearing down on them." "I'd say we wouldn't, but," Steve said, "in time we might." "I can't even get large loans," Tyler said. "Rightfully, the Glatun banks consider Earth to be in a war zone. The Glatun government would have to make security guarantees, which they haven't. We don't have a mutual defense treaty. We don't have any real treaties. Their rationale is that we don't have a world government, but the truth is, the Glatun military is so stretched they couldn't support a guarantee anyway. They had to withdraw their cruiser to do a humanitarian mission." "Sounds like we need a space fighter," Steve said, shrugging. "I've got 9 mirrors sitting on the ground," Tyler said. 8 BDAs and a VSA that Amtac assures me will work this time. I'm going to have to schedule a paw to go pick them up, which means it's not collecting metals to trade to the Glatun to pay for more ships. Which is why I'm trying to move to all space-based production of VLAs. Here.
He switched to a visual of a metal rod, and Steve canted his head to the side, trying to figure out the scale. The rod was spinning in space. He could tell by the occasional changes in reflection of sunlight. As he watched, a sapple beam hit near the end and cut off a chunk of metal, which floated away from the rod. More heat was applied, numbers scrolling across the screen, and, as the glass from Icarus had done, the chunk of metal began to spread out into a disk. This time there seemed to be several sapple beams hitting it from various directions. The spin was increased, and the chunk of metal quickly formed into a thin, very shiny disk. Tyler zoomed back and revealed that there were more than a dozen of the plates spinning through space. "We're doing it, in the shadow of the VLA," Tyler said. "The plates cool pretty quick. I've got one of the big gravity bots from the monkey business out there catching them. They're not big enough to need a paw. Attach a sat pack, we weld it on with a very refined BDA mirror, and I had the last 2 shipments just dumped off in space and they got themselves there on their own. And then they fly up to the VLA. "That looks like you're making one about every 10 minutes, Steve said, his eyes wide. "I am," Tyler said, "and I'm trying to create another site to make a more refined system so I can make BDAs in space and only have to create the VSAs on the ground. That, by the way, is where about half my nickel from Connie is going." "An increase of what, 11,000 square meters of mirror per day?" "Yep," Tyler said. "About 29 million watts, which we can't use very effectively because the VSAs are the sticking point. A single VSA mirror has to handle, get this, 90 terawatts of power, all being reflected by a 10-meter mirror with the main power on a patch of mirror the size of your fist, which the first one did for about 30 seconds. "And then?" Steve asked. "Very pretty explosion," Tyler said. "Very expensive, very pretty explosion. Cryogenic beryllium," which is what it was, Tyler said. The sticking point was heat transfer. There was just too much waste heat for it to move it away from the mirror fast enough. So we have all these other mirrors which do work, spreading the heat instead of concentrating it. Spread heat works for some things, not for others. "I can see why you sort of dismissed the space fighter," Steve said. "That's a lot of power. 6 months, a lot of it was in planning when we made our little jaunt," Tyler said. "The lair was under construction. The VSAs were in preliminary planning stages, stuff like that." "Incoming call," the mission commander said. "Attend command center." "Hey, Brian," Tyler said. "Look who's visiting." "Hey, Steve," Brian said. "You're a surprising face to see in the lair." "I'm being very gracious because I want to get back into space," Steve said. "What with my abrupt departure from Boeing, I'm pretty much persona non grata in all the usual circles." "I'm thinking about letting him fly the Lizard's Paw," Tyler said. "Lizard's Paw?" Steve said. "One of the Rangora ships I'm looking at is a pretty simple lifter tug," Tyler said. "They're cheap, among other things. Its job will be to lift out of the gravity well and get stuff up to orbital. When it doesn't have a lift to do, I'm going to have the pilot start cleaning up the orbitals." "Garbage scow," Steve said, grinning. "Got it." "Hey, it's a rocket man job," Tyler said, smiling. "What's up, Brian?" "We're reaching the point of no return on chunking Connie," Brian said. "Time to go to Phase 2? Tyler asked. "That's my professional opinion as chief cook and bottle washer." "Phase 2? Steve asked. "Brian, we've been cutting chunks off of asteroid 6178-1986 DA for the last 3 months," Brian said. "Then cut them up a bit more, spin process a bit, and then give them the business.
It's been very profitable, and I hate to give it up since Tyler put me on a bonus structure." "Keeps your nose to the grindstone," Tyler said, grinning. "That it does. Thing is that we're working with a really big, very cold asteroid, and we can't get enough thermal coefficient on one spot unless it sort of sticks out. Hit an area with large cubic to dump the heat, and all the BDA power in the world won't do a damn thing. It just warms up the asteroid." "Which is, in fact, Phase 2, Tyler said. "We're just going to warm that puppy up. It's got a multi-axial spin like Icarus. Heat it until it's a ball, let the metal separate, then start snake cutting," Steve said. "Exactly," Tyler said. "Thing is, Connie's about 300 times the mass and half the base temperature of Icarus," Brian said, shrugging. "It's going to take some time to warm up." "Most of it is iron," Steve said, frowning. "What are you doing with all the iron?" "Dumping it out of the business as fast as we can," Tyler said. "It's making an asteroid of its own, which I'm going to do something with, someday. But for all practical purposes, it's slag. There's no economic benefit to dropping it into the well, and we don't have the resources to make anything really major in space. We'll do something with it, someday." "Too bad you can't get Connie into a single-axis rotation," Steve said. "Technically," Tyler said, "with all 4 paws working on it for 6 months, we could. We're thinking about it. We'd have to be careful with the BDA beams, but it's not something we can't do concurrently with the heating. Thing is, we're only going to use about 80% of the VLA to do the heating, and a bunch of it is going to be done with the VLA mirrors, not BDA. All we really need for this part is getting power on target. In the meantime, we're going to be working on... Brian?" 2006 WQ29, Brian said. "It's in the right region, it's not too big, and it's got a fairly high level of usable materials. This time, though, we want to capture the volatiles. We can use them to replace losses on the business. We're also planning on making a sort of volatiles asteroid, sort of a man-made comet. Once you've got all the gases collected in one place, they just sort of sit there," Steve said. "Interesting idea." "I want to make a habitat, eventually," Tyler said, shrugging. "But doing that is going to require 2 of the paws working more or less full-time, which means not changing Connie's spin. And we can't really get that much HE3 off of 29. If we could get as much HE3 off 29 as we're going to use, I'd do it. Can't. Fuel is still costing me out the wazoo." "Not on the subject of slowing Connie," Steve said musingly. "But about Connie, you've got all that iron just sitting there, right?" "Right," Tyler said. "And you're just retransmitting VLA power to Connie," Steve said. "Can you use the iron as a mirror?" "Spin it up into a big mirror?" Tyler said, looking up at Brian. "Brian?" "The reflectance of pure iron is not all that great," Brian said. "It would absorb a good fraction of the power as waste heat. Of course, if we made it thick, it would then dump it on the shadowed side. It's an economic question, but we might take the nickel we were getting ready to send to Earth and make that into a mirror. We've got several tons of it on hand on the business that we were waiting for a paw run to send home. That's a good chunk of change, but if we spun up a big mirror from it, we could use fewer BDAs on the warming project. More BDAs on 29 means mining it faster. He closed his eyes for a second, then nodded. "We were planning on 3 months to get 29 down to essentially glass. With 20 BDAs working on 29, we could probably cut that down to a month, then move on to the next asteroid." "Sounds like a better long-term plan," Tyler said. "Get somebody to do the rough numbers. Go with Plan A on Phase 2. It's not like we can't change horses midstream on it. Keep the nickel on hand until we've got the report done." "Will do," Brian said. Anything else? Tyler said. Not at the moment, Brian said. See ya. That's the constant problem, Tyler said. How much of the materials do I use for infrastructure and how much do I use for sale? And since I'm the only guy doing anything up here, still, I either have to sell it to the glutton or drop it into the well. And people get really tricky if I just drop it. 2,000 tons of nickel does tend to make a bit of a hole, Steve said with a chuckle. Seriously, you want a job? Tyler asked. Since you're sober, Steve said. Yes. Find 5 more good pilots, Tyler said. They need an FAA flight license, preferably the sort that the FAA thinks they walk on water. You just sort of generalize on this stuff, don't you? Steve said. Yes. I'm assuming you are able to fill in the details. If you're not, I'm talking to the wrong guy. They'll go to Galactic, get implants, and get qualified to drive ships. While they're doing that, doing it right requires about 3 months, you'll be going to the Rangora Empire to look at their stuff. With Rangora stuff, I'm going to want new ships, or only slightly used anyway. We need 9 tugs and 2 shuttles or small freighters that can move in and out of our gravity well. That's a lot of ships, Steve said, blinking his eyes. Did you look at the board? Tyler said. I've got a pretty good credit balance on Glutton from trading metals. I may have to do some materials trade to get them, and I'm definitely going to have to find someone to lend me the money. But I should be able to swing it. I'm going to see if I can get a Rangora bank to do the loan. They've got an interesting relationship with the Horvath. If the ships are owned by a Rangora bank, the Horvath are going to be extremely loath to shoot them down. Pirate them, maybe. Destroy them, no. And even piracy is going to be a bit unlikely. So, you up for that? Gosh, Steve said, grinning. Go to other planets? Meet other civilizations? To boldly... So don't go there, Tyler said. You're going to have to take the usual food supplies, and for as long as you're going to be gone, that's a lot of food to ship. I take it you're up for it. I need a definite yes. Yes, Steve said. Good, Tyler said. As soon as the Horvath are gone, so are you. You have about a week to find people. I already have the list, Steve said, then frowned. Define interesting relationship. The Horvath and the Rangora, that is. If the Rangora were on our flank, we'd really be hosed, Tyler said. Both polities are aggressive, expansionistic, and essentially Hobbesian in nature. The Rangora are that oddest of ducks, a functional, military-dominated oligarchy. Think one of the South American junta countries. Functional? Steve said, blinking rapidly in surprise. I mean, art, literature, science, industry. They don't usually function well under a junta. Aliens, Tyler said. Go figure. And it's a pretty good description for Japan pre-World War II, so we've done it. The Horvath are essentially a communist society. True communism. They don't even have an executive, just a distributed bureaucracy, which also demonstrably doesn't work with humans. Just look at the EU. But about their relationship, they don't border each other, so they're friendly. Separate spheres of influence. The Rangora are a bigger technology trade partner with the Horvath at this point than the Glutton. Think Italy and Germany pre-World War II. The Horvath are the Italians. Who are the Japanese? Steve asked. The metaphor does not work perfectly, Tyler said, but probably the Nanakawa more if we're going to extend it. That would make us Ethiopia, Tyler said. The Horvath just haven't used gas. Yet. What's up with our Horvath friends? The President asked. I heard a report on the news that they're not acting like their usual friendly selves. Pretty much normal, the National Security Advisor said. Shuttles go down, shuttles go up. The only difference is their orbit. They're doing a ball of twine orbit instead of their normal geosynchronous. Mapping? The President asked. Possibly, the NSA said, shrugging. We don't have any internals from the Horvath. We've asked the Glatun, who probably do for some, but who wants to give up intelligence. Mapping doesn't really make sense, though. They can still pull from just about any commercial source, and the Russians and South Africans give them whatever they ask. But other than that, no change? The President said. Nothing we've noted. The world breathed its usual sigh of relief with the uneventful departure of the Horvath tribute ship. One person who breathed a particular sigh of relief was Tyler Vernon, the Maple Syrup King, who is joining us from his aptly christened lair in New Hampshire. Good morning, Mr. Vernon. How's the weather down there? Tyler had his own TV crew, thank you very much, and had set up position on the command platform of the lair, so the backdrop was the plasma screens, now all set to shots of various space projects. The shot was also from a slightly down angle, so he didn't look quite so short. 68 and clear, Courtney, Tyler said, smiling. How is it in New York? Nice to be able to hide in an underground bunker, Courtney replied, smiling with an equal lack of honesty. Every evil madman has to have his lair, Courtney, Tyler said. It goes with the orbital death ray, which I understand is the plot of the next James Bond thriller in which the villain is short, bald, and wears a goatee. I'm sure that has nothing to do with you, Mr. Vernon, the reporter said. On the subject of the Horvath, though, they really don't like you. Which is why I have an underground bunker, thank you, Tyler said. I'm pretty sure if I was out in the open, they'd make a mistake in their targeting. Since I don't want any innocents injured, here I am. For a communalist society with a positive lack of individuality, they sure can pick out individuals to dislike. From lumberjack to financier, mining conglomerate owner, and wealthiest man in the world must be challenging, Courtney said. And now you've bought MGM Studios? What are your plans there? I'm pretty much a hands-off kind of guy, Courtney, Tyler said. MGM was, as many people in businesses are, suffering from the continued tough economy. But it's a great long-term investment, in my opinion. Most of what I'm going to be doing directly has to do with investments in their technological side, getting more and more of their film library available for distribution through the internet, that sort of thing. Remember, I might have been a lumberjack before I discovered the maple syrup connection, but my background is IT. I'm not going to be tinkering on the creative side so much as helping the studios get more invested in the future. So you're not planning on directly choosing shows or movies? Courtney said. Courtney, I've got a building space-based industry, a large-scale agricultural concern, and interstellar security issues, Tyler said. Do I look like I have time to read scripts or go to sets and look over directors' shoulders? I'm far more interested in its film library. For that matter, I bought a number of movies from your own parent corporation, and I'm not telling them how to make movies. I'm sure your friends in the movie business will be happy to know I'm not planning on making them remake The Sands of Iwo Jima word for word, line by line, and motion by motion. I've got much bigger fish to fry, including a new asteroid, another potential Earth killer, which we're looking forward to turning into inexpensive raw materials to help with the commodities metal shortage on Earth and get the economy turned back around. Well, it's been a pleasure to talk to you, Mr. Vernon. My pleasure as well, Courtney. And that's the word from the Maple Sugar King, Courtney said, smiling at the camera. And now, the Orbital Mining King, and if his underground lair is any indication, our future king. This is Courtney with CNN. Wow, Colonel George Driver said. She really doesn't like you. Nobody, Tyler said, and I do mean nobody in the entertainment industry likes me. Okay, I suppose there are a few. But by and large, the MSM absolutely hates my guts. Even Fox is barely neutral. And was it just me, or was she being pretty... She seemed to make you out as more of a threat than the Horvath. It wasn't you, Tyler said, reading a report and not looking up. I'm what her culture, her tribe, has long seen as the bad guy. Wealthy, self-made conservative. White, male. I'm a more comprehensible evil, and it is viewed as evil, than the Horvath. Also easier to kick around because they know deep down that I'm not going to use the sapple to burn the CNN building to the ground. There's a touch of Stockholm Syndrome in the whole thing, I swear. They were like that with the terrorists. In that case, they used the fact that they were a downtrodden culture as an excuse, but I'm coming to the conclusion, based on the way that they treat the Horvath, that it's some sort of automatic submission in contemporary urban liberal culture. Oh, they protest their butts off, but not against something, some group, that they actually view as dangerous. I see what you mean, Colonel Driver said, but I don't understand it. I don't understand it either, Tyler said, looking up. Not if you mean emotionally. I can intellectualize it, but I don't understand it. Nor do they understand me, or you for that matter. The difference is I try to understand them. They don't even try to understand me. They see my motivations as being theirs. I'm rich because I'm greedy. I have power, so I must be ambitious for domination. Control, maybe. Domination qua domination, no. They think, the people at MGM think, that I bought a controlling share so that I can change the creative culture at MGM and make it more in line with my personal politics. That's what I thought, for that matter, Colonel Driver said. Tyler replied. I bought MGM as another experiment, and I am interested in changing cultures, just not ours. 11. It started, as it generally does, with frontline medical practitioners. Dixie Ellen Faw was 27 and a fellow at the Mayo Free Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota. With green eyes and long brown hair she kept in a careful bun, she had, until becoming a fellow, been almost whipcord thin from daily runs. Dixie's father was on permanent disability from the only job he'd ever had, working at a 3M mill after he dropped out of school. Dixie's mother worked, when she worked, in retail, generally as a checker in grocery stores or a convenience store clerk. Dixie had 2 brothers and a sister, all younger. Her sister had 3 children already. When other fellows talked about their family, she changed the subject, and she used her schedule, which for the last few years had been very full, as her excuse for not having talked to anyone in her immediate family for 3 years. She had graduated valedictorian, lettered in track, amazingly unpregnant, from Rocori Senior High School in Stearns County, Minnesota, where the teenage pregnancy rate was 17% and the dropout rate was 30%. Valedictorian of Rocori SHS and a 1538 SAT had not been enough to get Dixie into a top-flight college. It had been enough to get her a full scholarship to University of Minnesota, where she graduated cum laude with a degree in microbiology. Then had come medical school, where she still managed to run 6 miles every day. As a Mayo Fellow, however, personal fitness took a back seat to simple survival. Mayo was a world-class center for diagnosis, and the way they trained in diagnostics was simple. You diagnosed for up to 36 hours at a time. Since she was a junior fellow, just out of her first year of residency, she got the easy stuff. Only after a fellow made her bones working the free clinic did she get to work with the interesting stuff. On the other hand, once she completed the 3-year full course and got licensed, stamped, and sealed, she could write her ticket, and maybe one day actually sleep in. Friday was her light day. She arrived at the sprawling Mayo facility at 6 a.m., changed into scrubs, and started rounds. At 9 a.m., she went to the free clinic where she would work until 9 p.m. Then back to the main hospital until midnight, if she was lucky enough to get out on time, then to her shared apartment. Saturday, she had duty for 24 hours. And to make matters even better, since she had completed her first year of fellowship, she now had 4 brand-new interns who couldn't figure out how to put on a Band-Aid straight to train. At the moment, though, she was doing rounds. The process was so simple she could do it, had done it, in her sleep. People who couldn't afford private general practitioners, or who thought they were dying and couldn't get into them weren't, in fact, terribly sick. Given that the medical profession was trying very hard to keep antivirals from becoming as useless as antibiotics, there wasn't much to be done with influenza. Besides, by the time people came to the clinic, they were already fully symptomatic, and throwing antivirals at flu at that point was pointless. Cuts, scrapes, flu, colds, hypochondriacs, people with minor urinary tract infections they were positive were the first signs of syphilis. That was the general run of what came through the clinic. That and people where Dixie's job was just to hold off the reaper for another day or month or year, old people who were headed down that long, greasy ramp. Half the time, they just wanted somebody to tell them they weren't dying today. They generally tried to avoid Dixie, if they knew the drill. If her initial diagnosis indicated something life-threatening, she referred the person to a specialist, and they were off her plate. The rest was slap a Band-Aid on, prescribe some pretty useless antibiotics, and move on. Walk to the room, take down the chart, check the information provided by nurses who generally had been doing this longer than Dixie, from many of whom she'd learned most of her skills, walk in, say hi, double-check the basic diagnostic information, write a treatment regimen, walk to the next examination room. Repeat again and again and again until you collapse. Start all over again the next day. She took down the chart and glanced at it. Female, 47, Caucasian, overweight. Slight fever, otherwise normal vitals. Patient had a small lesion on the inner left wrist. No sign of injury. Area inflamed, indicating infection. No report of pain. Dixie walked in and nodded at the woman. "Hello," Dixie said, speaking quickly and smiling brightly. "Don't let them get a word in until you have to, or women like this would talk all day. I'm Dr. Fa. You didn't sustain any injury?" "No," the woman said, holding out her hand with the wrist up. "It started like a little pimple thing. I popped it, but it won't heal. I think it's a spider bite." "Possible, but not life-threatening even then," Dixie said, looking at the spot. She had a sudden moment of déjà vu and paused. Her day was filled with cuts, scrapes, lesions, and every damned thing else people could do to themselves. But she had seen something very similar recently. She'd have to check the database. Even if it is a spider bite, the problem is usually the infection rather than the toxin. I'll prescribe an antibiotic, and you'll need to keep it treated until it clears up, okay?" "Okay," the woman said. There was always that flash of relief. They weren't going to die today. "Thank you." "You're welcome," Dixie said, scribbling on the chart. Since she was a fellow, she did the process herself. Express and a quick swab of betadine cleared out the slight pus in the area, and it could be covered by a medium adhesive bandage. Remarkably, there didn't seem to be any pain. An infection like that was normally at least slightly sensitive. That triggered the memory. She'd treated an identical lesion 2 days ago. Same spot, same size, same lack of pain response. Which was one of those coincidences you run across with 1,000,000 sick monkeys. "There you go. I filled out a prescription for antibiotics, and the nurse will give you a tube of antibiotic cream and some bandages. If it doesn't clear up in 5 days, come back in and we'll take a closer look at it. If it increases notably in size or becomes extremely painful, come in immediately." There was a slight possibility that it was the bite of a brown recluse, which could be a problem. Ditto necrotizing fasciitis. There were, in fact, 386 different diseases, many of them life-threatening, that it could be. A well-versed hypochondriac could probably list every one. None of them, however, were likely, and most would respond to the treatment. "Thank you, Doctor," the woman said. "Again, you're welcome," Dixie said, scribbling the treatment on the chart. "And we're done. Don't get this wrong, but I hope I don't see you again soon, and I'm sure you feel the same." She smiled to show it was a joke and walked out of the room. 2 hours later, she pulled down a chart, wishing she could take a break and get a run in, and paused. Male, 23, African American, 5'7", 135 pounds. Slight fever, otherwise normal vitals. Small lesion on the inner left wrist. No sign of injury. Area inflamed, indicating infection. No report of pain. Okay, 3 no-pain response lesions in 3 days was odd. 3 in exactly the same spot? The term epidemic sprang to mind, and she dismissed it. The problem was, she realized she didn't know what she was dealing with anymore. There were hundreds of infections and parasites that could cause the basic symptoms. However, with the exception of the brown recluse, most of them were tropical. Or in the case of syphilis, sexual. And although a few of them were location-specific, syphilis, again for example, none of those were the underside of the left wrist. She checked again. Yeah, it was the left. She walked into the room slowly. "Hello," Dixie said just as carefully. "I'm Dr. Fa. You didn't sustain any injury that might account for this infection?" Dixie walked out into the waiting room and looked around. As usual, it was packed. "Hello," she said loudly to cut through the chatter, arguments, and screaming children. "My name is Dr. Fa, and I would like your attention." "Thank you. How many people are here because they have a small sore on the inside of their left wrist, and could you raise your hand so I can see it?" 7 people, some of them clearly surprised, raised their left hands. "Thank you. We'll be seeing all of you very Doctor," one of the nurses said, walking up and speaking quietly. "We need you in 6. Dixie nodded at the crowd and walked back into the hallway quickly. "Fever of 105, the nurse said. "Labored breathing, slight incoherency, complaining of bodily aches." Dixie pulled down the chart and looked at it as she walked into the room. Low blood pressure for a guy his age and physical condition. He looked like he was residence disadvantaged, and they were normally high BP. Heart rate was right off the chart. "I need an IV run," Dixie said the moment she looked at the patient. What the nurse had left out was yellowed eyes and skin. The guy was probably in the terminal stages of hepatitis. "Get a card in here. We're admitting him." "Sir, do you have any history of hepatitis?" She gloved and pulled out a syringe to get a blood sample. "No," the homeless man said. "I've been strong as a horse my whole life, doctor. This is the first time I've ever been sick. You saying I need to go to the hospital?" "You're in the hospital," Dixie said. "What I'm saying is you need to stay so we can get you fixed up. You're clearly extremely sick." She wrapped his arm and pulled the cap off the syringe. "You gonna take my blood?" the man asked thickly. "I need to get a blood sample so we can figure out exactly what is wrong with you," Dixie said. "I don't," the man said, and his arm came up. It seemed less like a block of the syringe than an involuntary twitch, but it had the effect of sending the syringe across the room. As his arm barely missed her face, she automatically noted a small lesion on the inside of the left wrist. "Sir," Dixie said, grabbing his arm and trying to restrain it. "You need to calm down, sir." "It hurts!" the man screamed. He started scrabbling at his jacket, scratching as if he was trying to scratch inside his body. "Oh, God!" Dixie yanked the door open. "I need some help in here. Where's that IV?" Nurses came flooding into the room as the man started to convulse, still screaming. He seemed to scream so hard it should have ripped his throat right out. Before they could even get the IV inserted or a shot of Dilaudid in him, the thrashing stopped, and the man dropped limp. "Code Blue!" Dixie shouted, feeling for a pulse at the carotid. "I need a crash cart!" ER pronounced him DOA. Dr. Benjamin Koch was the free clinic attending hospitalist. He had the job of not only ministering to patients, but also keeping an eye on the various interns and residents who did most of the grunt work. "What happened?" "I've been thinking about that," Dixie said. She knew her nickname was the Grinder. New interns, visitors who were informed of it, new employees, all thought it referred to some super-sexual ability. They quickly found out it meant that she ground through anything or anyone in her way like an industrial machine. Her other nickname was the Robot. She didn't feel particularly machine-like at the moment. "None of the symptoms make sense. Convulsions, tetany, but you don't get yellowing of the eyes and skin. That indicates liver." "Could have been a combination," Dr. Koch said, shrugging. "From what I've gleaned, he was residence disadvantaged?" "He was a bum, yeah," Dixie said. "But he said he'd never been sick in his life. And for all he was sick, you can tell the sickly ones. He looked otherwise fairly healthy for a bum. But we've got another problem that's more important." "Which is?" Dr. Koch asked. "We've got a large number of patients with identical symptoms," Dixie said. "At least 7. A lesion on the inside of the left wrist. No pain response. For that matter, our DOA had one." "All on the left wrist?" the attending said. "That's odd." "Identical," Dixie said, holding out her wrist to show him. She paused. "Oh, hell." There was what looked like a pimple on her left wrist. "I think we'd better call the CDC," Dixie said. "I'll page the epidemiologist." "I need you to hold your arm very, very still for me, okay?" Dr. Doug Jojo Johansson was the chief epidemiologist of the Mayo Clinic. He'd spent years working around the world for the WHO and CDC, tracking down emerging diseases and potential pestilences, and he'd seen his fair share of odd maladies. But this was one of the few he'd ever seen that were location-specific. Even then, most such things were location-specific for a particular reason. They were affecting lymph nodes, for example. They weren't specific to a more or less random spot on the body. And he assuredly hadn't expected for them to turn up in the U.S. For that matter, as soon as he'd seen the number of cases being reported in not only the clinic but also the ER, and even among workers at the hospital, he'd called the CDC to report a potential outbreak, only to find the main line, which had 14 people manning it normally, busy. So he'd called 3 colleagues he knew personally. All of their office phones were busy. So then he'd called their cell phones. Busy. So he'd spent 3 more minutes making overseas phone calls to colleagues associated with the WHO. All of their phones were busy. At that point, he'd set out a standard email, put down the phone, and gotten to work. "No problem," Dixie said. The pimple had already popped. "There's no pain." "Which is why I'm thinking parasite," Dr. Johansson said, bringing the camera for the microscope down. "There's definitely a suite of bacteria there, but I don't think that's the central problem. What I'd like to figure out is how I got a parasite, Dixie said. I guess it could have been from that first patient. Dr. Johansen said. Fascinating. Going to leave me in limbo? Dixie asked. Dr. Johansen swung the monitor around so she could look. At the very bottom of the small sore was what appeared to be something like a centipede. And that is? Dixie asked. She had seen and done some very gross things as a med student, but this was something gross happening to her body. That is a nematode, Dr. Johansen said, swinging the monitor back around, which appears to be feasting on the bacteria colony in the lesion. I don't recognize the particular species, but there are experts who might. Presumably it carries some of the bacteria with it. It does gross damage to the affected tissue. The bacteria then have a residence, and it then feasts upon the bacteria. I've seen this before, but rarely in the U.S. Similar infestations in tropical regions, primarily in New Guinea. Now, hold very, very still. He took a pair of fine tweezers and pulled the worm out of the wound. There, he said in a satisfied tone, placing the nematode in a jar and sealing it. I'll send that to some friends, and they can identify the species. So, it is a zebra, Dixie said. Quite often, new interns would look at a set of symptoms and identify them as some rare disease found only in remote areas when they were looking at a simple combination of fairly normal problems. Identification of a rare disease instead of common was referred to as spotting a zebra. It was generally a mistake. What's it doing in this country? What's it doing in me? I was meticulous in my hygiene procedures with patient 0. That is the question, Dr. Johansen said, which is up to the CDC and WHO to determine, but the treatment is simple. Disinfect the area and maintain integrity. There may be a recurrence. The nematode may leave cysts, which will make it necessary to continue treatment for up to 2 weeks. Any strong disinfectant should kill it, though, and usually kills the cysts. And any antibiotic will kill the bacteria. Keep enough neosporin on the wound, for that matter, and the nematode should die of malnutrition. So, disinfect and bandage was the right choice, Dixie said, relieved. But it will have to be maintained, Jojo said. That will be the problem, I suspect. It certainly is in places where this is more common. And it's not normally... He paused as his pager went off. I'm sorry, I'm getting a page from the morgue. I take it you can clean it yourself? I can, Dixie said. But can I come Her pager went off and she looked at it. I'm getting paged there too. How's the wrist? Dr. Koch asked, stopping them both outside the morgue. I cleaned it on the way down, Dixie said, showing him the bandage. What's up? It's your DOA, Dr. Koch said, his face grim. The morgue called a contamination. You eaten lately? No, Dixie said. Good. You won't puke in your respirator. We need to rig up. Dixie wasn't even sure she was looking at the same patient. Same height, same hair color from what she could remember, a sort of dirty dishwater gray-brown. His clothing had been removed at some point, and she had had her usual tour of the morgue, so seeing a body on the slab wasn't the problem. The problem was the condition of the body. We didn't even have time to put him on ice, the pathologist said, examining the pustules covering the man's body with a simple magnifying glass. He was wearing a full body cover, mask, and respirator like the rest of them. He just started popping up with these lesions all over his body. When we saw that, we called a bio alert. Can I see that?
Dr. Johansen said. The pathologist handed over the glass. Dr. Johansen leaned into the body so that his mask was almost in contact, then leaned back. Oh, damn. Nematodes? Dixie asked, her stomach sinking. Yes, Dr. Johansen said. Nematodes. Congratulations, Jojo. You were the first person to identify. At least, you were the first to get an email through. Chuck at Johns Hopkins was 15 minutes later, and the WHO hasn't reported anyone yet. Since this may be a new pathology, you probably get to name it. I'll take that, Jojo said. Anyone have any idea what we're dealing with? No. Dr. Leona Klein was director of the National Center for Preparedness, Detection, and Control of Infectious Diseases at the CDC. She'd gotten into epidemiology when it was still considered a man's field. Being black and female were benefits in any government position, but it wasn't why she'd gotten to her current job. That had been sheer will and brains of steel. We're still working on disease progress, but you're not the first facility to report a death. The nematode apparently stays in the wound more or less quiescent for a period we're still trying to pin down. At a certain point, it submerges into the bloodstream and starts to spread. Again, acting essentially benign. The spread causes a sharp fever spike, but not much else. Then it goes to a third stage where they begin attacking the body widely, and the patient terminates rather quickly. If you don't stop it when it's in the initial presentation, it's pretty much the whole shooting match. I'm trying and failing to come up with a disease that acts in that manner, Dr. Johansen said thoughtfully. Chagras is the closest that immediately comes to mind. You're not the only one, Leona said, smiling thinly. Pretty much everybody is scratching their heads. The general conclusion is a tailored system. I can see that, Jojo said, theoretically. I don't know of any laboratory that could produce such a species. Again, general conclusion, the CDC agent said. Also, that it's not a natural spread. We got slammed by reports starting this morning. Everyone has their own patient zero with no commonalities. That is very ungood, Jojo said. We've called a wildfire, Leona replied, referring to a mass infection event. USAMRIID has to call a bioattack, but that's our gut. There's a flip side, though, which is really what's putting the hold on calling it as an attack. Which is? Nothing about it makes sense, Dr. Klein said. Patients with the lesion who have been treated show little or no signs of continued infection. It looks like, and I'm going a bit out on a limb here, if you just treat it, it goes away. And the treatment is... Most people with it probably aren't even reporting it, Dr. Johansen said. Most people are just going to pour some peroxide on it and put on a Band-Aid. And even that will kill the nematode, Dr. Klein said, nodding. So, it's absolutely deadly if untreated, but treatment is simple, Dr. Johansen said. That's insane, the president said. What kind of a biological attack is that? That's the problem, Mr. President, the head of USAMRIID said. It's why we're having a hard time calling this an attack, and it's so dispersed, we can't even figure out the infection method. It's showing up, well, everywhere, all over the world, and certainly across the U.S., at more or less the same time. Our models are kicking that out as invalid information. You guys need to quit looking in microscopes so much, the Marine Commandant said. Your point, General? The President said, trying not to snarl. Just look at the information we've got, Mr. President, the Commandant said. A plague which is not only a new species, but acting in a way that our best experts cannot figure out how it does it, which has apparently been spread all around the world more or less at once. He paused and looked around. The only one nodding was the head of Spacecom, which was slowly migrating to being a member of the JCS. "Horvath," the Admiral said, nodding. "They did that ball and twine orbit. They passed over every major landmass." "Oh," the general in charge of USAMRIT winced. "Then we can't be sure of anything." "Don't doubt yourself," the Commandant barked. "You're saying that if you treat this thing, there's no sign of more of these toad things?" "Not apparently," the microbiologist said. "Nematode, General." "Whatever," the Commandant said, sitting back and nodding. "Kinda weird, but it makes sense in a way." "General," the President said, "if you could perhaps make it clear to those of us who are still catching up." "Yes, sir," the Commandant said. "If it works like the Brigadier said, sir, then it's a separator." "Separator?" the Chairman asked, shaking his head. "What the hell are you—" "Separate the sheep from the goats, General," the Commandant said. "If you treat it, you live. If you don't, if you don't have good personal hygiene or access to medicine, I guess." "Alcohol will kill it," USAMRIT said. "Peroxide will kill it. Putting any antiseptic on the wound will kill the bacteria and starve it." "If you just aren't worth," the Commandant said and paused again. "People with any sense will treat it. They live." "Why would the Horvath do that?" the President asked. "Aliens, sir," the Commandant said, shrugging. "But it looks to me like that's what's going on. Question to keep in mind, is this the only bug they spread?" "Oh," the Chairman said. "What a sweetly good thought, Commandant. Thank you so much." "You're welcome," the Commandant said, his arms crossed. "Not my job to blow smoke, General." He paused in thought for a moment, then shrugged his shoulders again. "The Horvath are monolithic, communalist, and Hobbesian," the Commandant said. "They also are eugenic Darwinists. They weed their own population aggressively for what they perceive as defects. If they did spread other biologicals, we'd better be ready for them to be as eugenic in nature. Looks to me as if this was a test of personal hygiene, of personal care." "More than that," the Chief of Naval Operations said, thoughtfully. "How?" the President asked. "The nematode can be killed with any number of antiseptics, correct, Brigadier?" "Yes, sir." "But if you use alcohol, for example, what is the effect on the patient?" "High levels of pain, sir," the Brigadier said, nodding. "It's painless if you leave it alone. It's not even particularly painful to treat if you have the right materials. Field expedient treatment will be painful." "You also need to have access to that information," the Admiral pointed out. "So we need to do a broadcast," the President said. "Fast. Blanca, get a press release out as fast as possible. Do not mention the Horvath." "Yes, Mr. President," the White House spokesperson said. "Do that now," the President said. "Consult with CDC and USAMRID, but get it out fast, within the hour. Emergency broadcast regulations. We need to get people treating this themselves, or our medical facilities will be overrun." "Yes, Mr. President," Blanca said, getting up and walking out. "I may be extending this," the CNO said musingly. "But the first people to get treated or to treat themselves by buying the appropriate materials will get the materials that work and are painless. Those are going to be rapidly depleted if everyone rushes to their local drugstore and buys... Betadine is the best choice, the brigadier said. There are also generic versions. Next would be peroxide. Works most of the time, but requires reapplication since it doesn't always kill the parasite, just the bacteria culture. After that, you get to more painful measures. So, the people that either have stocks or react quickly and effectively get the easy way, the commandant said. The rest have to suffer. If they're not willing to, they die. If they don't listen, they die. If they don't have access to the information and aren't interested in a little sore, they die, the president said. We're going to have a very significant die-off from this no matter what we do, Usamrid said. We're already seeing it. Mostly, I need to get un-PC here, Mr. President. Go ahead, the president said. The majority of the casualties so far have been among the lower socio-economic class, the brigadier said. Minorities, followed by elderly, and many of the victims, unfortunately, have been children, especially the lower socio-economic groups. Their parents don't care, the commandant said, his face hard. Wish it had been something that just yanks a kid out of an environment like that rather than kills them. Horvath. His jaw worked as he clearly refrained from saying something. I agree, the president said, his own face hard. What about the military? We've been seeing it turning up in our own medical side, the CJCS said. We're going to distribute a flash order through channels immediately after this, Mr. President. Most of that can be taken care of at the unit levels. We should be able to manage this fairly effectively. We need to make sure everybody knows it's not a hardcore issue, the commandant said. There's probably 20% of those dumb bastards going, hey, it's just a little sore, I'm not going to be a sissy and go on sick call. We're probably going to lose some hardcores over it, especially forward-deployed units. SEALs and recon running around in the hills just aren't going to notice it. He paused and looked at his wrist. Case in point. He finished, holding up his wrist. Wasn't there this morning. The president slowly pulled down his shirt sleeve and then looked up. Do we have any betadine in the house? Son of a bitch, Tyler swore quietly. Doc, do we have any betadine? Yes, sir, Dr. Laura Tobias said. Laura, despite a career as a flight surgeon and a diving medical officer, had jumped at the chance to take a job for low pay and not much prestige on the monkey business. She wasn't actually being paid low, but she probably could have made more as a specialist on Earth. Didn't matter. Like most of the crew, she was crazy for space. Tyler had quickly solved the problem of finding crew for space operations. He simply contacted various people in fandom. That didn't mean that most fans were suited for space operations, and given that he only had 40 personnel on the monkey business, everyone who was suited couldn't get a slot. But he sure didn't have to go looking for people. They were queuing up. We've got plenty of betadine, Laura continued. But the only person who's been on Earth since this started was you, sir. So, if there's contamination, I've got plants, Tyler said, his brow furrowing. According to my research, I should be immune to practically anything. Sort of... He paused and thought about it. Unless it really is a new organism, then the HyperNet has to get updated with the information. Say again? Nathan said. He'd come up with Tyler less to oversee the shift to Mining 29 than because he could catch a ride. We're getting to the point, and the Glatoon are long past the point of Junior's home RNA kit, Tyler said. Junior's what? Dr. Tobias asked, laughing. What is that? When any script kiddie can write a biological virus, Tyler said, his face blank.
Oh, Laura said. That's less funny.
Much, Tyler said. We've gotten to the point where we can tailor viruses to go after particular DNA sequences. We can make a virus that makes most people sick but only kills one selected person. Or one race, because there are genetic differences.
I don't think a script kiddie could modify a nematode, Dr. Tobias said. Much harder than a virus. And this one is just weird.
Didn't say it was a human, Tyler said. Spread is all wrong. Sorry, I'm looking at information as we're talking, and it's definitely a Horvath. Point is that the Glattun already have to deal with this sort of thing. Not a lot, but they do have to deal. It's like computer viruses.
Lost me again,
Laura said. Lost me a long time ago, Nathan said. If anyone can write a pestilence, how do you fight it? Tyler said. Like a computer virus. Part of the implants are nanites that work with your immune system. They carry the basic data for every known hostile microorganism and update your... B cells, Doctor?
Probably,
Dr. Tobias said, interested.
You're kidding.
Nope, Tyler said. Triple redundancy on all the, I guess you'd call it legacy stuff. Black plague, smallpox, measles, yellow fever. The sort of stuff you get vaccinated for if you're traveling. There are at least 3 nanites out of billions, mind you, in your body that have data on those. They update the B cells as they go through. Check to see you have the antibodies ready and go on. Also for stuff like cancer, by the way. The system pre-programs your immune system to scrub for cancer cells, but that hardly fills up the mass of nanites. The rest are filled by update. I don't know when it happens, but when I'm around a hypernet, my nanites get updated with the latest virus to affect humans. I guess this stuff, if it's on the net, by now. I'm not even sure who does the updating or if new stuff is covered for humans. But I'd bet 9 to 1 that I'm immune.
It sounds like the whole planet needs that, Dr. Tobias said.
Sure would be nice, Tyler said, then paused. It might be possible, but it would drive people nuts.
Why?
Dr. Tobias asked. Most nanites are limited by numerics, Tyler said. You have to have a license for them, and the license spells out how many you can make. I looked this stuff up because I was interested. Anyway, the exception is medical nanites that can only survive in tissue and have their own internal limitations. The nanites will only build a certain number in any single organism. They survive and replicate on your blood. Calling them nanites is sort of wrong. They're really biologicals with some nanite-like features. But my blood, the blood of any person with plants, should serve as a vaccine. To just about everything, but especially to this stuff. If it's even in the database.
How do we find out?
Dr. Tobias asked. I have no fracking clue, Tyler said. I never have really dealt with Glattun Medical. I know who to call, though.
Corey's Plants and Cybers. It only costs an arm and a leg.
Corey, it's Tyler Vernon, Tyler said.
Hey, Tyler,
Corey buzzed.
Good to hear from you. Thanks for all the business. Like the new slogan?
Very nice, Corey, Tyler said.
I need to speak to Louisa, please.
What? I'm not good enough, Corey said. Some friend.
Corey, we've got a plague, Tyler replied. You really want to be involved?
Hell no, Corey said. Louisa, phone!
I heard, Tyler, Louisa said. The medical AI network monitors all hypernet transmissions for word of biologicals.
Will the Glattun help? Tyler asked.
It is more or less one of those conditions where it is assured, Louisa said. But support has to be requested.
They haven't asked? Tyler said.
Not so far, Louisa said.
Is the organism identified by the update net? Tyler said. I mean,
If you've got plants, does it get... Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes, Louisa said. All 6 organisms have been identified and updated.
6?
Tyler screamed. Yes, Louisa said. Your pilots were infected when they came through. The organisms were neutralized and updates created. I didn't mention it to them because there was little or nothing they could do. You are updated, as is anyone with the appropriate nanites in range of a hypernode on your planet. Everyone else is at risk. That is not quite precise. All of the organisms are tailored for specific tasks. The nematode is designed to sort for persons who are lazy or sloppy. One might go so far as to say stupid. Despite current reports, it will require multiple treatments over the course of a month. With those treatments, however, it is survivable. Anyone infected, which is by our estimate 87% of the human race, has to maintain the treatment or get the Galactic level of treatment to entirely remove the nematode and all released cysts. It is the only one, however, that is treatable by human technology. Following the nematode attack, there are 5 viruses. 4 strike more or less simultaneously. The 5th strikes last. All of the viruses are aerosol vectors, as well as blood pathogens. All of the viruses have a long infectious period, followed by a rapid terminal phase. They're fairly merciful, actually. The nematode attack is the most painful, and the pain period is mercifully brief. There is a virus loaded to eliminate a host of genetic disorders, including colorblindness. Then one that attacks anyone with a reduced immune system. One that eliminates anyone with a genetic propensity for cancer or several autoimmune disorders such as lupus. Then one that attacks several teratogenic conditions. Those will attack simultaneously and based on probable infection period quite soon, which are all very much overkill because the last one kills anyone who does not have a gene for blonde hair. I'm not sure what the purpose of that is, but it will eliminate 90% of your world population. It does, however, strike last, so you have some time. It will initiate in between 10 and 15 days, depending upon method of transmission. The others will be entering the initiation phase soon, if they have not already.
Holy God, Dr. Tobias said. Blondes? What the hell did the Horvath have for blondes? The doctor was a completely natural brunette.
There is no definite proof that this was a Horvath attack, Louisa said. The organisms were crafted using Glatun equipment, but that is the same equipment the Horvath use. And the Rangora. The specific codes that would have identified the machine that produced them have been erased.
That's to think about later, Tyler said. Louisa, the World Health Organization is a unified planetary body. Surely you can work through them.
It has to be requested, Louisa said. There are species that are so rejective that they do not ask for help to the point of termination.
We'll get someone to ask for help, Tyler said. Please, be ready to respond. Call you back. He paused and frowned. Damn it. I don't know anyone in that part of the government.
I'll send you a number, Louisa said. Still trying to find out if there are any additional, Leona said, then looked at her phone. There had been a distinct click, as if Dr. Cow, current head of the World Health Organization, had hung up. Hello? Hello?
Dr. Klein, this is Tyler Vernon, Tyler said. Just listen for a second and don't hang up or talk. There are 6 pathogens, not 1. I'm sending you a download. It's actually on your computer, given an outline. The Glatun can stop this in its tracks, but they need the head of the WHO to contact them and request help. And he'd better do it right now because 4 more are about to go into terminal phase. We have about 3 days to stop this, or we're going to have a mass die-off. I'm done. You talk.
How mass?
Leona said. "And where's the file?" "Opening it now," Tyler said. "Nice being able to own someone else's computer," Leona said, scanning the document. "This is fairly open-ended. What's the source?" "My pilots I sent to Glaucod were infected," Tyler said. "And they're monitoring our systems. The Glatun medical AIs probably have a better handle on this than you." "Is this Horvath?" Dr. Klein asked. "And blondes? Why blondes? That will kill off—" "Most of the human race," Tyler said. "Most of the U.S., obviously. All of Africa, China. And we're still trying to figure that out. It doesn't really matter, though. All that matters is getting it stopped." "Last question," Dr. Klein said. "Why me?" "I don't know," Tyler said. "One of the Glatun medical AIs gave me your number." "Nice to be famous," Dr. Klein said dryly. "Not really." "This is Courtney with CNN, and I'm here at the LFD corporate headquarters, where a protest is heating up. Excuse me, sir, what are you protesting?" "The Vernon worms!" the man screamed at the camera. In his 20s, with scraggly long hair and a ratty beard, he was waving a sign that said, "End the oppression of LFD. This is all the fault of that bastard Tyler Vernon." "Why do you say that?" Courtney asked. "The Horvath would just leave us alone if it wasn't for Vernon." "Yeah!" The speaker was a female version of the first speaker, with the exception of the beard. Wearing a T-shirt that was out of date in 1970, and waving another placard with the motto, "Peace Now," she clearly knew what she wanted out of life. "The only reason the Horvath have poisoned us is Tyler Vernon. Vernon has to go! Vernon has to go! Vernon has to go!" the guy started chanting in time. Soon the whole crowd was chanting. "And there you have it," Courtney said. "There's a lot of anger being directed at Tyler Vernon, Susie. These people think Tyler Vernon has to go." "Interesting report, Courtney." "Go where, exactly?" Tyler asked. "Jupiter? Uranus?" It had been 3 days since he'd contacted Louisa, and Glatun medical ships had already arrived. They were able to convert nanites for the viruses quickly, but there were 6 billion people on the planet, and not all of them were easy to contact. For that matter, there were some governments that were resisting the distribution, notably Bhutan and Myanmar, except for their junta and military in the latter case. Then there were areas with poor security or failed states, the usual sorts of leave it with us and we'll distribute to the right people, countries like China, and even in the U.S., people who weren't going to take that alien devil medicine. The Glatun were willing and able to drop a shuttle anywhere they were welcome, and could be sure they wouldn't take a man-pad. But there were 6 billion people on the planet. Getting 99% of those before the brunette killer kicked in would be great. That would mean only 60 million people dead. The CDC had one server doing nothing but crunching mortality reports on Johansson's syndrome, and that already passed 60,000 dead. And it was now having to separate for the pre-existing condition viruses. That was how the CDC referred to them, pre-existing conditions. "So, the Horvath nuked Cairo, Shanghai, and Mexico City because of you?" Driver said. They were watching the news from a side office off the main command bunker. Tyler had decided it was a good idea to head back to Earth, mostly to make sure Petra and the girls got their shots. He was starting to think that wasn't the best move. "There hasn't been a reference in the mainstream media in which the Horvath and the orbital strikes were mentioned together in 3 years," Tyler said. "In fact, there have been no references to the orbital strikes except in passing. They've been wiped off the radar by the Western press. Unmentionable. Those countries still mention them, but even then they don't mention the Horvath in the same paragraph or sentence." "I'm starting to see what you mean by Stockholm Syndrome," the command center manager said.
The police that want to rescue you are the problem, not the terrorists holding you hostage."
"Bingo," Tyler said lightly. Then he grunted.
"What?"
"An insight," Tyler said, pulling up a picture on one of the screens.
"Who's that?"
Driver asked. The picture was of a heavy-set, German-looking, middle-aged male in a very expensive suit. "Kurt Van Gooter," Tyler said. "He's the lead negotiator with the Horvath in South Africa. And," Tyler said, bringing up another picture. This man was thinner and harder-looking, with high Slavic cheekbones. "Anton Alexandrov, head of interstellar negotiations for Angara Artel. And the last picture was of Courtney from CNN. "Blonde," Driver said. "Blonde. And, of course, then there's—" Tyler put up his own picture.
"Brunette."
"I just damned the whole human race by my hair color," Tyler said. "The Horvath probably have a really hard time telling us apart, but the color of our hair is pretty noticeable."
"Okay, now that's where I have to draw the line," Driver said. "Time for me to drag out the pin."
"What pin?" Tyler asked, confused.
"The pin for your head, sir," the center manager said. "Maybe the Horvath chose the whole blonde thing because of who they had good relations with. I'm not sure whether to include the media in that or not, while seeing your point. But I doubt they targeted the rest of the world. China, India, Africa. Surely they can tell skin color differences because of Tyler Vernon. That is sort of reverse arrogance of an amazing degree, if you don't mind my saying so, sir."
"Advanced, but unsophisticated," Tyler said musingly. "Oh, I take your point, Colonel, and I'll accept that was my inner evil overlord coming out. But it was a very unsophisticated attack. They may deal with an Afrikaner, but the actual mining is done by what I'm sure Mr. Van Gooter would call bleks. The generally accepted rationale given for them not previously trying to wipe out the human race and just occupy the planet was that it was easier to just exact tribute from us. And keeping the rest of the world more or less functional kept the mines working better. They've clearly changed strategy."
"Which means we don't have any choice at this point," the former colonel said. "We're going to have to fight."
"With what?" Tyler asked, leaning back and interlocking his fingers behind his head. The colonel gave him a long and meaningful look. "It won't focus enough," Tyler said. "You know that. 90 terawatts on a space the size of my palm, and we might breach their shields. Every mirror we've tried has turned into space confetti. Collimators, since we're not dealing with a laser, spread and weaken the beam, and generally turn into space confetti."
"Bet Ruby works."
"If we can get it formed," Tyler said. "If we can get it ground, if it's pure enough, if we can get it cooled enough, if. I'm not happy betting the security of Earth on if."
"Kinda past happy," Driver said.
"The first time we aim the sapple at the Horvath, they're going to start taking it down," Tyler said. "It's not hardened. It's not distributed nearly enough. 6 major targets, and you've got a bunch of mirrors pointing light beams into deep space. A VSA that works, another 60 BDAs, and it will be harder. 3 years, you know this."
"Ask me for anything but time," Driver said. "Napoleon Bonaparte. Speaking of short guys."
"He wasn't actually below normal height," Tyler said. "Ask me for anything but—" He paused and looked into the distance. "Sorry, important call." Tyler closed his eyes. "On speaker. Hello, Admiral."
"Hello, Mr. Tyler," the command of Spacecom said. "I was wondering if you'd be willing to come down to D.C. to talk." "I can guess about what," Tyler said. "I assume you won't have the SPs waiting for me, or the FBI?" "No, sir," the Admiral said. "Not where we're going." "When?" "Friday at 9 a.m.? At the Pentagon?" "Be there," Tyler said. "Just try to make sure they're actually prepared for me to get there, because if anybody finds out, I'm pretty sure the protesters will be out in force." "We'll take care of that, sir." "Out here," Tyler said. He turned to Colonel Driver. "Well, I would rather face 1,000 deaths." "What are you going to tell them?" "The same thing I just told you." "So that's it," Tyler said. "According to the intelligence we've gotten through Glaton commercial sources and our best estimate of how much power we can put on target, the Sapple cannot penetrate the Horvath shields. And even if it gets through the shields, it's got a cut fullerene armor. And in the meantime, they're going to be counter-firing its soft-skin mirror systems, so power is going to degrade fast. We find it supremely unlikely that the Sapple will be able to stop the Horvath." "You've just launched a new VSA mirror," the chairman said, looking around at the assembled Joint Chiefs. "The VSA is designed to handle enough power," Tyler said. "We haven't done a full-scale test. There will be only one VSA. The last one lasted 30 seconds, which might be enough to do some serious damage. It still won't stop the cruiser. There is something that might, which brings me to a question." "Which is?" the chairman asked. "I'm going to ask a simple question, and I'm going to anticipate a simple, or at least honest and open response. If the answer is you don't have the need to know, I'm going to walk out of the room, and you can figure out how to fight the Horvath entirely on your own." "That's pretty damned ugly of you," the Chief of Staff of the Air Force said. "We're either in this together or we're not," Tyler said. "We hang together, or we will surely hang separately, clear enough." "Again, the question," the chairman said. "Can the rounds on the Star Fury, God, what a stupid name, do a pen or drop the Horvath shields?" Tyler asked. The chairman said, leaning back. "You're right. You aren't cleared for that." "Thank you very much for your time," Tyler said, standing up. "You can't just leave," the Air Force COS said. "Unless I said you're not cleared," the chairman said placatingly. "I didn't say I wasn't going to answer." "Now just wait a damned minute," the AFCOS said. "No. Now shut the hell up," the chairman said. "If we need to get the secretaries in here to hash this out, we will. But Tyler's right. We have the information he has to have to make an informed decision. He's got information we have to have. It's a two-way street. Star Fury, and I agree that it's a damn stupid name, is your pet project." "Figures," Tyler said. "Does it penetrate or not?" "You don't even know?" Tyler asked. "We've never been able to get a straight answer," the Marine Corps Commandant said. The AFCOS sat back in his chair and folded his arms. Then he waved them in frustration. "Maybe." "Maybe the Sapple will work?" Tyler said. "Maybe the BFG will work. Maybe if, sort of. Yes or no?" "Can you say yes?" the AFCOS said. "I can say how it works and what might and might not," Tyler said. "I can give people enough information to make decisions. I've given you 5 the information I have. What you recommend to the President is up to you. But if you want me to throw away the Sapple, you'd better have a better something to throw on the table than a gun that maybe works. Because the Sapple by itself will not. So how does it work?" "This is really goddamn classified," the AFCOS said. "I'm not sure I should be discussing it with an uncleared civilian." "Fish are cut bait time," Tyler said. The full progress of the disease is supposed to be done in a week and a half. By then, I can have Steve back here and he can try again to get that POS off the ground. But I'm going to fight tooth and nail against committing the sapple if it's on its own. It just won't work. So how does the penetrator work? What's the output? The way that the penetrator is supposed to work, the AFCOS said, shrugging, is using counter-rotating high-density gravity fields. They're more like a vortex. Think of a gravity tornado, which Dr. Givens discovered accidentally by getting her hair torn off, Tyler said. You got that part of the briefing? The AFCOS said. They wanted money, Tyler said, which means you have 2 larger, lower-power gravity wells being generated. They said they were having problems generating them at all. What gives? That's why I said maybe, the AFCOS said. Generating consistent grav fields is difficult. The round, we call it a breacher, works by generating 2 fields, as Mr. Vernon said. At the intersection of the fields, and they're not low power but the highest power we can generate, a vortex forms. It can only be formed for about half a second. There's a lower power gravity probe, sort of like a lance, that sticks out the front. When it encounters a gravity field, the breacher power kicks on. If it works, it will drop the shields in the affected area. The way it works is by essentially hitting back against the plates. The power is carried through the pseudo-gravity field of the generator back to the plates. Depending on Horvath design, about which we know very little, if it works at all, it will either drop them for a moment until their breakers reset, basically, or it will kill them by causing a plate shred. That sort of makes sense, Tyler said thoughtfully. Thank you, the AFCOS said sarcastically. It hasn't been tested. We've activated a breacher round, but we've never activated it against a shield because we don't have one. And we haven't even test-fired the gun with a breacher. And last but not least, you can't get the craft to fly, the chairman said. I'd take it back, Tyler said sadly. I'm glad Boeing at least tried. It was a noble effort. That sounds depressingly like an epitaph, the Commandant said. We're not there yet. I thought the Horvath would give us more time, Tyler said. Maybe I shouldn't have defied them. Our analysis is that is hubristic, the chairman said, snorting. Although you may have had something to do with it, but not in the way that you think. Don't understand, Tyler said. We have some intel on the Horvath, the chairman said. Not much, but some. To do a bioweapon like this requires much more data on the species than our researchers have accumulated. The sort of data you get when someone gets implants, Tyler said. Oh, hell. And while my personal information wasn't on the hypernet, the general information about human physiology is. If it wasn't you, it would have been someone, the chairman said. But with that and their own technology, well, Glaton technology they use, they were able to make these vile diseases. We hadn't put that together until this attack. Always fighting the last wars, Tyler said. No diss. I've been doing the same thing. And now I'm going to say something that is going to sound stupid and heroic and macho and all sorts of other dumb. I was the first person to get plants. The pilots currently undergoing training are going to still be getting used to them. The only 2 human pilots familiar with Glaton gravitics are myself and Steve Asaro. You're not a pilot, the AFCOS said with a snort. I'm not a pilot by the standards you are a pilot, Tyler said neutrally. In that I don't have 40,000 hours of flight time.
By the standard that I have 300 hours of time in the monkey business and controlling the paws, that I have another 600 in simulators, I'm a more qualified space pilot than anyone on Earth. Not great. I don't begin to say that I am. And flying those things is an order of magnitude, 10 orders of magnitude, easier than flying an untested, not particularly well-made or designed, experimental anti-grav space fighter. And underperforming. Let's not forget underperforming. Sounds like the Brewster Buffalo, the Marine Corps Commandant said, referring to the aircraft that made up the mainstay of the Marine Aviation Wing at the beginning of World War II. It flew about half as fast as a Mitsubishi Zero and could barely turn on a city mile. One pilot managed to shoot down a Zero in a Buffalo. He didn't last much longer. That made a ratio of 73-1, which is about how long it's going to last. I repeat, stupid, heroic, our lives, our fortunes. You say that kind of stuff a lot, the chairman said, which is all very well, but that doesn't mean it will work. None of this is going to work, Tyler said. It's just more likely with me and Steve than with anyone else you can name. I've got more time with plants than any other person on Earth. As previously mentioned in another context, I can probably do more with the plane than Steve did. He was still getting used to them. I'm fully dialed in. He'll be better by now, too. You have no clue how much plants help. And what the hell, if we lose the sapple, I might as well go out in a flash of plasma. Recall Major Asaro, the chairman said. As in, you call him home, and Tim, recall him as a major. Got it, the Marine Corps Commandant said, grinning. Marine aviation leads the way. I'll go make amends with Boeing, Tyler said. Some of Space Command's people had better get involved with the sapple. And I won't even charge you for laser time. It will take at least 6 months to reconfigure the Fury for a 2-person cockpit, Nad said. Tyler was not good at eating crow. Fortunately, since he was bringing back not only his money, but his access to off-world tech, Boeing hadn't asked. On the other hand, there were clearly things they were going to have to work out. This is the general tenor of what we, and by that I mean myself and the National Defense Council, think the Horvath plan is, Tyler said. Distribute the plagues, wait a short while for them to take effect, return, take over Earth from the survivors using said survivors as miners and maple syrup collectors. They may even make some noises as to being here for humanitarian purposes, but they're not going to wait long. The terminal point was about 40 days from when they started their distribution, 10 days for the biologicals to drift down through the atmosphere, and 32 days for the final agent to go into terminal condition. So we have, at this point, about 3 weeks before we can expect them to show up. We probably don't have a month. We certainly don't have 6 months. So what are you planning on doing in 2 weeks? Starting on redesign? Nad said. I'm serious. 6 months is if we throw in the entire resources of Phantom Works and Boeing, which we are. But you can't completely redesign a space fighter in 2 weeks. I've already apologized for my outburst, Tyler said. I'll cop that I'm no longer unpleased that you bogarted me and built a space fighter instead of a shuttle. It doesn't give us much of a chance, but it gives us some. I'm not going to apologize for this next one. We don't have 6 months. I'm not being a bureaucrat here, Nad said furiously. I'm as much under threat as anyone. So's my family. But this isn't the first design project I've been on. Do you have any suggestions how to cut it down? No, Tyler said, then frowned. Yes, hell. What? Necessity is the mother of invention, Tyler said, holding up his hand to prevent further questions.
He looked off into the distance for a moment. "I don't know exactly how we're going to do this, but I know we're going to need a lot of stuff that people aren't going to want to give up. And we're not going to be able to tell why we need it, so you need to go call your CEO or whatever and tell him we're going to need a bunch of stuff. I'm going to call some people, too. Then we'll get to work." "What stuff?" Ned said. "Well, first, we need an SR-71, and probably some crowbars." "Mr. Vernon, I am sorry to be informed of the plagues on your planet." Communicating directly with an AI using only your plants was weird. When you communicated with them on the Glatun space stations or ship, they normally used a hologram to personalize the interaction. When you contacted them with a plant, it was more like they took over your brain. It wasn't so much telepathy as the feeling something was talking to you from inside your head. Somebody with a very big voice, like God. Very freaky. "We're not really happy either," Tyler calmed. "Thank you for your prompt response." Glatun medical response ships, some of them as big as the heavy cruiser that had come to Earth's aid during the Maple Syrup War, were pouring through the gate. Whether they would be able to help any significant fraction of humanity was the question. Nanny packs for critical personnel, read high muckety-mucks and various people Tyler had designated, had already arrived. Of course, the real killer was still at least 2 weeks away. The deaths had started, though. A surprisingly large number of people from across the gamut of the world's population had ignored the Johansen worm. As far as the CDC had been able to determine, every single person who ignored it had died. And the pre-existing conditions packets were hitting. The U.S. and Europe weren't quite up to death carts, but it was getting there. "There's a further problem," Tyler calmed. "I'm sending you 2 Gestalt reports." Gestalt reports were about as close as the system got to telepathy. You gathered everything you knew together in one little thought and squirted it. The first was Tyler's best guess of the Horvath strategy: kill most of the humans, wipe out any remaining resistance, put the few survivors to work mining and gathering maple syrup, maybe make their response a humanitarian mission. The second was about the Star Fury. In an action that would make everyone want to murder him, he included all the designs and technical documentation to date, along with a vague plan for converting the fighter into a 2-man craft. "Interesting," Ethelcow calmed. "I remain neutral on the subject of the Horvath. The reason for this information?" "We need help," Tyler said. "I've never checked on costs for processor time and design assistance for an AI. We have to do this in so short a time, though. It's the only way I can imagine getting anything done." "We are constrained from assisting in military developments absent political approval," Ethelcow calmed. "Which you will not get." "I don't want help with military materials," Tyler calmed. "Technically, this is just a test bed for human gravitic craft. The gun and targeting software either work or they don't. All I need is help getting it to fly." "Stand by," Ethelcow calmed. Rarely, if ever, did you have to wait on an AI. They thought way faster than humans. They actually had built-in delays to questions so that it didn't confuse the organic sophons. But actually waiting was rare. "Your argument meets some legal tests," Ethelcow calmed a moment later. "Fortunately, Glatun law is sufficiently complex that just about any argument meets some legal tests." "How much processing did that take?" Tyler asked. "Quite a bit, but not all mine," Ethelcow replied. "I contacted legal specialty AIs. I am unsure you have enough funds to pay for sufficient processor time to do the conversion.
and you are certainly not a candidate for a loan, but I am legally permitted to assist. Your general design concept is novel, but may work. We are going to need additional resources."
"Gimme," Tyler calmed. "I'll put them on the network."
"I can do that myself."
Max Yanes was 39, and since he'd gotten his master's in aeronautical engineering and headed into the workforce, he'd worked in the aeronautics industry. He'd started as a junior design engineer at Lockmart, and since average time in any one company was 1.5 years, he'd worked for just about every major corporation and several minor ones at this point. He'd done some interesting stuff and a lot that was boring and a lot that was just stupid, but he'd rarely been asked to do something absolutely crazy. Which was why he was looking at the skill saw in his hand in bemusement.
"It goes in the frame, not in the air," Tyler yelled.
He was about halfway through his cut on the port side of the Fury's upper quadrant.
"We worked on this thing for 2 years," Yanes shouted. "You can't just cut the damned cockpit out." "I can't do it quick," Tyler said, shaking his head to try to clear out some of the fragments. "You guys glued the hell out of it. Ungluing it isn't an option, so we're cutting. And cutting up an SR-71 is just—"
The word sacrilege came to mind.
"Wrong." "Are you gonna help or bitch?" Tyler asked. "I'm trying to help," Yanes said, "by pointing out that this is crazy." "No," Tyler said, stopping his saw and taking off his safety goggles and ear protection. "Taking a hacked-up, jury-rigged, barely-built, untested space fighter into combat is crazy, but it's exactly what we're going to do. If we can get some people to work the problem instead of being the problem, now apply saw and start cutting, or I'll find somebody who will."
By pulling out some of the rounds for the gun, the cockpit, and some of the Earth-built avionics, there appeared to be just enough room to put in an SR-71 cockpit. Since the 71 cockpit was designed to be used in near vacuum, it was totally sealed, and, conveniently, it held 2 people. How it was actually going to work out was another question.
"This is evil,"
Yanes said, putting on his earphones and glasses. He took a deep breath and started the saw.
"Just wrong."
He winced at the scream as he applied the saw to the frame. "Sorry.
"How's the gluing going?" Tyler asked. "You just glue these together?"
The tech asked, shaking his head. He was used to working on circuitry in a clean room and using high-powered microscopes and Waldos, not sitting at a table applying what looked for all the world like hot glue to them. And even though Atacirc had reduced in price, he was still gluing together a fortune in circuitry.
"According to Ethelcow, the glue creates molecular-level connectivity between the chips," Tyler said, shrugging. "We're going to have to use a lot of brute processor power since our plates are basically crap. I had a shipment of Atacirc coming in. With enough processors and the right software, you can overcome anything." "Even integration?" the tech asked. "I mean, there are about 1 billion control runs for this thing, right?" 287,000 control runs, or sensors," Tyler said, "which we're going to attach the same way, and more or less at random. 1 hypernode connection for each pilot, 1 hell of a lot of processor, and some hacked software. I didn't say it would be pretty, just that it might work." "Rivets?" Nad said, looking at the ship. "You riveted the cockpit on?"
Since the Star Fury had a passing resemblance to the SR-71, if you backed way up, it just looked more like an SR-71. If you backed up enough, for example, to miss the patched-on carbon fiber where Tyler had cut a little too wide, and the rivets holding on the cockpit.
"The frame's carbon fiber," Tyler said, shrugging. The cockpit's titanium. There's no good, fast way to connect the two. We couldn't wait for the special epoxy to set. 3 layers of extra carbon fiber and rivets. It's sort of like doing the edge of a sail. The body was part of the frame matrix, Nad pointed out. Yeah, well, we glued in some supports, Tyler said, shrugging again. A Thelkow said it wouldn't fly in it, but it should fly. Sort of. If we can get the integration of the pilots together. Steve's arriving tomorrow, Nad said, on one of the Glatun medical support ships. Yep, Tyler said. Is it just me, or is most of the world crazy? Nad asked. While Tyler had been up to his neck in red tape and carbon fiber, which he was starting to quietly loathe, the world had been dealing with a plague. The odd part about it was the attitude. The progress of the disease was throwing off people's response. The initial presentation of the brunette killer portions of the bioattack package were minor, cold-like. You got the sniffles, and that was about it. Made sure it spread, but the hosts weren't in general harmed. People with reduced immune systems might get worse, but they were already being wiped out in droves by the pre-existing conditions bugs. Africa, with all its AIDS problems, was being hit particularly hard. So hard it was difficult for the news to even keep up. Most of it was coming from South Africa, and you could only see piles of bodies being burned so many times before you just got inured. But most people who had a decent immune system, no major pre-existing conditions, and who had treated the Johansen worm felt fine. They had the sniffles, big deal. That condition, based on the analysis of the brunette killer, would continue for 32 days after initial presentation, and then, if you didn't get the vaccine, you died, in about 3 hours. 3 very unpleasant hours. But that meant that you had to trust the people giving you that information to accept the nanites. You had to trust the Glatun and the people they were interacting with. You had to trust, in other words, people who many governments and the press, especially the international press, had said for years shouldn't be trusted if they said that the sun came up in the east. Because clearly, the sun coming up in the east was just a plot to oppress the poor people of... Many people weren't accepting it. Whole governments were dragging their feet, officially. Unofficially, every governmental official on Earth had screamed for the nanites. They weren't stupid about personal survival. But in many cases their official line was that the validity of the claims by the WHO, the Glatun, and especially the American CDC needed further study by their own experts. The president of South Africa had officially stated that the plagues were a plot by the West to reinstate apartheid, which, between the blonde component and the fact that AIDS was mostly found in the non-Caucasian portion of the population, had a certain amount of traction, and that the Glatun medicines were actually mind control devices. He and all his family had been treated, but he was telling his people not to take the medicine. Similar statements had been made by officials from throughout sub-Saharan Africa. The only leaders in the region who had embraced the treatments were the presidents of Burundi and Kenya. And they had not only inoculated their military, they were performing forced inoculations as fast as they could get the nanites distributed, and running into armed opposition. The Grand Mullah of Mecca had given a speech denouncing the nana vaccines and stating that they were made from the entrails of pigs. He had at least been consistent and not gotten the shot himself. The King of Saudi Arabia had, however, while officially backing the statements of the Grand Mullah. The Gulf, in general, was pretty mixed in distribution. The more western, and therefore decadent, portions were distributing aggressively. The more pure areas were resisting or had rejected it. The Iranians were denouncing it while doing distribution, which was just confusing as hell. The Sudanese had officially rejected it, inoculated their military and government officials and their allies, and denied it to any resident of Darfur. The rebels in Darfur had gotten cases of it from non-governmental organizations and were distributing it as fast as they could. Some groups in Iraq were resisting the distribution, mostly Sunni tribes. The Kurds had distribution finished before the U.S. Turkey was backing the distribution 100% while trying to deny it to the Kurdish regions, which had finished distribution smuggled in from the Kurdish regions of Iraq before the Iraqi Kurds. The leadership of every major Islamic terrorist group had stated that any Muslim who took the vaccine was damned in the eyes of Allah. Intel suggested that they had obtained inoculations through black market sources. Cases of it had been stolen from NGOs in Afghanistan and the tribal areas of Pakistan. They were turning up mostly still full in the markets. Nobody wanted to use them. They were just another form of loot. The most advanced medicine in the world, a shot that would keep a belly wound from becoming septic and increase healing rates 4-fold, was going for $10 a case. And mostly they were being bought for the really excellent vacuum-resistant, water-resistant, plasma-resistant, drop-resistant cases. The nanovaccines were being dumped. Most of the governments of Asia were solidly behind the distribution. Groups within countries, however, were resisting, especially areas that were hardcore Islamic. Even then, individuals were getting access. But the local leadership was trying like hell to stop it. Unclean, unclean. In Burma, the government officially restricted it from being distributed to rebel elements, which meant virtually every one of the 100 ethnic groups that were scattered through Burma that weren't Burmese. Tyler had taken just enough time out from his work to get one of the paws to drop bundles of nanopacks to every little village in the backside of Beyond in Burma. The paw had actually taken fire. It turned out that pressor beams and shields were virtually identical. On its way out, it had dropped more in the Gorkhali regions of Nepal, which were just on the end of a very long supply line. All of the governments of Latin America were behind the distribution, even those that called the U.S. and the West evil incarnate. But in many cases, they were rationing the distribution. In Colombia's case, they were mostly trying to keep it out of the hands of the drug lords, and generally failing. The Horvath had planned on separating the sheep, as they saw it, from the goats. The international reaction to the Glatun medical support was doing the same thing. If you rejected technology or had a difficult time with reality, the death toll is going to be staggering, Nad said, shaking his head. I've got this thing about death, Tyler said, examining the results of one of Ethelkau's models. Using the AI was costing like crazy, but it seemed to have worked. If a person wants to survive and tries to survive and is smart about it, I'm all good. I hope like hell they survive. I feel terrible about all the kids who are about to die. Kids can't make their own choices. I really don't give a damn one way or the other about the idiots. That's very Sartrean, Nad said. Existentialist, even. Say that with a smile, brother, Tyler said. Heinlein once said that ignorance is its own death penalty. Truth is, the way the world has worked for a long time, it's not been true. Now, it's literally true. Don't know about the plagues or reject the information, and it's an automatic and irrevocable death penalty. Besides, one death is a tragedy, a billion is a statistic. Think it will go that high? Nad said, his eyes wide. No, Tyler said, but hundreds of millions, yes. You want to know the worst part? What could be worse than hundreds of millions of deaths? Nad said. Billions, technically, Tyler said. But the worst part is, I don't think it's going to matter. Except, and this is the really ugly part, in the net positive. Currently, the statistics are that it's mostly taking out people who have reduced capacity for, well, anything. Functional labor, if you will. The elderly, people with long-term problems. There were a bunch of people predisposed to cancer and other factors that weren't caught in time, that were gainfully employed and productive members of society. Can I be that un-PC? But most of the Western countries got the vaccines in time. The rest? South Africa has already had 6 million deaths, 15% of its population. It's suffering economically, but mostly because of the process of cleanup. And the only reason that we know their death rate is that they're fairly functional. We have no clue about most of the rest of sub-Saharan Africa. The plagues so far have killed a reported 196 million people worldwide. That's just an enormous number. 30 million in the U.S. alone, and we think that's going to go to about 50 million. 12% of our population. And the full weight hasn't hit yet. The brunette killer package hasn't activated. The predisposed package hasn't even run its course. And you know what? There's a lot of grieving, and the stock market is down, and the financials are a bit of a mess, and every projection shows that in 6 months we're going to be better off. And that is the worst part. How can we be better off? Nat asked. That's insane. That's the bad part, Tyler said, looking at him with a grimace. That's the really, really horrible part. This is cleaning up some long-term problems related to modern society. The transfer of wealth that's about to take place with virtually everyone over the age of 70 dying is enormous. And the government's going to tax the hell out of it. Social Security just got solvent overnight. People with predisposed genetic conditions absorbed 10% of Medicaid. Old people absorbed over 80% and climbing. Medicaid and Medicare and all the other creeping socialized medicine programs were absorbing more and more of our federal and state budgets. The combination has essentially cleared up the deficit. China and India were in the position of getting old before they got wealthy. Fix that. If the terrorists keep with their determination to reject the vaccines, fix that too. Hell, the way things are going, there's not going to be a Pushtun tribe in another 2 weeks. Or any of the hardcore militants in the world. Or most of the groups which contributed the majority of members of the international jihad, like the Algerian Rift tribes. Britain reports that some 30% of their ethnic minorities are rejecting vaccines. Guess which ethnic group? Pakistan is only getting 12% takers. There's not going to be a Pakistan when this is done. India might as well absorb it. You're making this sound like a good thing, Nat said. Congratulations, Tyler said. Being as coldly rational as a human calculator, it is. That's the really, really horrible part. And I don't know if the worst part is the reality or that I'm cold enough to calculate it without flinching. I think that you can calculate it without flinching, Nad said. It's like the rivets, really, Tyler said sadly. Sometimes you gotta ignore how ugly it is and do the job in front of you. My mom died yesterday. The nanites didn't have enough of an immune system to work with. I'm sorry, the vice president said. Both of mine got the vaccine, and it apparently took. Yeah, well, Tyler said, shrugging. The girls and their mother are in an undisclosed location. Not my fairly well-known lair, but similar. And the Horvath are about to get some payback. How come you get a spacesuit? Tyler said. I don't have a spacesuit. So we'd better not get shot down, Steve said. The former astronaut had arrived in the middle of the night and immediately headed over to the hangar. His take on the Fury was about the same as Nad's, which didn't mean he wasn't willing to try to fly it. just that he thought it looked like Frankenstein. "Shot down?" Tyler said, wincing. "We better not leak." All he had with him was a temperature-controlling flight suit. The SR-71 cockpit might be sealed, but it didn't have really good temperature regulation. "This is a completely different control interface," Steve said, looking at the system, but mostly looking with his plants. "Most of these dials aren't hooked up to anything." "All the sensors and stuff are hooked up to something," Tyler said. "They're just not hooked up to a joystick and stuff." "You're saying stuff a lot," Steve said. "Steve, you've seen the estimates," Tyler said. "So let's quit bitching and see if we can get this thing in the air, okay? Just close your damned eyes and use the software." With his eyes closed, the plants and the Glatun software started to build a picture of the surroundings. It wasn't sight by any stretch of the imagination. It was more like feeling the surrounding area. And the bird. What the bird felt like was, "Is this feeling as shot to you as it is to me?" Steve calmed. "This software is off-the-shelf Glatun grav control software," Tyler said. "It's probably trying to find a well-designed gravity system. The bird feels broken to it, so it feels broken to us." "This is never going to work," Steve said. "Better hope it works," Tyler said. "As I said, quit bitching. Is it working better or worse than the Boeing stuff?" "Different," Steve said. "I'm not sure if it's better or—" The plane lurched to the side and nearly tumbled off its landing gear. "Careful!" Tyler snapped. "Can we try to do this together?" "Well, quit pulling." "What we have here is a failure to communicate," Tyler said, pulling out of the system. "I hereby rechristen this flying ship the Tub." "What we have here is a system that's not designed to work," Steve said. "It's sometimes possible in an emergency for two pilots who are both experienced and who have worked together well to both control a bird. This is completely different. This is impossible." "We have to make it possible," Tyler said. "Think of Apollo 13. "Apollo 13 was a disaster," Steve pointed out. "That made it back to Earth because people were willing to do anything to keep it from becoming more of a disaster," Tyler said. "I've got people doing their damnedest to get another terawatt or two out of the sapple, people who aren't saying it can't be done. They're just doing everything they can. If it works, great. If it doesn't, we're all going to die anyway." "Okay," Steve said. "Okay, we can do this. But I lead." "Yes, sir," Tyler said. "What are we doing?" "Just pulling straight up. Slowly." "This is working better," Steve said. "I'm not sure that it wouldn't have worked better with the original control system and two people, but—" While it was working, it was wearing, and they'd started trying to get the plane to fly before dawn. Since it was approaching noon, local time, Tyler wasn't so much exhausted as past exhaustion. "We didn't have a year," Tyler said. "I sorta wish we were side by side. It feels wrong back here." They were essentially each taking a set of gravity drivers to manage, done that way with the Boeing gravity sensors and I.O. controls and some hacked software from the paw. It was marginally controllable. If they'd just lifted up and down and moved it a few feet. They'd managed to get at the requisite 100 yards in a figure eight. That was the standard for all sorts of silly little contests. That didn't mean they were ready to soar into the wild black yonder. "Still having personnel integration troubles," Steve said. "Are you saying I can't dance?" Tyler said. "Because if you are, you're right." "No, I'm saying—" Steve paused and looked up as one of the ground controllers started waving. "I've got an incoming call," Tyler said. Since I told my plant to restrict—"
"Same here," Steve said. "General?"
"A Horvath ship has just cleared the gate," the CJCS said.
"Oh, crap," Tyler said. "They just fired."
"What?" Steve said, closing his eyes. The view Tyler was accessing was from the VLA that had devoted a portion of its system to observing the solar system's latest visitor. As they watched, the Horvath cruiser started dumping small objects into space. Objects which quickly accelerated and then disappeared.
"That's a planetary bombardment," Tyler said softly. "Those are going to go fractional C, and they're going to arrive—"
"Get off the ground," the CJCS said. "Now."
"Yes, sir," Steve said.
"Goodbye."
"We still need to load rounds," Tyler said, sending an order to start loading. The rounds had been kept nearby just in case of a worst-case scenario. Worst case seemed to have hit.
"And that assumes they're going to work."
"Can the SAPL intercept those missiles?"
"Maybe if we engage them just as they're being dumped," Tyler said. "We don't have the targeting to stop them inbound."
"We've lost them," Nathan said. "They're maneuvering. They're small and they're black. We lost them nearly as fast as they were being discharged. We got to count. 14.
If those are all directed at the U.S., that's going to pretty well gut us," the very recently reactivated Colonel Driver said. "The SAPL groundside offices are bound to be a target. You need to evac."
"We're shutting down now," Nathan said. "But getting out of Huntsville. Tell Ty it was fun if I don't see him again. Bye."
"Colonel," one of the techs said, "a fractional CKEW will crack us like a walnut."
"Then we transfer to NMDC," Driver said.
"And they transfer to Spacecom.
And if all of us get hit, it goes to the monkey business."
"And if they're willing to take out the monkey business?"
"There won't be anyone left alive to care."
"The President is on NEACAP," the Secretary of Defense said. "The Vice President is airborne in a helo but headed out of Los Angeles. The chain of succession is assured, at least."
"Do you think so, sir?"
the CJCS said. "The Horvath can probably track both from space. If they get into the orbitals, they'll take them both out." "It's times like this I wish we still had Cheyenne," the Secretary said. The base had been shut down only 2 years before the gate arrived. Since then, there had been several suggestions to reactivate it, but the money was never there.
"Too late now," the CJCS said. "But at least we've got this great bunker."
The Pentagon had been designed in part for the express purpose of surviving a nuclear attack. Of course, that was an attack on Washington using a late 40s 10 KT atom bomb. Not a direct attack with 6 tons of metal screaming down at a fraction of the speed of light. The KEWs headed for Earth were going to leave craters deeper than Chesapeake Bay.
"It's better than what most people have," the Secretary said. "The roads are jammed."
"And I'm selfishly thinking this had to happen on my watch," the Chairman said. "Time to impact?"
"Depends, sir," the Colonel from Spacecom said.
"Soonest, 35 minutes. Longest is up to them. But if I was them, knowing we basically have nothing to defend ourselves, I'd have staggered them, so that they arrive as direct delivery and at high speed, which means we're probably not going to get hit until sometime after sunset. When you can see Mars high in the sky, that would be the best time. Say, 3 hours. Game of cards, anyone?" the Secretary asked. "You're trying to lead again," Steve said. "I'm just trying to fly," Tyler replied. They were loaded. They were in the air. They were at about 1,000 feet which was a remarkable achievement. But they couldn't steer worth a damn. There fortunately wasn't any traffic. Every aircraft had been diverted from major airports, and those that had the fuel had been ordered to circle until they had to land. That done, most of the air traffic controllers were getting the heck out of Dodge. Otherwise, they'd be screaming at the out-of-control space fighter. "Calm down and just go with it," Steve said. "I started thinking about my happy place and remembered I had to pee," Tyler said. "Really bad." "I'm serious," Steve said. "Destruction of the planet Earth doesn't get much more serious," Tyler said. "Still gotta pee." "There." "Better?" Steve said as the fighter struggled upwards again. "We just have to work together." "Like dancing," Tyler said. "Gay dancing, but dancing." "Dancing." "Steve, do you listen to music?" "Oh, you're not going Iron Eagle on me, are you?" Steve said as the bird wobbled off axis again. "Concentrate. That never works. This isn't a movie." "This is two people trying to work in synchronicity," Tyler said. "What do you listen to?" "Heavy metal." "Ah, I'm a country fan," Ty said. "Ain't gonna happen," Steve said. "I am not going to die listening to country." "What kind of metal?" "Hang on," Steve said. The plants were perfectly capable of playing music, and linking. "What the hell is that?" Ty asked as the plane bobbled again and lost altitude. "Godsmack," Steve said. "And you're right. Even with you not particularly liking it, we're still more in sync." After the bobble, they were definitely gaining. "It's not bad," Tyler said. "Just sort of a surprise. What else do you have?" "A lot," Steve said. "I've even got a playlist, which is set. And now we can concentrate on killing Horvath." "They're not closing faster than normal," Tyler said. With the two of them more in sync, the plane was now well out of the atmosphere. Of course, they still had to pick their way through the trash belt around the planet. "They're advancing in an almost ominous manner." "I don't think they see us," Steve said. "With the plague and then the bombardment, the news channels are jammed with other stuff," Tyler said, doing a quick scan. "Ditto blogs, astronomy channels. There is not one single reference to us except news reports talking about how the Sapple isn't powerful enough to take out the Horvath ship, and the Star Fury isn't capable of even flying." "Radar? Satellite?" "Local FAA radar was shut down by the time we took off," Tyler said, still scanning. "The SatNet has been pretty much secured over the last couple of years. Steve, we're not getting noticed by anybody." "What about the Horvath systems?" Steve said. "They have a gravitic sensor system," Tyler said. "We're still in the grav well. Let's excel as best we can. Go silent and slingshot around the moon." "Excel on the way out?" Steve said, setting it up. "We'll be in a position to ambush them on the flank as they come in," Tyler said, considering the plot. "We can't stop the missiles. They have to be pretty much shot out. All we have to do is keep them from getting into orbit." "All," Steve said, setting in the course. "This is getting easier." "I think Ethelcow put some Turing code in the software," Tyler said. "It's learning as we're learning." "Right," Steve said. "Time to dump some power into this bird." "Whipping the hamsters." Tyler closed his eyes and concentrated on simultaneously dumping power to the grav plates and not letting them fly apart. He grunted in surprise at the response. "Oh, yeah! No inertial damping." "Just crunch," Steve grunted back. "And don't black out on me." "I'm good," Tyler said. Getting the limping space fighter to accelerate using the plants felt almost like pushing with his brain. "I think that's about as much as we're going to get." "That's better than I thought," Steve said. About 7 gravities of delta V. We need to hold this for about 20 minutes, though. Can you do that? Sure, Tyler said. No problem. Anything you can do, I can do better. You have to breathe, Steve said, laughing. Fighter pilot bastard, did I mention I have to pee? Recalculating trajectory and shutting down, Steve said. Speaking of Apollo 13, we're about to do a flyby of the backside of the moon. Fortunately, we can do it quicker, Tyler said, breathing deeply. He had not enjoyed 7 gravities. He'd taken more on rides, and the Vector hadn't really done more than press straight down on his body, but it was different when you were trying to plot a course in space. Not to mention, he had to keep his stomach muscles clenched to prevent a hernia for 20 minutes. They hadn't even gotten into combat yet, and he was already exhausted. Steve, the bastard, seemed to take it as just another day at the park. Yeah, we're going to be going low, Steve said. And at our velocity, we won't get much of a slingshot, and we're not going to have much time to do an attack run. So we'd better make the shots count, Tyler said. They were still getting data on the Horvath's ship through the hypernet, so he carefully examined the approaching cruiser. You know what? I think they're doing that slow approach because that's the only one they can do. Explain, Steve said. They've only got about 6 gravities of acceleration, Tyler said. They've used basically the same approach every time. I think that might be their flank speed. Think about it. They got a lot of advancement by the Glatun at first, but making really good grav systems, as we have found out, is tough. And they were horse and buggy days when they started. You think that's pretty much max drive? Steve said. Which means, Tyler said, God, I wish we had better modeling software. Should you be using the hypernet so much? Steve said. If they can detect it, no, Tyler replied. But here's the thing. Remember Baghdad Bob? Those were the days, Steve said, sighing. You mean the guy who was insisting the American forces had been destroyed when the reporters could hear tank fire? Same, Tyler said. What I'm looking for is where we got the intel on the Horvath cruiser, and I just found out it was from the Horvath. It's their technical specifications on their cruiser screens, 1,000 gravities of shear, and it's identical to a Glatun destroyer, which we would find pretty much impossible to take down, Steve said. But Tyler, you understate your open source data. Subs got a lot deeper than 200 meters. And faster than 20 knots, Tyler said. We understate. But I don't buy it. The Glatun don't help with military technology. They're not going to give the Horvath the most advanced shield technology. Just enough technology to make them better trading partners. Stolen? Steve said. The Russians stole stuff all the time in the Cold War, Tyler said. They couldn't equal any of our systems. If their cruiser has 6 gravities of delta V, that would make their maximum grav output. Tyler muttered to himself for a while and then shrugged. I get it as a 120 gravity shear. I'm not sure how much that's going to take down, though. This is either going to work or it's not, Steve said. By the way, speaking of going to work or not, have you taken a look out the window? No, Tyler said, looking through the small porthole. Yipes! You weren't kidding about low. The view was cluttered and blurred, given their velocity, but Tyler could tell mountains, very close mountains, even when they were blurry. We're actually heating up a tad from atmospheric effects, Steve mused. Given the paucity of Luna's so-called atmosphere. Did we have to go this low? Tyler asked. Yes, Steve said. We built up a good head of velocity when we were accelerating. It was go low or basically shoot out on a vector that had us behind them and completely out of position to fire. Remember, we have to be able to get physical rounds on target. When we come in view of them, which will be in about 30 seconds, we'll be slightly ahead of them in relation to their course. We're actually vectored so that we'll hit their stern if either of us doesn't change course. "Ramming speed!" Tyler yelled. "Very funny," Steve said. "Thing is, with our present vector, we'll be coming in on their flank at, if you're right about their systems, a very high velocity. We got some delta from the slingshot." "We're black," Tyler said. "And I just realized as my cooling system went on overload that we're coming in out of the sun." "Now, if it was just dawn, it would be perfect," Steve said. "Okay, time to bring the systems back up." "And this is going to hurt," Tyler said, breathing deep. "I've got the gun, if you can handle the bird." "The way things are going, I can handle the bird," Steve said, bringing the grav plates up and spinning up the plates on the gun. "Any last words?" "From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of the lunar mare." "That's music I can dance to," Tyler said. "But it doesn't scan." "Gravity source at 118 Mark 4.2, the Horvath systems operator commed. "Very scattered. Primitive." "That is the space fighter," the tactical controller stated. "Lasers to engage." "The space fighter is non-operational," intelligence commed. "And human systems cannot penetrate our shields. Further study is required." "Reality overrides theory," tactical commed. "And intelligence." "Higher gravitational gradient detected," the sensor center commed. "Analysis is gravity-driven mass driver. 100 gravity gradient." "Holy Hannah," Tyler said. "I think we hold ourselves." Tyler had not quite gotten around to thinking about what firing the gun would be like. The rounds were 150-millimeter chunks of steel and depleted uranium, with the breacher drive buried in the middle. And the Boeing engineers had managed to get 100 gravities of acceleration in relation to the rounds out of the drive system. The rounds massed a hefty 238 kilos. The entire craft had a mass of barely 16 tons. Firing the gun felt like the nose of the plane was being hammered by Mjolnir. The first round had caused them to go into a flat spin. Fortunately, in space, that's not hard to correct, but it nearly caused Tyler to pass out. "Just keep firing!" "Oh!" Tyler said, sending another round downrange. It was kind of hard to target because the Horvath ship might be big, but they were a long way away, and Steve was jinking all over the place trying to avoid Horvath lasers. "Ow! Frack!" "I'm going to stabilize for just a second," Steve said. "Fire as fast as you can." "Firing," Tyler said as the craft stabilized for just a moment. The targeting reticle had the distant Horvath ship centered. "Ugh! Ugh! Ugh!" The last round, he thought, sent them into another spin. "We're hit," Steve said. "I've lost stabilization." "And they're maneuvering," Tyler said. "I don't know if we're going to hit them with anything." "They're not maneuvering fast," Steve said, trying to get the craft oriented again. "Okay, just start firing. We'll fill the space with chaff and hope for the best." "Space is a big place," Tyler said, then set the system to fire as fast as possible and crunched up. "I wish I had a spacesuit." "Be glad you're not on Earth," Steve said. "Report," the CJCS said, coughing. "Do we have anything?" "Hypernet is still up," the colonel in charge of NMDC said. She wiped some blood from her lips and coughed as well. The air was filled with dust.
and the ring of plasma screens that had given instant access to information around the world was now a shattered mass of expensive plastics. "We're getting scattered reports. New York, Washington, and SF are all hit. Energetics are about 60 megatons. They're all gutted. I'm surprised we're here. The round in D.C. looks to have landed more or less on the Capitol. We tried to deflect the SF round with THAAD, but it didn't even phase it."
"Casualties?"
"Megadeaths," the colonel said, shrugging. "Until we get satellite BDA, we're not sure how bad. People were trying to get out of town, but—" She shrugged again.
"Who else?"
"Every major capital. London, Paris, Berlin, Moscow, Beijing, Tokyo. Then Jakarta, Seoul, and Mumbai. We got pasted. I don't think they like us."
"There were 14 rounds," the general said, counting on his fingers. "Is there one still circling somewhere?"
"The last one is believed to have hit Vernon Tyler's lair," the colonel said. "We don't have BDA from that, but given the energies, it's probably gone."
"What about VLA control?" the general asked. "Do we still have the SAPL?"
"For what it's worth," the colonel said, "we still have control through the controls at Space Command."
"What's the word on the Fury?"
"They're engaging," the colonel said, looking at the papers she'd been handed. There wasn't a surviving printer in the place, and reports were what the techs and NCOs were getting off the remaining hardened computer systems. "It doesn't look good."
"You know how I said I had to pee?" Tyler said. They'd fired off all their rounds and now were just trying to survive the Horvath laser fire. It wasn't going well.
"Forget it."
"Thought something smelled," Steve said. "Coming around to port."
"I think the stabilizer being shot off is helping," Tyler said. "I never know where we're going. How can they?"
Lasers move at the speed of light, but the tub had opened fire at about 160,000 kilometers, or a bit over a half a light second. The likelihood of any of the breacher rounds hitting was therefore low. On the other hand, getting closer to the Horvath ship was suicide. You pays your money and you takes your choice. Tyler's guess about the Horvath ship's abilities, though, appeared correct. The cruiser maneuvered even worse than the tub. The ship took a sudden hard lurch, and all the power shut down.
"We're leaking air," Tyler said, looking through the rear porthole. "I mean, like, blowing it out. I think something broke." He craned his head around more and winced. "Let me rephrase. They just shot off the rear of the bird."
"That's something you don't see often," Steve said quietly.
"The rear of your ship floating away?" Tyler said.
"No," Steve said. "A laser in space. I think it hit a chunk of debris. Well, nice knowing you."
"Same," Tyler said. "I wonder how it's going on Earth."
"We need to engage," Dr. Foster said.
"It's a second and a half from the point that we opened fire until we even hit the Horvath ship. And they are dead in space."
"Their telemetry is gone," the commander of Spacecom said. "There's no gravitic emissions, there are no particle emissions, there are no hypernet transmissions. They're dead. So, losing our one chance to take out the cruiser is out of the question. See the ripple of distortion around the Horvath ship? They have their shields at maximum. We can't punch through that, right?"
"We hit them from every BDA array," Foster said. "Maybe we can overwhelm them. The full SAPL is damned near 160 terawatts. We just hold back the VSA mirror. That we've only got one shot with."
"Do it," the general said.
"Setting it up,"
the laser technician said, starting to hit the icons.
"Let me," Foster said with a sigh, and closed his eyes. "I can do it with plants faster, and all the arrays are retargeting." "Hey," Tyler said, "I can see your house from here. More importantly, I can see the Horvath's ship," Steve said. "Barely. It's just a dot." "Can you see if they're still firing?" Tyler asked. "You can't see lasers in space," Steve said. "But they haven't hit us, yet. That's a good thing." "Again," Tyler said, "got to wonder about their targeting systems. I mean, we'd have a hard time hitting something this small from that far away, even with the sapple. And I think that mirrors in space are probably less jittery than a ship, so—" "Whoa!" Steve said. "I can really see it now." "Why?" "I think they just opened up with the sapple." Tyler had been building a lot of mirrors. Mirrors to pick up sunlight. Mirrors to reflect it. Mirrors to move it around. It all added up. 40 separate BDA systems, each capable of concentrating their reflected 4 megawatts of solar energy to a beam the diameter of a coffee cup, had engaged the Horvath screens, which turned black as night as they attempted to deflect the massed photons. "Screens at maximum," the defensive technician said. "They are holding." The entire ship was thrumming like a steel guitar, though. "The power is intense," the engineering technician noted cautiously. "There is a possibility of failure of one of the systems under so much load. Also, it is using a significant amount of fuel to maintain power. Engineering recommends ending this condition at the earliest possible moment." "We are unable to engage under this much power," the tactical technician said. "There is no targeting. We cannot respond." "No more gravitics or other emissions from the space fighter?" the sensor technician said. "We could see it before the attack. It was not entirely destroyed, but effectively—" "We will close to the planet and fire mass drivers on all control points for this laser system," the battle manager calmed. "That taken care of, we will reduce this planet to ash." There was a sudden shudder through the ship and a wail of alarms. "What was—" "Breacher round," the engineering technician wailed. "Shield 16 has failed!" After adjustment for the dual cockpit, the tub had 42 breacher rounds. 41 had drifted off into deep space and become really nasty navigational hazards. Round 17 was one that had been rather carelessly aimed. But between the nearly random maneuvering of the tub and the maneuvering of the Horvath ship, it had just happened, by a stroke of not quite luck, to drift into the path of the ship. And as programmed, having detected a high gravitational gradient, it spun up its breacher system. 4 of the toughest, smallest, nastiest gravity plates Boeing could create were fed power by a half-dozen equally small Honeywell carbon nanotube capacitors. The amount of power was staggering, enough to run a nuclear attack sub for, as noted, about a half a second. The Horvath were not technological gods. Their systems were barely beyond what Boeing had devised. More stable, more refined, but essentially similar. They used magnetic bearings, for example. Magnetic bearings designed to withstand 100 gravities that were suddenly subjected to 4,000 gravities of power in an area the size of a walnut. The backlash turned them into very small pieces of rapidly spinning molten bronze, which, following simple Newtonian physics and a touch of thermodynamics, turned into a gaseous cloud of burning bronze. BDA Complex 12 was pointed more or less at the hole created by the breacher. More or less because it was nearly 3 light seconds away, and despite better steering systems, the BDAs were still not terribly accurate over that distance. So it was swooping all over the surface of the Horvath ship, out into space, back in, cutting across the shields and back out. The combination of the relatively low power of the BDAs and their poor targeting was the main problem with taking down the Horvath shields in the first place. So if the Horvath armor was, as all intelligence indicated, fullerene matrix, there was no way that BDA-12 should have penetrated. Fullerene was bound together complexes of carbon that were like geodesic carbon spheres. It was vaguely similar to diamond, but far stronger. 200 centimeters of fullerene, which was what the Horvath claimed their armor consisted of, was beyond even the power of the VSA. As it turned out, though, the hull of the ship was, in fact, carbon fiber over steel. And steel was not much more than the stuff the BDA had been blasting out of Connie for the last year. Carbon was even less refractory. The beam swept across the opening at nearly 6,000 kilometers per hour, which reduced its absolute power input even more. It didn't matter. 4 terawatts of power hit the thin steel of the Horvath ship, and the invulnerable armor flashed into gas. The beam was attenuated more by the gaseous carbon and iron than by the armor, but it was still moving at the speed of light and cut deep into the ship as it swept across. "Holy hell," the Admiral said. "That was a solid hit." Sensors were quickly picking up the spectroscopy of water and oxygen being released by the ship. "I'm retargeting BDA-24 to visual," Dr. Foster said. "And—" Most of the Horvath ship was a mirror-like shield across which the BDA beams could be seen as bright as the sun that gave them birth. But one portion was clearly open, and the telescope revealed a thick gash in the side of the cruiser that was pouring out water and air. As they watched, there was a flash of light, and more damage was done. "I think that was 12, Foster said. "It's at nearly 3 light seconds. If it can do that, permission to open fire with VSA. It'll take about 3 minutes to set up." "Do it," the Admiral said. "Oh, yeah." "Fire has ceased," the defense technician calmed. "Compartments 14, 15, and 26 are open to space," damage control calmed. "Breach is sealed, but another hit like that is going to take out our forward reactor and all forward screens." "Are they calling for us to surrender?" the Horvath battle manager calmed. "Increase power to engines. Come about. We are leaving the system." "No call to surrender," the communications technician replied. "Shall I open fire on the laser clusters?" the tactical tech calmed. "Negative," the battle manager said. "We do not know why they have stopped firing. We would prefer that condition remain until we can return with more forces." "Can the VSA target it?" "We were moving it out system," Dr. Foster said. "It's been cruising along, lying low through the whole battle. It's got better anti-jitter controls, better targeting, better everything. So it's in a great position. The question is only how long it will last." "Full power coming to the BDA cluster now," the laser tech said. "Permission to open fire, Admiral?" Dr. Foster said. "Granted," the Admiral said, his jaw flexing. "Do it." The VSA cluster consisted of 72 BDA mirrors, each taking retransmissions from dozens of other BDAs, many of which had been attacking the Horvath cruiser up until a minute or so before. Now they gathered about half of the very large array. Even the VSA couldn't handle the full power, and concentrated it on those BDA mirrors. The cluster then took the power, bounced it around twice until the power was gathered into 36 narrow beams, and pointed all that raw power at the single VSA mirror. It, in turn, sent out the standard coffee mug beam at the Horvath ship.
The difference being it was not 4 terawatts in a 3-inch diameter circle. It was 144 terawatts. And it missed. Instead of hitting the small patch of missing shielding, it impacted directly on the powerful forward shields of the Horvath ship. "Shields are failing!" the engineer tech wailed. The beam of coruscating energy punched through the forward shield, through the forward compartments, through the command center, through the engine room, jittered around, cutting compartment after sealed compartment, and only really stopped because the beam wandered off target. Every portion that it hit, the shields not only failed, the beam went right through the Horvath cruiser. The immense swath of damage caused every gravity plate, every power system, to fail in near simultaneity, and the powerful Horvath cruiser came apart in a flash of gas and plasma, which the VSA continued to shred until Dr. Foster, delayed due to light lag, realized he was just cutting up scrap. He terminated power to the VSA, which was going into red line after only 6 seconds, and looked over at the Admiral. "Mission accomplished, sir." "Hell," the Admiral whispered, rubbing his forehead. The ship that had dominated Earth for so long had been destroyed almost faster than an eye blink. "What have you created?" "As I think Mr. Tyler would have put it," Dr. Foster said, "a little temporary security. Now let's work on that Liberty thing." "How's your O2?" Steve asked. "Fine," Tyler said. "Unfortunately, I can feel my eyeballs starting to pop out, and now I know what the bends feels like." Whether from the damage inflicted by the Horvath cruiser or the damage inflicted by the gun, the cockpit had developed a leak. It was a small leak, and the air compression system was fighting it, but the onboard O2 was about exhausted, and Tyler could feel the pressure dropping around him. "I think that slow decompression is going to be worse than rapid," Tyler said. "I get to experience it in slow motion." "That's going to suck," Steve said. "Puns I don't need right now," Tyler said. "I'll try to keep my screaming to a minimum." A shadow flashed across the small porthole. Tyler was sort of getting used to those. The rubble of the multi-million-dollar space fighter, in keeping with microgravity conditions, was trundling along with them. He'd even gotten a look at the separated tail section. From the clean-cut look, that had definitely been a laser hit. At present, he was wondering if taking a direct hit wouldn't have been better. But this shadow persisted. Then he caught a flash of gray hull metal. "Mr. Vernon?" a voice said in almost a whisper. "Hello?" Tyler said. "Somebody there?" "Stanley." There was a feeling of gravity to the side, and the cabin thunked against something. Suddenly, light flooded in through the porthole, but not sunlight, artificial light. There was a distant clanging, and Tyler felt the pressure in the cabin start to go up. His ears popped hard. A Glatun face appeared at the portal. An unsuited Glatun face. "How do you open this thing?" "The plague is hitting full stride," Steve said, reading the news feeds. "The distribution got jugged in Indonesia. They're taking a major hit. And Africa's totally hosed." "It always has been," Tyler said, looking out the portal of the Glatun shuttle. The alien docks on the Glatun ship had been able to fix him right up. It was, after all, a medical support ship. With, as it turned out, a pressurized shuttle bay. He had to get him one of those. The ship swept around in a bank, and Lake Washington was revealed in all its horror. The Potomac went all the way to 7th, and it was now connected to the Anacostia along the line that had been Pennsylvania. The actual creeks into the lake were small since they had had to cut through the wall of rubble around the hole. That looked about 100 meters high. About the only memorial he could spot was the Lincoln, which had been truncated at the base. The rest of the city, in a circle about 4 miles in diameter, was flattened. And then there were the fires. Super fires were something that had, prior to the Horvath attack, been stuff of theoretical studies. Super fires were what happened when a wall of plasma hit a modern city. Everything in its path caught fire, in a circle 6 miles on a side. There was no way for conventional firefighting to manage that, even where there was functioning water. The only way to fight it was to destroy everything in its path, and nobody had had the guts to do it. The D.C. superfire had torched practically everything in D.C. on the inside of the Beltway. There were areas that had survived, but not many. Every major structure had taken at least some damage, and the capital of what was still the most powerful nation in the world, as well as virtually its entire citizen body, had died screaming. The hit in Frisco had destroyed every bridge, then torched everything from Marina to Millbrae. Most of the population that was trying to get out was headed across the Golden Gate or the Bay Bridges when the strike hit. Or rather, stuck in traffic on the Golden Gate and the Bay Bridges. 90+% were now in the Bay. Manhattan was more or less toast. The same damage had happened to the bridges as in SF, and even most of the ferries were destroyed by the combination of the plasma wave and the very small, very intense tsunami that had been kicked up by the strike, which centered more or less on the Chelsea piers. Then the fires had started and raged across the entire island. It was estimated less than 1 million people had made it off. The L.A. superfire had been the real doozy. The strike hit when the chaparral of the L.A. Valley was ready to burn anyway. They had seen the smoke from the L.A. basin during the descent. You could spot the fire from the moon. There wasn't an L.A. anymore. What wasn't crater was a cinder. "It's just buildings," Tyler muttered. "What?" Steve asked. The shuttle was coming down pretty hot, and the soundproofing could be better. "It's just buildings," Tyler calmed. "And people. People die, buildings crumble. Britain suffered worse than the Blitz. Germany and Japan far worse under our tender ministrations." "Practicing your speech?" Steve asked. "Had it memorized when I was 9, Tyler said. "Honor, duty, country, blah, blah. What can't be killed is a vision of freedom and liberty." "Very nice," Steve said, clapping. "Very touching. Amazing how decompression can focus the mind." "Yeah," Tyler said. "I'm not sure about the addition, though." "Which is?" "And a determination that not only will no Horvath ship ever again get more than a hand's span out of the gate, we're going to pay this back in spades." "Speak it, preacher," Steve said. "Funny thing," Tyler said as the shuttle was landing. Unsurprisingly, there was a delegation. Tyler was faintly relieved that all the police present weren't being used to hold back the crowds. "What?" Steve said. "Despite all this horror and damage," Tyler said, "despite all the deaths, despite a damn near crippled economy, Earth is probably a better lone risk than at any point since the gate opened. Maybe now we can really get going." "I wish we'd detected this initially," Z. Giggum said. The Glatun doctor was an Ananankawamore specialist in epidemiological attacks. It was hard to tell body language with a 3-foot-long beetle, but he looked embarrassed. "We actually did detect it before we came into the system. But with all the problems with distribution, it didn't come up." "Which is?" Dr. Klein asked, tilting her head to the side. "There was an additional packet with the last virus," the Ananankawamore said. "A retrovirus edition." "A genetically changing edition?" Dr. Klein said, getting very still. Retroviruses actually referred to a particular class of virus, the HIV virus being the most well-known, that were simple chunks of DNA or RNA. They didn't have a protein shell, just a strand of DNA. But since they were also the type of virus most often used in genetic modification, the terms had become somewhat mixed. Any virus used for genetic modification was generally termed a retrovirus. "Yes," Dr. Giggum said. "And the nature of the packet?" Dr. Klein asked, trying to stay calm. Earth had already taken enormous losses from the plagues, and the viruses, before being stopped by the Glatun medications, had spread through some 95% of Earth's surviving population. She was trying to not think of legions of cannibal mutants, and failing. "There is no easy way to say this," Dr. Giggum said. "So I'm going to tiptoe around it. This is the probable thinking on the part of the attacker, whoever that might be. They anticipated success in this attack. They did not think that Earth would detect the viruses or spread the word. Most planets are not at this level of advancement when contacted, and most would not have had the ability to respond within a scant 7 years of first contact. They were also under the mistaken belief that if they left a significant number of workers available to collect maple syrup, that the Glatun and other races would not respond strongly. This is, in fact, the first true epidemic we have had to respond to in several 100 years. It does not mean we were not prepared, however." "And all that means?" Dr. Klein asked. "Let me just ask a question. Is it going to cause us to go insane or something?" "Not quite," Dr. Giggum said. "Let me proceed in my estimation. This left, however, the problem of workers. In pre-industrial conditions, when there is a severe loss of life, there is a very fast population growth in the aftermath. Populations spring back very quickly." "Noted," Dr. Klein said. "Various examples. The Black Plague comes to mind." "However," the beetle continued, "in conditions in which a society is sufficiently advanced to have reproductive control, population levels dip after severe losses. Individuals engage in recreational pseudo-reproductive activity if the species is bent that way. This is a way of dealing with the death." "Also known," Dr. Klein said. "Not something we like to talk about, but known." "But if there is reproductive control, actual birth rates drop," Dr. Giggum said. "And your attackers were looking at an already severely reduced population, one due to lack of population unable to be useful." The beetle paused as if trying to think of a polite term. "Slaves," Dr. Klein said, her jaw working. "We know the term." "As you say," Dr. Giggum said. "I understand this tribe used them until historically recently." "Specifically," Dr. Klein said, "those who were of darker skin pigmentation, such as myself." "Ah," Dr. Giggum said. "Pardon the faux pas." "The point?" Dr. Klein said, then paused. "Oh, hell. How can they overcome standard contraceptives?"
To recover the method by which your contraceptives work, Dr. Giggum said. They mimic pregnancy. Your females, those within reproductive range, still ovulate during pregnancy, but the egg's coating hardens, preventing fertilization. The packet first works by removing that defense against multiple pregnancies.
That is going to kill women, Dr. Klein snapped. Our systems are not designed for multi-start pregnancies.
Nonetheless, the beetle said. That is not all, however. Your attackers noted the social conditions of reproduction in your species. I will not get into evolutionary theory on the subject, but your species has two unusual aspects to your reproduction. Your females do not go into a heat cycle, and they orgasm. This places most decisions regarding reproduction or pseudo-reproduction, absent force, on the part of the male in the hands of the female.
Delicately put,
Dr. Klein said, her brow furrowing.
So?
The packet does 3 things, Dr. Giggum said. The first is, it removes the protection against multi-term pregnancies, unwisely, as you said. Your females are not designed to handle that. It will cause deaths in the absence of intervention. The second is to increase the tendency in certain individuals to orgasm.
Oh, dear,
Dr. Klein said.
That could get...
She tried not to smile.
Difficult, not necessarily bad, mind you.
The last is... perhaps the most societally challenging, Dr. Giggum said, waggling his feelers in discomfort. Certain human females now will go into a monthly heat cycle.
Monthly?
Dr. Klein said, her eyes wide.
Monthly?
Yes, the beetle said. Certain female humans.
Which?
Dr. Klein said, her eyes narrowing. The attack anticipated that only persons with the blonde gene would survive.
Oh,
Dr. Klein said, exhaling.
Oh, hell.
So, Dr. Giggum said, his feelers waggling again, you have a saying that is now very apt.
Blondes really will have more fun. Got it. When?
The packet is already kicking in, Dr. Giggum said. It would have done the modifications over the last month in the population. As females, blonde females, go into the ovulatory period of their monthly cycle, they will start to change.
And people used to joke about PMS, Dr. Klein said. Remedy?
There is no widespread remedy, Dr. Giggum said. Any univaccine that could be simply tricked into allowing a widespread retrovirus to correct the change would be, of course, useless. There is little or no way to get past the current vaccines. It will require individualized treatment, advanced individualized treatment. The nanites must first be removed from the body, a very difficult and time-consuming process. Then the retrovirus inserted. Then the nanites reinstalled.
Oh, no,
Dr. Klein said. There is some good news, Dr. Giggum said. At least, given your recent population decrease. You will soon be looking at a veritable baby boom.
Oh, no. Blondes in heat? Why couldn't it have been mutant cyborgs?
Troy Rising. 1.
Spacecom, this is the explorer vessel Trinidad, Terra ship registry number Echo Victor 1, exiting the gate. Steve said. He had taken over the comm by right of being commander. The communications officer was pissed, but she'd get over it. He was probably sleeping on the couch in the meantime. Trinidad, Spacecom, welcome home. How was the trip? Relatively uneventful, Steve said. New star systems, no new civilizations, glad to be home. As said, welcome home. Cleared for orbital insertion. Assume parking positions at Geosync 316, over. 316, aye, Steve said. Pilot, make it so. You're so geeky there should be a law, Matilda said, smiling. The EV Trinidad, named after Magellan's flagship, owner Apollo Mining Corporation, Inc., had been built to spec in the Tugathizzle yards, circling the Rangora homeworld of Lagagax. It had human-designed and in many cases built living areas and control and management centers, room for 2 Columbia-class Boeing shuttles, and, importantly, enormous fuel, water, and air bunkerage. The Glatun had only 4 exploratory ships still operating, and one of those was about to be scrapped with no plans for replacement. At the same time, the Gertull seemed to be going through a building boom in the spiral arm. Since Earth's gate had opened, 60 more had opened in the immediate stellar region. Exploring that cat's cradle was complex. The Gertull provided updated reports of the growing gate network, but that was all. There was no notation as to the condition of the systems, whether there were inhabitants, livable planets, nothing. Just a gate address and how it was connected. Some gates were dead ends. Some were connected to as many as 12 other gates, and that could change at any moment. Earth's gate was connected to 3 other systems. Alpha Centauri had no habitable planets or even useful gas giants. However, its gate connected to E Eratini, which in turn connected to Glaucod's system. It also, unfortunately, connected to L726-8, which connected by 1 additional gate to the Horvath home system. The Glatun ship that had discovered Earth had also gone out through multiple connections along the second Earth connection to Barnard's star. They'd found some interesting systems, but nothing worth colonizing or exploiting. No civilizations, no habitable planets. The Trinidad had taken the 3rd connection to Wolf 359, and Steve was looking forward to turning in his report. No civilizations or immediately habitable worlds, but 359 had something even more interesting. Mapping out a star system took time, and when you first went through a gate, you only knew that the space immediately around the gate was probably clear. You didn't know if there were hostiles on the far side. You could be running smack dab into a firefight or an asteroid. It was a bit nerve-wracking. But if you came through okay, you then had to get to work. First you spotted the major planets and their big moons. Then you looked for perturbations that might indicate other planets. You scanned for the big asteroids. Spotting all the small ones was a job for a follow-on crew, if there ever was one. It took time. And if there was anything interesting in the system, you had to pick your way over carefully for a closer look. Wolf 359 had taken some time. The one system currently connected to it had been quicker, pretty much nada. But they'd still been gone 3 months and were pretty much breathing CO2 and drinking sewage. "Incoming call from the boss," Matilda said. "You want to take it?" Matilda, and the rings they both wore, was a result of the aftermath of the battle against the Horvath. Earth had taken a pounding and morale was rock bottom. As it was put to Steve by none other than the President, "People really need some heroes right now, Major, so go out and hero." The truth was, it was the very scary array that slagged the Horvath ship. And there were plenty of commentators willing to make that point. but it was hard for people to get their heads around what was, at base, a mining laser winning a war. 2 brave men in a flying machine was easier to wrap your head around. Since Tyler had immediately disappeared back into being, well, the richest man in the world and as out of sight as Punxsutawney Phil on a sunny day, it was up to Steve to travel about being shown off like a pet dog. The one absolute positive for the confirmed bachelor was that, well, it wasn't hard to meet the ladies. That had been a subtext of being an astronaut in the old days, but since the Apollo missions, the glamour had sort of worn off. The whole heat thing, which was slowly getting under control, was another issue. Sometimes the ladies were just a bit too forward. Not so on his triumphant journey. And he wasn't just shown off in the U.S., he was trotted out in every major city in the world. Which was how he met Matilda. In Melbourne, Australia, he had insisted that he have a day off. 90 Mile Beach was not something any person should miss if they had the chance. To say that the Sheilas of 90 Mile Beach were world-class was a bit of an understatement. More the class of the world. Steve wasn't trolling. He'd deliberately gone in mufti. In this case, a pair of Speedos and shades. So when a redhead walked up to him, it was a slight surprise. 6 foot, he did like the ladies tall, blue eyes, and absolutely stacked. Presumably she recognized him and didn't appear to be in that condition, as it was being referred to by the delegate. But he wasn't going to turn down. "You have to be the worst pilot in the history of astronautics," Matilda said. Then Dr. Matilda Burns, professor of astronomy at the University of Melbourne, proceeded to reconstruct every single mistake he and Tyler had made during the battle, which turned into a got-a-hell-of-a sunburn discussion, dinner, drinks, after-drinks, coffee, hotel room, aloe, and a wedding ring. And now, second officer of the Trinidad. "Do we want to get paid?" Steve asked, grinning. "Definitely." "Steve-o," Tyler said. "How was the trip?" "Long," Steve said. "We've got enough fuel to get into stable orbit, and we're down to eating Mountain House, also breathing soup. Very glad to be home." "Report? Anything good?" "Depends on your definition of good," Steve said, smiling. "But I think you'll find it interesting." "Fine," Tyler said. "Be all mysterious. I have stuff that's interesting, too. Meet for dinner? Or are you fatigued by your travels?" "Very," Steve said. "But if you're buying..." "We've got this amazing new chef on the business," Tyler said. "Hop in your shuttle and get your butt over here. Oh, and your blushing bride, of course. Hi, Matilda." "Hi yourself," Matilda said. "But I've had about as much of him as I can take for a while. Unless it's a command performance, I've got a date with a spa." "You go spa," Tyler said, smiling. "I won't keep him long. Just some stuff I think he'd like to see. And I'm sure he wants to give me the report in person. Steve, there's a repair and refresh crew waiting. If you can let them work on your baby without looking over their shoulder, give your crew leave. And yourself after we talk." "I could do with a few days not breathing canned air," Steve admitted. "I'll head over to the business as soon as we're parked. Looking forward to it. Missed you, man." "You do look tired," Tyler said, pouring the astronaut a snifter of brandy. "Martel Centennial, 150 years old. Don't ask how much it costs. But it seemed like the appropriate occasion." "Salut," Steve said, raising the snifter. He took a very small sip. "My, that is good. The French can't do much right, but I'll give them fine food and drink," Tyler said. The Commodore's quarters on the business were a recent addition. They'd been made by a Finnish company that normally built cruise ships. With the decline in the cruise ship industry, Tyler had snapped up the company and gotten them to start thinking about spaceships. With most of the kinks worked out of gravity systems, he had his eyes on fleets of ships plying between worlds. It wasn't going to happen soon, but the Finns were enthusiastic enough. The quarters had been shipped in vacuum-sealed components that would fit through the cargo hatches on the business. A small section of crew quarters was ripped out, and the compartmentalized insert tab A into slot B Commodore's quarters was installed. They were much more comfortable than the normal crew quarters, but Tyler was spending so much time on the business he figured he should indulge. And it was good practice for what he saw coming in the very near future. "So talk," Tyler said. "What did you find?" 416 isn't much," Steve said, shrugging. "Red dwarf, one gas giant, small rubble belt. If more gates open off it, maybe there will be something worthwhile." 359? Tyler asked. "Very interesting," Steve said, taking another sip. "Really nice. 6 gas giants. The outermost is practically in the Kuiper belt. Lots of moons. Rocky planets. Depends on your definition of planet." "Any habitable moons?" "Not as they stand," Steve said. "But about the gas giants. The innermost is directly in the life belt, and has 3 moons, one of them a bit short of Earth-sized, that have reducing atmospheres." "Thick?" Tyler asked. "Thick enough," Steve said, grinning. "They'd be a big damned project to terraform, but they're all terraformable. The Mars-sized one, which we named after my blushing bride, has an atmo that is thicker than Earth's." "Yeah," Tyler said, taking a sip and musing. "But if it's reducing, you're going to have to convert it to an oxy-nitrogen atmo." A reducing atmosphere was the original atmosphere of Earth, consisting of a, to humans, toxic mixture of ammonia, hydrogen sulfide, and carbon dioxide. In Earth's early history, microorganisms, starting with Archaeobacter, had slowly converted the atmosphere, eating the ammonia and hydrogen sulfide for fuel. Archaeobacteria were generally now only found deep in the earth, or, notably, around undersea volcanic vents where they were the basis of a deep ocean food web. As those reduced, blue-green algae had arisen and converted the carbon dioxide to fixed carbon and oxygen. Remnants of that period could still be found in banded iron formations. As the oxygen rose in the atmosphere, surface iron, which had stayed in a more or less pure state, locked up the oxygen in what was essentially rust, forming the red bands in banded iron. With the oxygen locked up, more iron could deposit. Then oxygen levels built up, and it got locked up again. And so on and so forth, until all the iron was converted and oxygen could start to seriously build. Then came plants and animals and the biosphere as it currently stood. "You're going to lose some total mass to absorb material." "Still, Steve, that is great news." "Also has a big rubble belt," Steve said. "And the last part is the most interesting. The gas giant has a really odd atmo. Not only is it unusually high in He3, at the level where there's a nearly Earth-normal gravity, about 0.7, the atmosphere is oxy-nitrogen." "You're kidding," Tyler said, his eyes wide. "Not reducing?" Free oxygen tended to bond to just about anything, which meant that reducing atmospheres with all the free oxygen bound up were bound to be common. To have an oxy-nitrogen atmosphere like Earth's, you practically had to have something keeping it that way. On Earth, that was called plants. "Nope," Steve said. "Damn near Earth normal. Most of the reducing gases are either higher or lower, so it might be a sorting thing. There may be some life in the atmosphere, microbiology at best, that's converting them, but we're not sure. Higher percentage of noble gases, but completely breathable. It's damned odd. But I figured you could probably use it to help terraform. That, yes, Tyler said thoughtfully. But this is only one gate jump away, right? Yeah, Steve said. And on the back side of us from our enemies, Tyler said, pursing his lips. Of which we haven't seen hide nor hair since just before we left. The Horvath had not taken the loss of their cruiser lightly. Shortly after the battle, they had sent 4 more cruisers through the gate with the intention of teaching Earth a permanent lesson. Again, they had launched missiles from long range, and they had, unfortunately, been nearly as impossible to stop as the first barrage. A ring of BDA mirrors around Earth had intercepted about half, but the other half got through. Rome, Madrid, New Delhi, the list was long. The difference was that most governments had set up solid evacuation plans and even drilled on them, and as many people as could manage were moving out of cities. It was still impossible to entirely do without them, but they were dwindling. The death toll had still been staggering, and most of humanity had buried its dead, shrugged it off, picked up, and continued on. The Horvath ships managed to fire their barrage, and they had started hitting the VLA nearly as fast. There were 7 VSA clusters working on Connie and other targets. They'd all turned on the Horvath ships as fast as they could be retargeted. If the Horvath would quit bombing our cities, I could almost thank them for coming through, Tyler said. We've gotten nearly 60 tons of prime grav plates off of them, not to mention some surviving power plants and laser emitters. For a while there, I was doing less mining than salvage. Most of that is going into the Constitution. Earth's first heavy cruiser had been under construction for nearly a year. It had, fortunately, not been targeted by the Horvath. It was larger and more powerful, potentially, than a Horvath cruiser. Unfortunately, BAE was saying it was going to take 6 more years to complete. There was still no declaration of war with the Horvath. There had been, in fact, a declared ceasefire, which was when the Horvath ships came through. The Horvath didn't seem to get the concept of keeping a negotiated peace. Might made right, period. The estimates, as of when Steve left, were that the only reason they weren't sending more ships through was that they only had 7 cruisers. Earth had destroyed 5. What happened to the prisoners? Steve asked. Some of the Horvath ships had managed to get crew off before being slagged. Some. We turned them over to the Glaton for repatriation, Tyler said, shrugging. It wasn't like we could feed them. We have got to secure the gate better, Steve said, his face tight. We can't keep getting bombarded over and over again. Yeah, Tyler said enigmatically. Would be nice. Hey, have you seen what we did with Connie? I haven't seen much news lately, Steve said. So, no. Check this out, Tyler said, turning on a plasma screen. The view was of a disk spinning in space. Steve tilted his head to the side, trying to get some scale. Then he realized the nearly microscopic dots moving near its face were paws. Holy hell, he said, his eyes wide. We got it into a stable spin by detonating some clean, pumped fusion bombs on the surface, Tyler said excitedly. Then we heated it back up. It's been separating pretty much the whole time you've been gone. At this point, it's just a matter of how fast we can pull stuff off. I've mostly farmed it out to the Glaton. There's a Limarer smelter with 60 tugs working on it full time. We're not getting much heavy metals yet. We're mostly getting aluminum, copper, and tin. About 600 tons a minute.
"I see you can afford the Centennial," Steve said, holding up his nearly empty snifter. "Hell, I can afford to buy Martel," Tyler said, topping up his glass. "And I'm spending it nearly as fast as I can make it. There are over 2,000 people working in space full-time at this point. 90% for me. And despite joking about working for low pay, they're not. We're still having to buy ships from the Glatun and the Rangora, but I have high hopes. Boeing's managed to improve their shuttles already. I'm pretty sure they're to the point of being able to make at least small ships. About 30% of our lift is Earth-built shuttles. I'm hoping to get that to 70% by the end of the year." "You're starting to sound like the evil overlord again," Steve warned. "I hope?" "I know," Tyler said, shrugging. "But people keep talking about the recovery. What recovery? We're not going to get back the people we lost. We're not even going to get back the treasures we lost. I mean, we lost the Metropolitan Museum of Art, the Smithsonian, the British Museum, the Forbidden Palace, and the Louvre in one day. Then we lost the Taj Mahal. The biggest remaining stash of art treasures in the world is in my really top-secret lair, and it's staying there. We're not going to recover that. We're not going to recover the people. That's the past. Let's talk about the future." "Which is?" Steve asked. "Well," Tyler said, shrugging, "sounds like we've got a planet we can terraform. And other stuff." "You're being mysterious again," Steve said. "Confidential," Tyler said. "Really. It's very tightly held, and I'm trying to keep it that way. Hey, we're starting on a new mining project." "You can't extract everything from Connie," Steve said, shaking his head. "And you're starting a new one?" "These things take a while to heat," Tyler said, shrugging. "Especially this one. It's a 6-kilometer asteroid in the belt." "That's going to take some power," Steve said. "We're trying a slightly different take," Tyler said. "Turns out there's some differentiation to them. So we stabilized this one, and we're doing a laser drill to the interior." "You're drilling into the interior of a 6-kilometer diameter asteroid?" Steve said, blinking. "You really are thinking big. What are you going to do, blow it up?" "Nah," Tyler said. "There's better stuff to do with it." "Dinner is served," Dr. Chu said, entering the room, followed by a group of waiters. "Mind if I join you, since I fixed it?" "Conrad," Steve said. "I'm glad to see you survived." "Many friends did not," Dr. Chu said, picking up the bottle and pouring himself a drink. "Absent companions." "Absent companions," Tyler and Steve said. "To the future," Steve said. "I'll drink to that," Tyler replied. "To a better, brighter, bigger future." 2. "I'm doing this," Dr. Nathan Bell said. The huge, small planetary object specialist was handling the drilling project on Troy. "I'm fully involved in the project. I'm working the problems, and they haven't been small. Nothing about this has been small. And I think you're insane." "How's the drill rig working?" Tyler asked. The drill rig was a complex of mirrors physically connected to asteroid 3159. The main belt asteroid was an 8-kilometer-long, 5-kilometer-wide mass of virtually solid nickel iron. 16 BDA mirrors were pointing out to a VSA perched over the drill point on thick nickel iron rods. The BDA mirrors captured a series of beams off the sapple to supply 64 megawatts of power to the drill beam. The VSA, since the drilling was taking place in shadow, could easily manage the waste heat of a mere 64 megawatts. Clearing the drill hole had been a problem at first.
A good bit of the nickel iron was heated to vaporization by the beam, but most of it just sort of slumped out of the hole. A tug had been collecting it and setting it to the side for the last 2 months. There was now a minor planetary body circling the minor planetary body. Also circling the minor planetary body was a small, leased freighter. It had been refitted to function as a construction site management ship. It wasn't the most comfortable place in the system, but Tyler had done his best. And it had a good cook and great food. It had to have something going for it. The crew had been informed they were staying aboard until they were done with the first phase. Naturally, it had been renamed Trojan Horse. "Pretty well, actually," Nathan said. "The biggest problem has been routing it out." One of the problems was that they needed a big hole for the overall plan, so the beam had to continuously track around the hole, opening it up. "We're only about 200 meters down," Dr. Bell said, "which, given what we're working with, is amazing, and the rate has increased as we've been figuring out the problems. We should get to the center on schedule in 4 months." "I hate waiting," Tyler said. "Tyler, this project is insanely huge," Dr. Bell said, "and I don't think that most of the steps are going to work nearly as well as we've planned. Do you know how hard it is to steer a comet?" "It's a big ball of ice," Tyler said. "Use ice hooks?" "We got the bombs attached," Nathan said, sighing. "We adjusted the course. Sort of. It's sort of headed this way. Should arrive in 3 months. At that point, we somehow have to get a 100-meter-wide ball of ice to stop exactly where we want it. Too far away, and we're going to be transferring ice for the next decade. Too close is when it hits the array. This thing is massy enough it has a noticeable gravitational field. If the comet stops next to it, we're going to have an icy coating to work with. But even if we get it to the precise spot we want, we still have to somehow shove it down that little bitty hole and to the center, in space. And unless you want us to wait until this thing cools, we're going to be dealing with vaporizing ice as we're doing the stuffing." "Ice hooks," Tyler said, shrugging. "We're going to do it. We'll figure it out." "What's this we, short man?" Nathan said, chuckling. "You seriously have a Napoleon complex, don't you?" "Again, I'm fully involved in this project. Everybody thinks it's cool as hell. Also insane as hell." "The sapple is vulnerable," Tyler said. "We can't depend on it being able to protect us against a cunning enough enemy. We are going to secure the solar system, and Troy is the first step." "So how are we going to stuff the comet in the hole?" Dr. Bell said. "Wrong way around," Tyler said. "Put a tractor system at the bottom, then pull the comet in. Even if it vaporizes, you're still pulling the material in." "We're going to lose the tractor system," Nathan said. "But that might just work." "See?" Tyler said. "Ice hooks." "I thought you were mining this," Steve said, looking at the comet parked next to the asteroid. "What's with the comet? Mining for volatiles?" "Sort of," Tyler said, grinning. He admitted he couldn't keep a secret worth a damn, but it was Steve, and Matilda. He really liked both of them, and if he could find a girl half as pretty and smart as Matilda, he thought he might just give marriage a shot again. "And we're selling some of the stuff we've melted out. Not all, but enough to pay for the project, fortunately. We've drilled out a 5-meter-wide, 2.5-kilometer-deep hole in the asteroid," Dr. Bell said. "We've just put a self-powered tractor system at the bottom of the hole. Now we're going to suck the comet into the hole." "The comet's about 100 meters, right?" Matilda said. "The hole is about 50,000 cubic meters. The comet is 500,000 cubic meters. Too big." "We had a hard time finding a smaller one," Tyler said. "And this actually works better. We won't be sucking in as much rock. And the total volume of ice we're shooting for is more like 10,000 cubic meters. We're going to stuff the material we've collected on top of it and seal the hole." "What's the point of that?" Steve asked, confused. "So you get a nickel-iron asteroid with a nice icy center." "Do not tell me that you're going to balloon it," Matilda said. "What was it? Analog in the 1950s? You're serious?" "Balloon," Steve said, then blanched. "So, you stuff ice in the middle, seal the holes—" "Heat it up," Tyler said, "which is going to need a lot of power. What was that number, Nathan?" 1.3 times 10 to the 12th megajoules, Dr. Bell said. "Think 270 megatons and it makes more sense. Just doesn't have to be instantaneous." "My God," Steve said, laughing. "You're kidding." "Got any idea how much power the sapple is pumping?" Tyler said. "We think it will take about 6 months, that's how much. We'll also have to get it rotating in a ball of twine rotation to get the melt even. When it's melted, the ice in the middle boils into gas and the asteroid blows up like a balloon. We're going to have to be careful to get it heated evenly and in a nice, neat sphere before the melt is finished. That's going